sa.neter, however you say that shit. The sa to the neter, sa.neter, sa.neter, where you at? Sa.neter's in the house, yeah, sa.neter's in the house. Sa.neter, so do.
Try to defend slave traders.
Peace and black power, family. We're already getting to it already. First of all, let me introduce my brother, brother Jabari. We got Jabari in the building, and we got we got brother Professor Larry in the building as well. These two strong giants right here was gonna get into some intellectual building, and Larry might be swimming out of water on this one. You know, I think Jabari's gonna take him in deep and try to drown him. But Larry's he's not. Yeah, he's gonna swim back. But Larry's not gonna just drown peacefully. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna let you drown him peacefully, because that's like Mayweather going into the ring with McGregor. But see, Mayweather is smart. You Mayweather. Mayweather said, no, you come to my ring.
This is a boxing.
Right, this is going to be boxing, because Mayweather, no. If he would have went into McGregor ring, it was a wrap.
He got kicked in the head.
He would have got, yeah, it would have been a wrap. Right. So, hey, we already, I mean, well, you already know what it is. Now, I would like for you to do the same thing for my opening up. So, Brother Larry, what starts and what kicked all of this off, my brother?
Okay, so what began as a provocative post on my Facebook page of an image and the suggestion by myself that there was crackers in ancient Egypt too, right? Now, I didn't say who these crackers were. I didn't say at what time these crackers was there. I said on my post there was crackers in ancient Egypt too. Now, as a black man in America, I define a cracker as a slave trader, a participant in the enslavement of my people, whether by ownership, management, or you know, commerce. It could be a pirate. You understand? That pirate engages in that practice, he's a cracker too, right? So there was crackers in ancient Egypt too. Now, the period to which I refer will become obvious as we go along, but we're gonna see where Brother Jabari was coming from when he posted his rebuttal and attempted to clarify, although I don't know what he was clarifying because I wasn't specific in what I was implying. I was being general, right? But for my purposes, we could start at 525 BC. Right? For my purposes, when I'm talking about there was crackers in Egypt, we could start at 525 BC, right? When Egypt got subjugated by Persia. That's where we could start, with Cambyses. You ready?
Peace, family. I'm always honored to be here in the heart of Harlem with my brother sa.neter and of course my brother Larry. I should say right off the bat that I enjoy dialoguing on critical issues, particularly people I respect. because then we have an even more fruitful discussion, debate. We're able to actually describe ideas. It's always better to have debate, discussion, discourse with people that you think actually have done some research, as opposed to just coming to this with their ideas, and I'm going to use this word very intentionally, their beliefs, because a lot of times what we end up doing is arguing about belief. Right. Rather than what they can prove. And then when you show things to them that are clearly contradictory to their belief, now you've struck to their core, and now they have a problem. So that's not what I'm doing here with Brother Larry. So these kind of debates, similar to the one I had with Brother Reggie, actually, are interesting. I enjoy those. Now, let me say to you that I think that Brother Larry has well set this up. He did put up a post. You know, Brother Larry, if those of you who are his Facebook friends, he likes to put up provocative posts. And you always know he's putting up a provocative post because he always says, "I'ma drop this and run." Now, where is he running to? He's on his phone or on his computer on Facebook. He could put a post up anywhere. He could put a post up while he's at work. But the concept is, I'm going to put these into the waters and see y'all just deal with it. And I'll come back and see what the conversation is. So I appreciate that he does that. I enjoy that he does that. My challenge to him, if for those of you who were on that post, and there were a lot of responses, over 40, nearly 50 responses when I last looked, a lot of responses. My challenge to him is that I thought that what he put up was undisciplined. And let me say to you that just right off the bat that I am not just someone who practices Kemetic spirituality, because then you would expect someone who would just be dealing with emotion, and obviously Kemet was the greatest and all the other civilizations had major problems. That's not who I am. I'm sitting to you here also as a historian. As a historian, I know where the blemishes are. Let's be clear, family. There are no perfect nations. There are no perfect civilizations. There are no perfect families. That's just how the world works. There are no perfect human beings, so there are no perfect civilizations. So I don't want you to think that my disagreement with Brother Larry came out of what some people like to say is romanticization of Kemet. Because we know that our Hebrew brothers say that all the time, that we romanticize Kemet, we don't look at the blemishes. In fact, I'm even going to call out my dear brother, Divine Prospect, who did a presentation during the Hebrew Avengers event called The Romanticization of Kemet. And he just described everything that he thought sounded strange. That's not a presentation. Every nation has situations with individuals that do things that we would disagree with. Now, this is where I believe that Brother Larry was being undisciplined. He described the word cracker, and I'm really pleased that he described it the way he did, because I think most people would describe it that way. Cracker, the term cracker comes, it's not even necessarily a pejorative word for the Tomhu, for the European in their role in enslavement. In actuality, I think they're better terms, especially when you're angry. The cracker was called the cracker because he cracked the whip. That's not a pejorative term. In some ways, calling somebody a cracker is saying something pejorative about yourself. So to say that Egypt had crackers, which is exactly what he said, hashtag OSHIT, what he was saying was that the Kemetic people, or at least some element of the Kemetic people, were akin to the European, the Tomhu, who enslaved us. And notice when he starts this description, he says that he calls people crackers based on enslaving his people. So check the dichotomy here. This is where I think this conversation becomes undisciplined. When you say that they are enslaving your people, two things occur. First of all, it means that you identify strictly with the Nubian in the image, because the image was supposed to be, purported to be, Kemetic people actually bearing a lash on Nubians. And they were seated, and I will be very clear to you, family, they were prisoners of war. That's what Brother Larry was putting up. But when he says Egypt has crackers, what he's doing is he is making a racial commentary also. That's where the undisciplined nature of this comes. Let's be really clear. The Tomhu, often when they try to say that the Kemetic people were something other than African and the Nubians are African, when they do that, they are attempting to take away your legacy, family. They are attempting to say that the Kemetic people were not people of African descent. They weren't black people. And they do that by saying, well, there was conflict between the Kemetic people and the Nubian. That doesn't make any sense because peoples of the same, and I'm going to use this term advisedly here, racial group have always had debates and discourse and wars. It's the reason why the European Union was brought about. The European Union was primarily brought about because Europeans, the Tomhu, have been fighting each other for over 2,000 years. Bloody, bloody battles. And so the European Union was built so that European nations, Tomhu nations, would actually have some interdependence which would lead to greater peace. Because if your economy is tied to my economy, going to war destroys my people just as it destroys your people. So that's where I'm going to challenge him on. I'm going to say more, but I know Brother Larry wants to respond really quickly. I'm going to ask him when he responds why he wants to start in the 6th century BCE. Because was the picture from the 6th century BCE?
No.
He is simply doing that because he's trying to once again bring up some sort of racial dichotomy, undisciplined. Brother Larry.
Now, thank you, Master Teacher. Now, family, what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna dial this down just a notch because I want to make sure everyone understands what I'm about to say. Okay? Why I want to start at 525 is because after 525, I don't know, we dealing with weakness. We dealing with foreign invasion. We dealing with waves, successive waves of foreign invasion, foreign influence, foreign reach out, decaying civilization. We dealing with crackers, basically. So why I want to start there is because after the fall of Egypt in 525 BC, they only temporarily regained independence, right? And they sought assistance from Greeks and Spartans. So they brought Greek and Spartan soldiers in. And you know soldiers don't travel with women. Yeah, everywhere. Soldiers come, mercenaries. They don't bring women, they bring mercenaries.
Okay.
And mercenaries leave behind what? African mercenaries left what in Sicily? African mercenaries left what in Spain? White soldiers left what in Africa? Everywhere. Chinese soldiers left what? Japanese soldiers left what? In Hawaii.
But why?
What I'm saying is, brother,
Okay.
after 525 BC, until, let's say 443 BC, that was a Persian province, Egypt. And then it regained independence until it was attacked again. And then it lost again to the Persians until Alexander took it from the Persians in 332. When from 525 BC down to three. No, what I'm saying is this, right? What I'm saying is this. I ain't saying no I'm not saying no
Sa said
Well, you know, sa.neter got hype shit, right? sa.neter got to be sa.neter. We don't hate the brother for that.
No.
You know what I'm
In
saying?
fact, we love the brother for that.
Yeah, this is
That's
why
right.
this is why we
That's
get
why
together.
he has a big platform.
You understand?
That's
so what I'm saying is this, right? How I like to look at history, right, is I kind of like to look at the history going on around the history that kind of like causes stuff to happen. Because you know, when you dealing with empires and kingdoms, you dealing with foreign trade, you dealing with a whole bunch of stuff, right? What caused the war between Persia and Egypt in 525 that caused Egypt to lose its sovereignty to Persia? Brother Jabari?
I love sitting with intelligent, articulate brothers because one of the things that they know how to do is they know how to do sleight of hand. This brother's a master of prestidigitation. Family, do not follow the hand that is waving around because the other hand is moving the ball. And I know that you see where the ball went. You could tell him exactly which cup it's under. In fact, he got the ball under his sleeve. There is no ball. You saw it.
I ain't got no sleep.
Because I started by asking him why 525. And he said, well, that's when foreign invasions occurred. Let's be really clear. I know the history of Kemet. I'm going to be, this isn't even disrespectful, but I'm going to say I know it better than this brother I'm sitting with. Larry is an excellent generalist. He really understands African history in all of its phases better than people who sometimes teach in the university. I've watched him, and I know that he's a studious brother, right? I enjoy sitting with him. But this is prestidigitation. His picture was not from 525.
No.
Let's be really clear. In fact, he showed you a picture, and maybe, family, what I need to do is show the picture. What he did is he put a picture up. I don't know if you can see it in the day.
You will send it to me too.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, I can
Brother
see it.
sa.neter.
I see it real good.
A picture that was supposed to be the Kemetic people
What is it?
with
What is it
Nubians.
supposed to be?
It's supposed to be
Time out.
the Kemetic people. Look at their headdresses.
heading?
Look
What
at
is
their
the heading?
attires.
What is the heading of my post on that picture?
It says Egypt had crackers too.
Okay. Now,
And you would assume, no, wait.
Now,
I'm going to pin you.
no, wait,
I'm
no,
not
no.
finished. I'm not finished.
I
Let me
know.
finish.
Okay.
That's why I have the mic.
Okay.
But let's be really clear here. If you say something like that, you should assume that in the picture you are seeing crackers. He didn't say, guess what, they're alligators in Florida, because you would say, well, Brother Larry, why did you show that image? He said Egypt had crackers too. So you should assume that the people who are dressed like the Kemetic people are the crackers. And henceforth, the Nubians are the African, are you. And so I want to be clear that if he wants to start with 525, we could have that discussion. By the way, I also want you to know that even that argument is an attempt at prestidigitation. Because you know what else he's doing? Let's be really clear. Even though, yes, the Kemetic Empire brought in mercenaries to fight their wars, and there were successive groups of people who who actually came from outside, let's listen to what the person at the Tom who call the father of history. I call him the father of Western history because, you know, when you have a history as long and as ours and you have people who are recording it, those are the people that should be the fathers of history. But let's be clear that before 332, when Herodotus comes, after the Persian waves and the Assyrian waves and all of those peoples come in, it is Herodotus that says that the Kemetic people had woolly hair and dark skin. So let's be clear. Yes, more foreign people came into the land, but that doesn't mean that if he wants to say that after that period we're talking about crackers, then it's almost like he's saying that you and I must be crackers too, because I'm sure that if you did our DNA, You would see something, my DNA and your DNA. You would see something different than just the African. Are you saying you're 100% African?
No. I know I know what native blood I have.
What I'm trying to say to you is, just because there is, I'm going to even be polite, and I'm going to say intermarriage. Let's not even be polite. Let's say that they're the offspring of people from different lands, not just the people from Mother Africa. That doesn't mean that they're not Africans. Yes, there's intermixing. I'm an African. I'm sorry. I'm not going to talk about the Irish person that's in my lineage or anyone else, because I identify with the African. So let's be clear that even that attempted present dissertation is just to confuse you. But we're really talking about the fact that Brother Larry has called the Kemetic people crackers, and the Nubians are supposed to be you, family. Now, let me give you a bit of history, because Brother Larry has given history, and I want you to understand the history. Throughout Kemetic history, the Kemetic people, having one of the most powerful empires in the history of humanity, did battle with people from different regions. And in fact, in order to be in control, that's how they believe they were able to be the top civilization. They were able to be stronger than their neighbors. And so take a look at this image, family. Here you are seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The number 9 is important here. You're seeing 9 people here with their arms bound behind them. And underneath them, you will see an oval, which actually is the name of those people. We could talk about who those people are if we get that deep.
You put that picture up too?
But the point, no, this is a historical picture. You have to understand that the Kemetic people did battle with people they called the people of the 9 bows. So that there were 9 groups of people in their region that they had to be more powerful than in order to be the top dog in the region. So when you see the Nubian, yes, you have to understand that sometimes people that we would consider the Nubians today were in that group. Yes, they were. Now, let's also give you a bit more history so you understand. It's not an excuse at all. What it is it puts things in context, because you have to understand historical context. That's the reason why I said what Brother Larry did is undisciplined.
Context.
Yes. Now, of the image.
Say that to me?
I sure did.
Did you? And
Because your image
in 5 minutes
didn't. You want to? Was I talking too long? You want to add something?
No, I mean, but you just engaged in 5 minutes of Houdini prestidigitation, right? You went from you even threw in some emotional fish into the water. Yeah. Talking about you intimated that maybe, you know, your ancestors got raped by crackers, but you still wait, time out. That you still an African, right? Wait, no, this is what I'm saying. See, you throwing for the emotional fish, right? You funny, bro. What I'm saying is this.
That's emotional fish, family. That's a fact.
Yes, bro.
Brother Jabari, is this complexion
in this context
because of foreign people?
Bro, in this context, bro, you throw it for the emotional fish of the people, bro, because you automatically know the people gonna say, well, yeah, some of our ancestors got raped by crackers, right?
It's a fact.
So what I'm saying is this, though, right? Because you know some of your ancestors got raped by crackers. How they got raped by crackers? Them crackers had women with them when they first got here. Right? We wasn't here.
They had women when they first got here?
No, when them settlers got here, when we got here, they had women. They brought us.
Look at the historical story
1619 was a damn settlement.
There were very
listen,
few
bro.
women in that
1619.
settlement.
What I'm saying to you is, it was a settlement,
There
right?
were very
listen,
few women in
bro,
the original
1619 was a settlement.
But what's the point?
My point.
Sure.
Look. What I'm saying is that's off the beaten path.
Right. I think
that's the emotional path. What I'm saying is back in 525 BC.
But why 525 BC?
Because in 525 BC, sovereignty was lost. The lands were conquered. But why? Why did they go to war? That's what I'm saying, Brother Jabari. Wait, time out. See, that's when you started to press the digitation.
Watch
When I asked you why did they go to war?
Watch it.
Why did they go to war? Why did Egypt and Persia go to war in 525 BC? Why did they go to
You
war?
want to answer the question? All of the people in the region sought to conquer Kemet because, and I'm going to use the word Kemet, because Kemet actually was the breadbasket of the land. If you took Kemet,
That's why they went to war?
that's exactly why they went to war. If you took Kemet, what you would do is you would have enough resources that you could actually have a larger standing army. Because if you have enough food, enough resources to oh my goodness, messing up my language, to feed large swaths of people who then don't have to be in the fields, you can actually spend your energy doing other things. But I want you to hear that Brother Larry just wants to talk about 525 BCE. His post ain't got nothing to do with 525 BCE.
no.
We should talk about alligators in Florida.
Okay, let me do this, right? Let me do this, right? See, what I mean is this, family, right? You know that wars have pretexts, right? You don't just go launch a goddamn war. You are an empire. You understand? The war in 525 was fought because there was an alliance between Persia and Egypt. And as part of the alliance, the Persian king asked for the Egyptian pharaoh's daughter.
That's a much earlier.
This is 525,
Okay.
right? And he ain't want to send his daughter. So he
King are
sent,
you referring to?
his name was Amos. He sent his predecessor's daughter. And when she got to Persia, she told who she was. And dude was insulted. And that shit started a war. A war. But by the time the war came, the king who did it was dead. His son fought the war
Folks,
and lost.
Folks, that is the pretext for the war, but it's not the historical context for the war. But I want to be clear, I don't even want to talk about the war. I want to talk about the undisciplined reason that Brother Larry posted an image of the Kemetic people and Nubian captives. The picture, wait. Let's say this. The picture is not from that era. Brother Larry's post doesn't reference the era.
Let me say
He's bringing this up to you, family, on video. That's not what this is about.
Let me say this, right?
Are you saying he was?
No. Let me say this. Let me say this. Time out. Family.
Fucking dancing. You gotta make it a longer term.
Family. Here's my staff, family. You see these faces carved on the staff, right, family? Take a good look at the staff, sa.neter. See the face right there?
Watch the ball, family.
No. See the face right there?
Watch the ball, family.
And see the face right there?
Right.
Right? Now look. You see the big red face?
Uh-huh.
All right. Now look. That's the gold face, right? See the brown face?
Right.
That one's the red face.
Okay.
Right? Now, if I wanted to just shoot the look.
I'm listening, I am listening.
If I wanted to just shoot the shit about something, right?
Yeah.
I could tell you about the reasons why I carved those faces on this staff. You understand? And what they represent in the positions on this staff that they are on this staff, right? No. What I'm saying is, if I wanted the bullshit, family, and throw some sleight of hand, I told you at the outset, right? I posted a picture on Facebook, right? And I made a statement with the picture, and people swimming in the water, they bit that hook. Now, because people assume one thing about a post that I make doesn't mean that that's where Brother Larry's coming from. But now look, when I tell you there were crackers in ancient Kemet, I said crackers in ancient Kemet. Ancient 525 BC is kind of ancient. Now, I post a picture of some subjugated Nubians, right? Now, subjugated Nubians being subjugated, and there was crackers in ancient Egypt too, is how I caught this fish named Brother Jabari. And I got him sitting here right now, and he thought that what he was gonna do was show that Brother Larry posted a picture and that the picture's out of context because the picture doesn't actually portray crackers in the sense that we know crackers today, right? Brother Jabari thought that I was saying that these white people that we call crackers today were these people subjugating these brown people in this picture. Now, in no way did my post say that, and only someone swimming around in water looking for a quick, easy meal would have bit that goddamn hook. Now, what I'm saying, family, is when I talk about ancient Kemet, I could talk about ancient Kemet. I'm talking about 525. I'm talking about a war that was actually fought. I'm talking about the empire actually lost its sovereignty for hundreds of goddamn years. So they had foreign troops for hundreds of years in control of the empire, right? Now, I'm also talking about they were fighting back, and in their fight back, they sought help from Greeks and Spartans, right, to fight against Persians, right? Now, that was halted for a while because during this time, remember, we talking about 525, so another important war that happened during this time was the Persians and the Greeks was fighting too. Right? And then the Greeks was fighting with the Spartans and shit. All these wars was going on. We talking about 490 BC, right? What is that? When they had that shit, they still celebrate marathon. You understand? Where the motherfucker had to run 26 miles. That happened during this time. That's 490 BC. So you got the Persians. Remember, Persians a big ass empire. Okay? At that time, the Persian Empire was larger than Egypt, was like the Roman Empire became. You understand? So we talking about massive armies and troops on the move on different fronts, on different borders. Egypt was just one. You understand? It was an ally. Remember, the Persians was really fighting the Greeks. That's how they eventually lost to Alexander, and when he conquered the Persian Empire. You understand? They were our enemies. So Egypt.
Family, you know what a cracker is. Did the Kemetic people have the word cracker? Did the Nubian people have the word cracker? A cracker is a word that has a particular etymology. He ain't talking about no Ritz. He's talking about those people who bore the lash on your parents' back and enslaved them. And in fact, if you listen to what he first said, that's exactly who he's referencing.
I'm not telling you.
So why in the world would he then put a picture of a Kemetic group of people and a Nubian group of people and say, Kemet had crackers too? He's not talking about, and listen, family, go back to the post if he doesn't erase it. Go back to the post. I don't think he will because brother Larry is intrepid. But I want you to hear this. So I hope you do, because I want you to go back to the post.
I got a picture.
And I want you to read, no wait, listen. I want you to read the comments. And I want you to specifically focus on what Brother Larry says. Does Brother Larry mention 525 BCE?
No, of course not.
So in the post itself, when he's dialoguing with people, oh, so the post doesn't have anything to do. Aren't we talking about the post?
Let me
Listen, you got to hear something really clearly. Brother Larry just told you that this conversation is not about the post.
Why would I? But
what is it about?
Family. Listen, family.
What's it about if it's not
Family,
about the post?
listen, this is so interesting, right? Because if you listen for a second, right, to me, right,
Oh, listen,
and not the wind, and not the wind, and not the wind from Hurricane Jose right here, right?
Are you hearing this, family?
just whooshing around,
Wow.
right? Not making no sense at all. Family, didn't I tell you that I posted that pic on Facebook and I put the words to it that I put to it, right? Because I was fishing, family. You understand? Anybody who sees anything that I post on Facebook understands that I post provocative things because I'm trying to start conversations. I'm trying to make people think. I'm trying to provoke thought. I'm trying to engage with my people. Sometimes I get other people. This time I got a big fish. Now, why would I come here having this big fish and he wants to tell me, I know he wants to defend ancient Kemet, okay? I know he wants to do that. Now, I don't want to attack ancient Kemet, right? But I do want to tell you that there was crackers in ancient Kemet.
Who were the crackers?
Wait.
Who were the crackers?
Ancient Kemet?
Who were the crackers?
Whoa. Time out.
Don't even go to
Time
that
out.
ancient versus anything.
Listen.
a red herring.
Listen to what I'm saying. That's not a red herring.
It is.
Let me do it this way. Right? Let me do it this way. Okay? In all conversations, right, that involve the subjugation of a people that I can identify as black, right, I'm going to refer to the people who subjugated them as crackers. Hence, Moors are crackers. Hence, there was crackers in ancient Kemet. Okay? Now, how do I know this? They left cracker evidence. You know, crackers like to brag about the shit they do. You know what I'm saying? You can see motherfuckers tied up that look just like your ass, right? And motherfuckers standing over them that don't look just like your ass. You understand? Now, who am I gonna call them motherfuckers standing over me that don't look like me? That's busting me upside my head, tying me up, and I know they ain't just gonna kill me because they got work for me to do. You understand? Whole lot of work need to be done. Every time that Nile flooded, motherfuckers had to work. You understand? They had to till that soil. Everybody ain't owned a farm and was happy. No, you want to talk about this cracker shit. So now we're gonna talk about that. What I was trying to deal with before, when I was talking about the foreign invasion, I was trying to show you that there was actually crackers that invaded that goddamn land. Now, since you
Does the
know
picture do
ancient
that?
525.
Does the
No,
picture do
because
that?
the picture wasn't about that. Once again, right? Once again, the picture in my post, for those of you who are seemingly as slow as my fast brother Jabari right here, right? The picture was a post on Facebook about a post on Facebook.
What?
I expected to have a conversation with brother Jabari, having only my two previous conversations with brother Jabari to reference as points of reference for this conversation with brother Jabari, and I did not think that it would be confined to a goddamn Facebook post about a picture.
What?
Now, having said that, right, I can defend my post on Facebook in the context that it was made on Facebook, but sitting here with him and he wants to talk about crackers in ancient Kemet, I'm talking about a specific time when Egypt was conquered for hundreds of years and they fought back. They was getting their asses handed to them. They went and sought foreign assistance for this ass whipping, and they succeeded for a while. Then they got whipped again, right? Let me see. 525. Look, 525 to 44444, right? And then again in 341 until they lost to the Greeks in 332 under Alexander, right? So the matter of fact, the Persians was the kings of Egypt when Egypt was lost to Alexander. It wasn't no Kemetic pharaohs in Egypt when they lost to Alexander. It was a Persian dynasty in Egypt in 332 BC when Alexander took when they conquered Egypt. Brother Jabari.
And on the history.
Persians, because they lost in 341 to Artaxerxes.
I think that we should actually really talk about
Artaxerxes.
the fact that Marcus Garvey played a really important role in Harlem, since we're sitting in Harlem. So let's talk. Folks, you have to understand, the only reason why I would say that to you is because Brother Larry is not talking about why we're here. He is attempting to regale you with his understanding of a history that we both know. And that's not what this is about. Let me read to you what happened, because I think he's pretending like you don't have accent. No, this is my response to his post. I said, Brother Larry, you know better. Battles between neighbors are as old as time. In fact, the major reason that the European Union was founded was because European nations had extremely brutal wars for several millennia. The EU gave these nations and forced them to work together for their mutual benefit. The further implication of the image you posted is that the Nubians are the Africans and the Kemetic people are ... well, something else. Please don't use this ridiculous argument that the European uses to discount the African heritage of the Kemetic people. Finally, we should all understand that there are no perfect nations. Using ancient group conflict to speak ill of your ancestors is beneath you. And then Brother Larry responds, I don't make excuses for slave traders. # expose them all. And he shows me another image of the Kemetic people having captured Nubians. And then so I finally say, after I say, do you think that what you're seeing is quote unquote slave traders? And then I say, you and I should sit down and have this conversation in full, maybe even on sa.neter's platform. That's why we're here. He would like to talk. Wait. He would like to talk to you. He would like to talk to you.
What was my response?
He would like to talk to you.
What was my response to that?
I'm going to find it right here. It says, if you do not know what happened, you do not know what happened. You very well may be defending your very own abuser. Family, he never mentions 525.
No, what did I say?
He never mentions if what he's doing is fishing, as he calls it, then he's using inappropriate bait. He's using your Kemetic ancestors as bait. And he knows that if he does that, he's going to get people who study. By the way, I'm not here to defend Kemet. I'm here to defend ancient Africa. Because as he poses Kemet as the cracker, yes, that's what he was doing, family, and he poses the Nubians as Africans, what he's doing is he's insulting both groups of people. That's what he's doing. Because he's now making their internal conflict like this is national conflict, like these people are completely distinct. So in some ways, he's insulting both nations, both the Nubians and the Kemetic people.
May I please interrupt you?
And so, no, not yet. I'm going to give it to you in a second, 30 seconds. So I want you to understand that this is a situation where I am here because, as I said, his post was undisciplined. And that when you post things like that, a very clear, almost everyone who responded saw the perspective like I did. Everyone. There was no one else that said, wait a minute, Brother Jabari, maybe we don't know what Brother Larry means. Everyone took the image the way that I did. So I want to be really clear that what Brother Larry is doing.
So is he walking out the back door?
He is, and I really wish, I'm going to challenge you too here, sa.neter. Because when I clearly sat on 125th Street last Saturday and called my good brother, my dear brother, this is my brother right here, my dear brother, and I said, I'm here on 125th Street because I said that I thought that we should have a full conversation about the post you put up. And Brother Larry didn't have the time to stop. I'm not going to beat him up. I really believe he didn't have the time to stop. He passed by, he said hi. I said, you should stay and have this conversation. He said, I don't have the time to do it now. If I thought that he was running, he wouldn't have asked to sit down today. So honestly, he wasn't running. He wasn't running. I said he was running in the video, but obviously when he came back and said, Brother Jabari, let's sit down on Wednesday, he was not running, right? So I want to be clear, but I wish Brother sa.neter had actually put, no. Yes, I did.
You said I was
I did. But actually, based on your behavior today,
said I was
Brother
running.
Larry is not running. He isn't running. But maybe he should. Because what he's doing is he's trying his best to do some really sophisticated mental, verbal, and psychological gymnastics to get away from the undisciplined nature of his post. I'm here because of what he posted. I'm not here to talk about the Persians. I'm not here to talk about alligators in Florida. I'm not here to talk about Marcus Garvey. Let's talk about what his post means, what his post implied, and why. If he wants to talk about something else, he needs to first say, you know what, maybe that was undisciplined. This is what I should have said instead of saying Egypt had crackers too.
I think he did say that.
He didn't say that on his post. He's saying that now. Yes, he's saying it now. Right.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying that. Right? And the reason I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that, and the reason I'm not saying that, is because there was crackers in ancient Kemet too, right? Now, the reason there was crackers in ancient Kemet too, right?
I'm listening.
Is because they whipped your ass and made you work. It's just that simple, right? Now, I don't care what.
Hold, real quick, brother. Larry, I'm sorry to cut you off.
He is dancing.
When you said the crackers was in Egypt too, and they whipped your ass and made you work, what are you saying? Like, what kind of work? I know you ain't talking about building nothing or doing nothing else.
They made your ass work.
They made your ass work.
Pronouns are important here.
Gimme.
Don't get
Gimme.
Look.
Yeah, listen to the pronouns.
They means that you are
Family.
not the they.
Family, listen.
They made your
Family, listen.
ass work.
Family, listen.
So you are not the Kemet.
Family,
You
listen.
are the Nubian.
Family,
You
listen.
hear what he said?
Family, listen. Family, listen.
Digitation.
Family, listen. See, okay, look, let me do this for you, right? Let me do this for you. Recently, right? And I began to tell this story before and I got interrupted, right? Hopefully I can get this out, right? Recently, I was having a discussion in the juice bar on 145th Street, right? Shout out to the Reggae Juice Bar, right? And a customer was in there, was a Waldorf guy from Senegal. And he entered the conversation. And we began to talk. And the brother took my hand and he said, you know, I'd like to apologize to you. I said, for what? He said, on behalf of my people for slavery. And I said, brother. He said, no. And the brother seriously, earnestly apologized to me on behalf of the Waldorf people for their involvement in slavery. Now, at first, you know, I didn't know how to take the brother's apology, but he was dead ass serious. And we began to talk. And he said the reason he felt compelled to do it was because he heard me speaking and he knew that I knew the history. So he thought that I knew that his people was involved in that shit, right? But I only knew peripherally about the Waldorf, but he only confirmed that shit. You understand? What I'm saying, family, is when you talk about the continent of Africa and you talk about the people on the continent of Africa, let's deal with the people we actually come from in Western Africa, right? Because what you're gonna find is you're gonna find some crackers in Western Africa too. You understand? And they turned to be crackers when their ass got Muslimicized. You understand? They became Muslimic crackers and they enslaved people who were not Muslimic. You understand? And at the same time we talk about these great learning institutions in Timbuktu, Timbuktu was a haven for fucking crackers. They was enslaving and selling black people in Timbuktu at the same time that they had all them goddamn Quranic schools and they was learning how to recite the Quran. Yeah, because they cruising cars.
Yeah, they cruising like they looking to
No, they keep going.
They're good.
Right? So at the same time, you had all these Quranic schools that we like to talk about, and these institutions of higher learning at Sankore and shit, right? They were selling black people, so there was crackers there. You understand? So when I say cracker, I want you to understand what I mean by cracker. You ain't gotta be white to be one. So cut it out, brother Jabari.
I want you to hear.
In fact, brother, the founder of the Songhai Empire, Soni Ali Burr, was fighting crackers, right? And the crackers he was fighting was Mandingos.
Family.
The Muslimic.
We are now in the 12th century, 11th and 12th century in West Africa. He posted an image that was literally 2,000, 3,000 years earlier. And what he has done, by the way, listen to the pronouns. I don't know if you heard me very clear because I did not have the mic. He said, with regard to the image he posted, they are crackers because they enslaved your ass too. In the context of what he's saying, the Kemetic people are the they, and the Nubian people are the your. No, we got to finish this.
Let him get away?
No.
Let me get away.
Now, I want to say something really clear. My brother Larry, I'm telling you, I know we're around the same age, but this brother here is more limber than the most erudite practitioner of Kemetic yoga. This brother is bending and twisted. He got his arm behind his right foot. This brother he could literally fit into a box the size of a Rubik's Cube with the ability he has to bend and shift his joints. You heard the they, you heard the your. You have to understand that in his comment, they were enslaving your ass too. The they in this is the Kemetic people, and the your is the Nubian people. Once again, undisciplined, because he's falling into the Europeans' strategy. Wait, let me finish. Of attempting to separate the Kemetic people from you. Because if he even wants to say that this is not a racial issue, then at the very least he can say, we enslaved ourselves too. But he said they enslaved you too. But let's go even further, family. The image that he posted was not even of enslavement. No. The image that, no. We taking this to the nine. Listen, wait. Before I go back to the image, that's why we're here. Remember your point. Listen, wait. I got to say this. Because we got to talk about the image. You're going to try to bring up something else as you continue. Listen here. Listen. Remember the point. Listen. You have to understand that the image that he's showing is not even one of what we would call enslavement in the sense that you experienced here in the West, family. When groups of people do battle from the beginning of time, instead of killing everyone, sometimes what happens is people were taken as captives. That's what happened.
Did you just say that?
That is what happened.
Could you repeat that?
When groups of people have battles, sometimes captives are taken. Now, let's be clear, they could just kill everybody.
No.
But rather than kill everyone, they take captives. And those captives, yes, are taken back and forced to work. That's the reality. But when you look at enslavement in the West, we see something very different. We see the offspring of those people who were captured are enslaved. We see that an entire ethnicity/racial group is deemed to be inferior. That's also something that you don't see in the ancient world. So when you actually try to equate ancient conflicts between nations with our enslavement, once again, this is undisciplined, it's sloppy, and it doesn't allow our people to put this in context. When you make those kinds of comments, what ends up happening is People then, this is the result. People then say, well, we shouldn't hold the Tomhu to accord to what they did to us because we were involved too.
Incorrect.
That's what happens.
Incorrect.
By the way, when that ridiculous movie, The Gods of Egypt, came out, which was actually put forth by, I'm getting into it, you're going to hear it, when it was put forth by Fox Studios, 20th Century Fox, who was the producer? The producer was, what's his name? The guy who runs Fox, Rupert Murdoch. And Rupert Murdoch caught wind of the fact that people were upset that he depicted all of the Kemetic people as Tomhu, as Europeans. And so what did he say on Twitter? He said the ancient Egyptians weren't black. They enslaved them. When Brother Larry put his post up, he falls into the trap that the Tomhu is giving us.
Incorrect.
You have to hold him to account.
Incorrect.
If he put up an image and it really doesn't well describe the conversation he wanted to engage in, he should now go back to his family and say, you know what, this is what I meant to reference. I know this is how you took it.
Sleight of hand.
And I know that I'm showing you an image from one period and talking about a completely different other period.
Sleight of hand.
Maybe I should have put up this image so we could talk about the real issue.
Right there.
Brother Larry is slipping. Brother Larry is twisting. Twisting, slipping. You are doing some gymnastics. I'm telling you, this brother ain't got a joint or a bone in his body. Family, keep him to accord. You saw the image that he posted. You heard what he posted. That's what we're here about. So if Brother Larry doesn't want to talk about that, we could talk about something else. There are tons of things that Brother Larry and I could talk about. Tons of them. Tons of them. But that's why I'm here. That's why we're here. And I'm going to ask Brother sa.neter to put up the post.
May I?
The thing that I actually did on 125th Street so you can see why we're here.
May I?
Because what Brother Larry is doing now is he wants to talk about 525. He wants to talk about the 11th and the 12th century in West Africa. He wants to talk about all those things other than the post. What's the music?
This is what Brother Jabari's doing right now, family. He's just doing verbal ballet. He's trying to dazzle you.
What does it mean?
Well, you need, this is for your, now Brother Jabari, come on now. I came out here, of course not. Now it's my turn. It's my turn to start talking now. So you know the beat got family. Listen, this is some simple shit to understand. Don't listen to this man. He trying to confuse you. He trying to tell you some shit. He trying to tell you that I'm here just talking shit. I'm spinning stories like a spider spin webs, but at the same time, his ass is getting twisted. You better check this out. I can't.
Go ahead, Brother.
Family, look. On the serious side, though, right? When you think about this, right? Why is Brother Jabari trying to defend slave traders, right? Now, no matter who those slave traders are or when they were trading slaves, right? You know that he just sat here and told you that this don't have nothing to do with what happened to you. And then with his eloquent,
I appreciate that, brother.
articulate,
I appreciate that, brother.
lack of comprehension,
I don't appreciate that, brother.
he actually described the capturing of prisoners of war. And oh no, they don't kill them all, they just take some of them, and yeah, naturally they're gonna, and then gonna tell you that don't have nothing to do with you. Family, what do we know about our ancestors' capture in Africa? Weren't there wars provoked in order for captives to be taken, in order for slaves to be delivered? How the hell doesn't that have anything to do with us? It's the same goddamn thing, family. What I'm saying to you, right, is by the time it got to us, it had been mechanized. Okay? Into a international system of trading, right? Now, what you have to know, family, once again, is Brother Jabari sat here and accused me, Brother Larry, of historical conflation. We know who you are. Family, when you know that I am the one who always say that you cannot conflate historical reality. You have to look at what was going on at the time of the incident in order to understand the incident. You don't just look at, boom, the bomb blast. You look at the fragmentation pattern. You look at the results. You look, if you want to know what the intent was, you look at what the outcome was. Well, why did they do it? Well, what the fuck did they do after they did it? You understand? If this was a war about business, then you would look for somebody to take over somebody's trade routes. You understand? You look at what was going on, family. What I'm saying to you is that at a point in time in history that we know, that we can trace, that's documented, right? Egypt lost its sovereignty. This is a fact, right? We know that they had trouble after that and never really fully regained their sovereignty. Never really regained their sovereignty, family, because after 525, they lost it again in 341. They lost it again in 332 under the Greeks, and they ain't never really got it back because then the Romans came in. You understand? Then the Romans came in. Now, all I'm saying is, family, he wants to say that there was no crackers there, right? But
Is that what I said?
well, no. You try to say you wasn't the crackers that was there. I understand that. What I'm saying is that my post was one thing. This conversation to me is an entirely different thing, but they can overlap because you want to make them overlap and you want to stick to the post, right? We can stick to the post. No, I ain't doing that. We can stick to the post, but I was talking about what you hear about a specific incidence of crackerism in your sacred Kemet, right? And you lost your sovereignty and shit and you never really got it back while you was here. But on the post, that was something else. You made a statement.
That was something else.
Yeah, because you made a statement about my post. So I put another post up to show you that yes, it was crackers there. They was enslaving motherfuckers. What the fuck? What am I gonna call them? I call all enslavers crackers. I don't have another word for them.
Okay. Brother Larry has accused me of excusing slave traders. And I want to be clear that the post is not enslavement. Those people are prisoners of war. And you have to understand that when you have prisoners of war, by the way, look at the image. When you look at the image, you're going to see nothing but, wait, let me finish. Let me explain.
No, but I can't believe
what
you.
you're going to see is nothing but grown men.
No, but I can't believe you.
Because what you're actually seeing is, in this instance, a number of Nubian people. In fact, let me show you a better image. A number of Nubian people were fighting with Kemetic people. And when they lost, they took them as prisoners. Am I saying that being taken as a prisoner, would I want to be taken as a prisoner?
I can't believe you.
No. But what he's actually doing is he's conflating being a prisoner of war with being enslaved. You know that after generations of being taken from your homeland, the Tom who was breeding us in order for us to work. We know that every person of a particular descent, of a particular ethnicity, was considered inferior and, in fact, considered enslaved. To conflate a battle between people which leads to prisoners with enslavement is undisciplined.
No, it's not.
And so I want you to understand that doing that is not helpful. And then to use the language we and they also leads to many, many, many misunderstandings and greatly historically challenged thinking.
Do you misunderstand?
So I want to be clear that showing an image of the Kemetic
Do you
people
misunderstand?
and Nubian people and saying Egypt had crackers too
Did you misunderstand?
is not what he's talking about.
Did you misunderstand?
If Brother Larry wants to talk to you about something else other than the post, we can.
May I?
But I'm going to give it to you in just a moment. But you should not allow him, family, to talk about something else without finishing the first conversation. We're not going to jump to another conversation other than the one that we are here for. We're here because of the post that he put up. And the post that he put up posits that the Kemetic people were not you, and that you are the Nubian, and that the Nubian was enslaved. That is not what happened. By the way, let me show you one other image so that you're able to put this in greater historical context. Sometimes when the Tom who does this, they show you this item here. This is a box that belonged to King Tutankhamun. And it shows King Tutankhamun on a chariot, fighting people that could only be called what we would call the Nubian today. Did you get it, Brother Sa? And so they show you that image, but they only show you the front of the image. Because if you look at the back of the image, this is the image on the box, you're going to even see. Now take a look at this. Sometimes what they want you to do is look at this image of darker skinned black folks getting defeated and trampled by Tutankhamun. That's what they do. What they don't show you in the back of the image is the Nubian and other dark people behind King Tutankhamun. So in other words, what you are seeing is an intra-group conflict. You are seeing some people who we would like to consider Nubian today fighting with Tutankhamun against other people who we would consider Nubian today. Why? Because first of all, Nubia, for most of the history that we're talking about, the 3,000 years of Kemetic history, during that 3,000 plus year history, the Nubian people were very seldomly one united nation. They were different groups of people. And so the Kemetic people collaborated with some, and they had battles with others. And there was no period of time when all of the people who were Nubian were in battle with the Kemetic people. That didn't happen. And we know that Kemet itself was born from Nubia. So when you actually begin to create a us and they situation, it's undisciplined. It prevents us from understanding what actually happened. And I know Brother Larry, with his advanced understanding of history, could do better. He could do better by explaining to us exactly what occurred in history rather than misleading us about history. I'm going to show two more pictures and I'm going to be done. I'm going to give it back to you. This is also what the Tom Who does. Let me show you this one to you. It's of a cane, just so you could see it. It's of a cane.
Yeah.
And it belonged to Tutankhamun, and it has the Nubian bound at the hand piece of the cane. This actual cane, when they brought Tutankhamun's portions from his burial, was brought here at least twice in the United States. And they bring it here very intentionally. They don't explain much. They just say a bound Nubian on a cane from Tutankhamun. And the Nubian is darker skinned. So what they're attempting to do is to try to describe the Nubian as African, as you family, and the Kemetic people as someone else. Look at the piece that they will not send here. Take a look at this one. The Asiatic on one end of a cane and the Nubian on the other end of a cane. Why don't they send this piece when in the touring exhibits? The only reason why I know it exists is because I travel to Kemet and I see all of his collection in the Egyptian Museum. So what they are doing here is they're selectively choosing images with the Nubian under the foot of the Kemetic people. Why are they doing that? They're doing that because they're trying to give you a visual misrepresentation of who the Kemetic people are and then who you are. So I am saying that his image does something very similar. Yes, I am. I am. And you have to explain to me how posting that image and saying Egypt has crackers too doesn't do that.
Hold up. Now, once again, family, like I said,
That mic is
like I said at the outset, right? This not only is this mic not hot, right? But notice family that I'm listening to my music at the same time, right? Because the bullshit was getting so thick in here, right, that I needed to relieve the mental pressure that it was causing to build up.
He's under pressure.
Listen, no. Listen, the mental pressure that the left side of my brain was under, right? Because the right side of my brain was trying to get this microphone back from Brother Jabari. And Brother Jabari did not want to relinquish this microphone, so the left side of my brain was bubbling. You understand? Now, family, look. This is real simple sleight of hand on Brother Jabari's part,
I want
right?
you to explain this one.
First of all, Brother Jabari is trying to intimate that I am somehow knowingly or unknowingly furthering the European plot to discredit the blackness of ancient Kemet. No.
Intimating it. I'm saying it.
Now,
That's precisely what I'm saying.
here's what I'm saying, family, right? Very clearly, since Brother Jabari done took his little narrow ass to Egypt on 14 different occasions, right? I know he done seen who in control of that place over there, right? And I know he know it ain't his ass, right? Now, how do I connect it? The same way you connected what I'm talking about in my post to what you talking about in your conversation. That's how I connected it. It's connected by the ether, right? Because that's the only connection that you have to anything that we was talking about here today. Now, what I'm saying is this, because when you try to intimate that I'm furthering the Euro agenda to discredit Kemet, right? What I'm saying is this, right? What I'm saying is this. Not only is that ludicrous, right? But that's kind of disingenuous on your part because, right?
Because family, because it's gonna be a big.
Yeah, because when I say there were crackers in ancient Kemet, right? I can tell you when they ass got there. I can tell you which crackers they were, right? And when they got mixed, they were still crackers. You understand? There's a famous queen from the Ptolemaic dynasties of Egypt. Name was Cleopatra, right?
The seventh.
The famous one is the seventh Cleopatra. So there was 6 other Cleopatras. Right. You understand? My point is saying that we talking about hundreds of years of interbreeding and intermixing. And look, let's just be serious for a second, family. And because this is sa.neter TV, let me put it to you like this, right? How many of y'all see bunch of black dudes running around here with white women? Bunch of black women running around here with white dudes, right? How many of y'all see that? Okay? Now, if you see it now, and you know it's only possible because there was contact between black people and white people. What do you think happened in Kemet when it was contact between black people and white people? The same thing happened while you got African heads of state with white wives today. You understand? When you have that contact, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, brother, since you want to talk about all this off the wall stuff, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, off the wall, off the real wall, when you get white women around black dudes, you get dudes that want white women. You get white women that want black dudes. You get that shit. You get white women, white men that want black women. You get that shit, right? So you get this mixed population. What I'm saying is the mixed population turns into something else, turns into the assistant of the foreigner. In our particular case, all over Africa, I could show you this time and time again where you get these, I don't want to say bastardized populations, but you get these mulatto populations, right?
That's almost worse than bastardized.
Not really.
You calling them mules?
No, I'm calling them mulattoes, and since I'm not speaking Spanish, I'm not using, no, watch how this works, brother Jabari, because you're educated, so you should comprehend this readily, right? Because I'm not speaking Spanish, I'm not saying mulatto, I'm saying the English version of mulatto, which is the offspring of one black parent and one white parent.
Which is, its etymology.
But listen to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the etymology. I'm talking about the application of the word in English. Okay? American English. In American English, a mulatto is a half white, half black baby.
All right, now, let me ask you a question, Larry. And I know you don't care about it, but I want you to entertain it for a minute. Just for a minute, where I can get both of you to chime in on this right here.
What's that?
And don't say it's full of shit or whatever. Just chime in on it.
What?
Because people want to hear your take on it. The flat earth, the theory. People going in on the flat earth. What is your understanding of the flat earth? Because now there's a lot of people coming up saying that it's a possibility that the earth is flat. And the reason why you don't go to the end, because it's non-stop. It's like, go on in on that.
I'm not gonna go in on that. No. I'm not saying I'm not gonna go in on that. I'm saying I'm not gonna go in on that, right? I'm gonna say to you that you drive a car. Okay? So because you drive a car, your car drive on roads. The roads are constructed, right? You know, all these roads intersect.
Right.
So they go around the city or around whatever, right? But when you reach the end of a road, what happens?
You got to make a U-turn or the end.
Or you enter something, you enter a town or something.
Right.
And then you reach the end of that fucking town, what happened? Water or expanse of some shit, right? Now, what I'm saying is, if people everywhere could go to the edge of their town and be at the edge of the world, you don't think people can see each other? Just some stupid shit like that? Huh? I know you don't get it. The reason you don't understand what I'm saying, brother Jabari?
This is the challenge I have, and I'm going to say to you, family. I'm not sure if I think I might have said this on one of your videos, brother sa.neter. I never intended to get drawn.
He's calling you out, brother.
Is he really?
You know he.
Yes. I didn't know who Sanchez was. He's Flat Earth Society, Brooklyn. Right. Yes, he actually said. Yeah, he actually said that he wants to build with me. He said build first.
They all over my face.
And I want to be clear with you that I did a presentation several years ago in front of the Harem Market, that statue known as the Sphinx, wrongly today. And I mentioned the Tekken, and I said that even later scholars able to tell the circumference of the Earth. I didn't say whether it was round or not, because at that point I thought that this discussion was ridiculous, and there were just small groups of people having it. So I didn't even engage myself in it. But the word circumference drew me into the debate. And so people actually attacked that video. I want to say to you very clearly that people who are in the Flat Earth Society are there because of the Tamhu. When you see African people who are engaging themselves in this debate around a flat earth, it is because of the dastardly things that the Tamhu has done. We no longer trust the European. We no longer trust the Tamhu. So much that almost anything that comes out of his or her mouth, we would rather say it must be the opposite. Family, you have to come to this discussion, this debate, with some nuance and some intelligence. It is impossible for everything that they ever say to be wrong. That is not possible. And if you had even a cursory understanding of history, the concept of a spherical earth is not a European concept. It comes out of Africa for the most ancient time. sa.neter. To the Metropolitan Museum, where you see one of the oldest depictions of the world, and it is round. It is in the Metropolitan Museum in the Kemetic wing.
But wait.
We've been saying it's been around for a long time. So I want to say two quick things and then drop this mic real quick on this flat earth thing. Because you don't trust the Tamhu, and you probably shouldn't. And you want to be able to fight them, and you probably should. Don't make ludicrous arguments as the basis of your debate, because you will surely lose. The world cannot be flat. It's ridiculous for you to think such. If you thought this in the time when people were disconnected from people just a few hundred miles away, so they didn't understand the world, maybe I would understand that you were just simply ignorant because you hadn't traveled anywhere, and that's the reason why you thought those things. But we don't live in that world anymore. We haven't lived in that world for hundreds of years. The people who are part of the Flat Earth Society have never gone anywhere. I've been in a plane for 11 hours. I've called my parents from Cairo and had to apologize because I was calling them in the morning where I was, but they were in the middle of the night. Because I got so caught up in what I was doing, I forgot what they were doing. How do you explain the fact that in one area where you've been just the day before, it's in darkness, and the other part is in light? How do you explain that? This is very simple, family. Are you saying that the Tamhu is so sophisticated that they're recording my calls and playing it at a strange time? How do you explain the fact that I'm listening to them at the same time? How do you explain the fact that we're watching the same cable channel and we're actually talking about the fact that it's 3 o'clock in the morning here? Really? Well, it's 7 hours later where I am. So it's actually nearly afternoon. And we're watching the same show at the same time. How do you explain the fact when you look at the heavens long enough, you can actually look at the closest body to us, the moon? And if you watch it every day, let's say for 2 months, not for 1 month, but for 2 months, you will actually, for more than 2 months, you'll actually see the different contours return and resume, because the moon is spherical. Why would the earth be flat and every other body that you can see be spherical? Why in the world, and I know that you'd like to believe that NASA has such an embedded interest in giving us the concept of a spherical earth. I don't even know why they would want to argue that, how it empowers them. But NASA is so connected to this concept that they have doctored and have continued to doctor all images that are taken outside of the stratosphere of the earth. By the way, what about the Chinese images? What about the Russian images? Are you telling me NASA is so powerful, that the United States government is so powerful that they have control of satellite images from those countries as well? Family, you have to approach this with some sense. And then finally, here's the one that makes the most sense. The most sense. Are you saying that when we get night, that what's happening is the pancake is flipped? Do you know how quick that flip would have to occur for us to have night and day? I mean, are you telling me there are some people that could stand at the edge of where they are and see both night and day at the same time because they're on a flat surface?
But they say, they argument.
This doesn't make any sense. So you're saying that the earth is eternal?
Yeah, that's what they say.
So how could the earth be eternal when people have been able to circumnavigate the earth? And if it's eternal, why are some areas in dark and other areas in light? This doesn't make any sense. What you need to do, family, if you're in the Flat Earth Society, is take a nice plane ride someplace where you're going past time zones. And you also need to get a telescope. You don't have to listen to the Tom Who.
Look up.
Just do that.
Look up.
And you'll finally understand. And then you got to explain to me why the moon is spherical. And you might say, well, how do we know the moon is spherical? Because someone's not listening to me. Look at the moon every night. In fact, take a really good picture of it. And you will see that the contours on the surface, the craters on the surface, are slowly moving. One night, they're not in the same place they were the night before. And if you watch it long enough, those same contours will go out of your image, and they'll return on the other side of the image.
But Jabari,
So why would the moon be spherical? Why would every other surface that we can see with a telescope that you could buy at Radio Shack, why would those be spherical and the Earth not be?
but Jabari,
We have to come to this with some basic understanding.
your argument is not going to convince them. It's not convincing me. Look.
Why is that?
No, listen. It's not convincing me. Because if I thought that they was trying to trick me, right, I would think
Who's they? The
whoever they think trying to trick him into thinking that the sphere model is incorrect, right?
Uh-huh.
If I thought they was trying to trick me, right, I would think you were just, trying to participate in the trick.
Oh,
now,
me, you mean?
yeah.
Okay.
Now, what I'm saying, that's what you said. You said you thought I was trying to participate in the European trick to discredit Kemet, right? Chess player. Now, what I'm saying is this, right? I know you can't follow along because you still playing checkers, brother. Listen, right? Listen.
It's funny.
Listen. What I'm saying is this. Here's the analogy you just drew. You just drew an analogy, and you drew earlier an analogy between my post and the European plot to discredit ancient Kemet from being black civilization. That's the analogy you drew. And you said you didn't intimate it, you was saying it.
I was saying it.
Now, what I'm saying is, I understand that sometimes a oversaturated cerebellum, right? Your cerebellum
is not
oversaturated,
so
right?
much more I need to learn.
Right, but no, it's oversaturated with Kemet, right? So I understand.
That.
You told me that.
I never
right?
said that.
sa.neter. Point your camera at Brother Jabari.
It's already at your brother Jabari.
Point your camera at that big ankh he walking around with. Well, hold up
I
that
have one
big.
around my neck,
No,
too.
no, hold that big one up.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, family, saturated with ancient Kemet.
What about the shirt?
His
I'm wearing?
medulla
What
oblong.
about the shirt I'm wearing?
His medulla oblongata is a ankh. Now, all I'm saying is this, family. When I'm talking to this brother, right? I give him the benefit of the doubt that he know what he's talking about ancient Kemet, right? And what I find is not just him with ancient Kemet, right? But them Muslimic brothers with ancient Songhai and Mali and Ghana, right? Anybody, right? Even the voodoo brothers with the ancient voodoo, they don't want to tell you the shit they was doing. Them motherfuckers was crackers too. You understand? They was sacrificing people, family. Sacrificing people for voodoo. Brother, family, the palace, the king's palace.
Back here, family.
The walls in the king's palace.
Which king's palace?
In Dahomey, right? Blood in the walls. You understand? Who blood you think that was? It wasn't no white people there. You understand? And they wasn't.
To do with the flat Earth.
Hold up, listen what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that when motherfuckers turn into crackers, they ain't just white. You understand?
He took this back.
Yeah. Cause that's I'm telling. Well, look, I'm always talking about slave traders, bruh.
I'm gonna say something.
No matter what I'm talking about.
To learn when to run to the lifeboat.
No matter what I'm talking about. No, actually, it's not. The reason why it's not is because look. The reason why it's not, family, is because I can show you the same thing about to occur again, because people who don't learn from their history are doomed to repeat it. You understand? So now, what do we know about the fall of Kumbi Selah, right? The fall of the ancient Ghana Empire. We know that the kings allowed Muslims traders in, and they set up a whole separate goddamn town. And what happened? After a little while, they started getting converts. You understand? And after a little while more, they started getting stronger than us. And what happened after that? Muslimic slavery. You understand? We seeing the same shit happen again, because a lot of people not paying attention. We see the same thing happening again because a lot of people don't pay attention. They don't see history repeating itself. They don't see trends and cycles recurring. They can't see what's going on because they don't look. You understand? If you don't understand history, you will repeat that shit. Now, I could take you around Harlem and show you this shit unfolding right before your eyes. You understand? Now, I'm not telling you that these modern day ones are going to hit us in the head and enslave us. But what I am telling you is that the fact that we have a divided, let's call it a divided kingdom, right? Where we have one thing going on one side and something else going on the other side, and they're not, I don't know, complementary, they're not assisting one another, they're not, they're just going their own separate ways. You understand? Leads to discord. It led to discord in the past. You understand? And in the past, that discord turned to our detriment. We ain't recovered from that shit yet, brother Jabari. We ain't recovered from it yet. And I can further show you a pattern. You like to talk about Nubians and ancient Kemet, right? No.
Netter, however you say that shit, the sa.neter, 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 where you at? Sa.neter's in the house, yeah, sa.neter's in the house. Sa.neter, do.
Never once said Nubians, you understand? But you'll come to know that the Nubian stock was prized. They were taken, prized. Still being who's taking them? Arabs. Arabs. How you think you got the Sudan the way it is right now?
You have a unique ability to stay on a topic and still not talk about the topic. How in the world did he just do that? First of all, we had turned the corner and we're talking about flat earth. He took it back to talk about the cracker.
Yeah, fuck flat earth.
And the reality is that he's still not talking about his post. Family, that conversation is dead. You are able to see, let me just say this and finish it. Let me finish. You are able to see that what he's talking about now has very little to do, almost nothing to do with what he posted. And I've held his feet to the fire on it.
That's a good point, bro.
I held his feet to the fire on it, and he's talking about everything else. He's talked to you about the Mandinka. He's talking about Kumbi Salah. He's talked to you about 525 in Kemet. Rather than deal with the image that he posted, he's tried to equate. He has tried to equate the Kemetic people to crackers.
Enslavement.
But the image he posted to you was not about enslavement.
What was it about?
It's about communal struggle and captives of war.
No.
It's
brother,
not
listen,
the same
listen to what
thing.
you just said.
Family.
You just said that.
This brother is all over the map.
Did you just say?
He's all over the map.
Say that taking prisoners of war. Did you just say taking prisoners? Excuse me. Did you just?
No, that's not you. It's a fly.
Did you just say taking prisoners of war?
Yes.
Is different from capturing people.
Use the word.
No, because they're not slaves. They're not slaves when you're capturing them in war. You understand? Our people weren't slaves when they were captured. Brother Jabari.
When you look at the image Brother Larry posted, you're going to see that they are all adult Nubian men. I'm going to say Nubian because I'm not exactly sure which group in Nubia they came from.
When they were captured?
But I want you to hear this.
What were our people when
the Tom who captured children, the people that they captured and enslaved, many of them were not warriors. When you listen to the story, I think it's the story of Harriet Jacobs. Please, family, forgive me if I'm actually conflating stories here. But one of our dear sisters who talked about her enslavement talks about how the Tomhu would put a piece of red fabric near her village and another piece of red fabric and another piece of red fabric, leading to a place where she would be far enough from her family that they could capture her. This was a child. When you look at the Tomhu and what they did when they enslaved us, I'm not saying that Africans didn't fight their enslavement. Of course they did. I could tell you lots of stories where Africans fought and sometimes even won against enslavers. But what you have to understand is that, generally speaking, when we were being enslaved, they were enslaving entire groups of people. The only people they didn't want were the elderly. They would take the most productive people, and usually they were not people who were warriors. That's the difference between, one of the major differences between who was captured during enslavement and who was captured during internecine struggles. You're making my point. You see a child there with a woman.
That ain't what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Then he zooms the picture in to not include the child and the woman. Family. sa.neter, did you get the image that he showed? Did you get the images that he showed?
Yes, he got it.
sa.neter, please. Please, sa.neter. You got to look at what he's showing you. He just zoomed in so he could not show you exactly what I'm referring to. How could a brother show an image that doesn't support his argument?
Jabari, that's what you're talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
That there were Africans involved.
That's what I'm talking about.
But that is not
talking about that.
Brother sa.neter, that is brother Larry, that is not in debate here.
No, what
I am well. By the way, listen, the other thing that he has to understand, is that I understand the history just as well as you do.
That's not what I'm saying. You keep describing prisoners of war when you're talking about Kemet and Nubia. But then you're intimating that our ancestors weren't prisoners of war.
No.
That's exactly what you're doing. What I'm saying to you, brother, is that's the Eurocentric perspective that you're representing. What I'm saying, yes, because what I'm saying to you is that my ancestors were taken as prisoners of war. Okay? They were taken as prisoners of war. Now, after being taken as prisoners of war, some of them were traded for guns and gunpowder and rum and shit.
What does that have to do with this?
Wait now, because they still weren't slaves. You understand? They weren't slaves when they were traded for guns and gunpowder and rum. They were prisoners of war that got exchanged for guns and gunpowder and rum. They just got exchanged to some other motherfuckers. Now, this shit really happened. You know, I don't understand how people try to deny that this shit happened.
We're not disagreeing on any of that.
Now, what I'm saying is at the same time, no, I'm not, because what I'm saying is you're trying to actually argue an argument that we not having, right? Because I'm saying that the real history is the real history, right? You want to think that because at a certain point in time during the real history that the place that you hold dear was doing shit to my people, right? And you saying that because listen, you saying that because I disassociate myself from that place at that time, that I'm disassociating Kemet from, I don't know, black people or Africa or what have you. Look, let me say this to you so that you understand that that's not what I'm doing, right? Let me say this to you so that you understand that it is with your biased mind that you hearing that, right? Because you are used to dealing with people who come from the position of either this way or that way. I'm telling you that there is an alternate view of reality that you're not considering. I'm not coming from the European perspective, and I'm not coming from the Kemetic perspective. I'm coming from Brother Larry's perspective. Brother Larry sees anybody, anywhere, that attacks black people, right? Now, understand me. When I tell you in Mauritania right now, black people are under attack, right? By crackers. And when I tell you that those crackers in Mauritania look like you, if they was here.
And you.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, if they were here.
I don't want the family to understand.
No, I'm not.
They look like us.
What I'm saying is that all crackers don't understand the cracker in the context of our cracker. See, I'm not saying they our crackers. Our crackers is our crackers. Look, I have this conversation with people and they fail to understand. Not all white people are crackers.
You gotta look at that while he talking. Just look.
Not all white people are crackers. You understand? There's different kind of white people here. Okay? So now if you understand that there's different kind of white people here and that all of them ain't crackers, right? Why is it so hard to understand that you could have crackers somewhere else and that, oh shit, everybody there is kind of black, so the crackers is black too? Why is that hard to understand? Well, how is that somehow contrary to common sense in reality? When you see people, sa.neter, running off the continent of Africa and they fleeing motherfuckers, who you think they running from?
Other Africans.
Crackers!
You call them crackers. Are they?
See, brother sa.neter, here's what your problem. Listen, see, here's the problem we're having.
All the shiny objects.
No, here's the problem we having, right? It's not a shiny object. It's a lack. No, it's not, because it's a simple lack of comprehension, right? Okay, let me put it to you like this, right? If I'm looking at the subjugation of my people, okay? And I'm looking at the people who subjugated my people as a class of people. When I look around the world and I see the same class structure, which class structure you think I'm going to identify with? I was looking at a video last night, right? And a guy who was, his ancestor was taken from India to Fiji or one of those islands, right? And him as a descendant, he's trying to trace back his roots and shit, right? So he grew up in London, so you know what I'm saying, he sounds like a British guy. And he's going through this stuff, and as he's talking, he said that if he could be anybody in history, anytime in history, he would want to be a European planter. And he went on to explain how wonderful life was for these motherfuckers. They had everything. They had coolies to clip their toenails while they serving fandom and shit. Now, this is a descendant of a victim of this shit. And to him, he's romanticizing that shit. But look at which person he romanticizes himself to be. He want to be master. A lot of slaves want to be the master. Fela Kuti said, growing up in Nigeria, people would go to London and come back and be the master. He said he wanted to go to London and do the same thing. He never thought about being African until later on in his life. What I'm saying to you, Brother Jabari, is sometimes you could get lost in the perceived opulence of your enemy's culture, right? And somehow think that it is so spectacular that it's better than your own.
So who's the enemy in this instance?
Well, let's say from this perspective, I'm taking the perspective of the Nubian.
That's, you know what?
Right?
Why did it take us?
And no, wait, listen. Let's say in this instance, I'm taking the perspective of the Nubian, right? So let's say I'm thinking like I'm Piankai, right?
PA is the way he rested.
Right? Well, I'm just saying, right? But let's just say I'm taking his perspective. So I'm gonna go kick me some Kemetic ass. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because they on some bullshit up there. And they
That is not even what happened.
I'm just saying.
Listen.
Look, wait, whoa. I'm just saying, listen. I'm just saying, well, make it plain.
Brother Larry, stop.
What?
Stop. You are too intelligent and too versed to make these simplistic arguments that don't benefit our people. First of all, let me address something very quickly.
Address it quickly.
Brother Larry would like to say I am completely ensconced in Kemet. And he told you, look at my ankh. He didn't ask you to look at my shirt.
Well, I wasn't looking at your shirt.
Yeah, there's a reason why I didn't ask you about my shirt. Because my shirt is from West Africa. I don't connect myself more to Kemet than to West Africa. I'm an African. My degree is not in chematology. My degree is not in Egyptology. My degree is in Africana studies. So what he would like to do is paint me as someone that is so connected to Kemet. I'm not going to say Egypt, which is what he tried to do, which is interesting mental image he's trying to paint, so that you are once again creating a dichotomy. And I'm not falling into that. I'm not falling into that. Let me finish. So what he's doing is he is trying to say that I am so in love with Kemet that I cannot see his blemishes. Brother Larry, I can talk to you more about things that I disagree with in Kemet probably than almost anyone you've ever sat with, because I have studied the history of Kemet and ancient Africa more than most people that you're familiar with. This is what I've done all my life. He talks about my trips to Kemet, yes, but I've also been to the sites that he's referring to. Been to Ghana twice, been to Ethiopia. So I want you to hear, I got called an Obroni.
And a white man.
A pretty little white girl is what that means.
No, it doesn't mean.
It means pretty little white girl. Brother, I'm telling you, that's what it means. It means pretty little white girl. Okay, listen, we're going to get someone here that can actually confirm that, because that's not even the struggle here either. What you have to do is recognize that Brother Larry is setting up a dichotomy once again. No driver's license in this conversation. You're not driving a bus. You're not driving a car. You're not riding a bike. Are you back? Brother Larry is trying to set up a dichotomy once more where the Nubians are you and the Kemetic people are the cracker. He is once again conflating the transatlantic enslavement trade with the Kemetic people. And in order to try to make it fit, he's doing some really bizarre mental gymnastics, and he wants you to compare it with the 6th century BCE. When his post has nothing to do with the 6th century BCE.
Put your arm up there.
My arm is right there. You put your arm against mine. And now what is he trying to do? What's he trying to do?
Look, family. You see that, family? Family, do you see how much darker than Brother Jabari?
Now he's trying to bring up colorism.
No, listen. Do you see how much darker I am than Brother Jabari? Family?
Listen.
He went to Ghana and they called him a white boy, right? They called me that shit in the Bronx, right? Look, I have had conversations with, no, listen to what I'm saying. I'm gonna show you the point in a minute. I have had conversations with young people from Ghana, right? And they talking amongst themselves, right? I'm working in the room, they talking amongst themselves, and you know why I interjected, because what I hear, nigga this, nigga that, nigga this, nigga that. You understand? So I checked them, right? Because they weren't talking to me or about me or even taking notice of me. They were, you know, talking like kids talk. But because they ass just came from Ghana and now they in my jungle and they adopting the native language of my people and they picked up that nonsense, right? I gave them some history on the nonsense, right? And at first they didn't get it, right? But one of them said that how am I gonna tell them about Ghana and why should they listen to some Obroni, right? But I knew what it meant, you understand? So I checked them and I told them, I said, look, right? The fact that you think I'm an Obroni, but your man right here, look, his man, his father was from Ethiopia and his mother was from Ghana, but he was really light-skinned, right? I thought he was half white and half Ashanti, right? And I asked him, I said, well, you the lightest Ghanaian I ever seen, what are you? And he said, oh, but I'm half caste. I said, really? He said, yeah, my father from Ethiopia and my mother from Ghana. So now, they do not see themselves the same like diasporic brother Jabari does. You understand? Oh, I'm African, all Africa. No, that's not real. So that has never been real. It's not real today, and it wasn't real historically. You understand? So not real today, and it wasn't real historically, right? It's not real today, and it wasn't real historically. I can show you time and time again, and we can go to South Africa, right? In South Africa, there is an entire population called colored people. That is the mixed people. It's not the black people, it's not the white people, it's not the Indian people, it's the mixed people in South Africa. They call them colored. If you go anywhere, even here, no matter what, because we've been dominated by Europeans, and Europeans said, hell with that, all y'all black. You understand? Because I need you to understand what you're doing, brother, not what I'm doing. This is what you're doing. And because you're doing it, I really need you to understand that. Like you said, no, this about Africa. When you look at, you seeing Kemetic, this is intertribal. No, brother, see,
This is
intertribal. This is inter.
I wouldn't use the word tribe.
Well, I'm saying whatever word you use, what you trying to do is you trying to suggest that the shit wasn't fucked up because these was the same people doing it. No, shit was fucked up, and they wasn't doing it because they was the same people, because they don't look at themselves as the same people, is what I'm saying.
But listen, in order to pretend that he did not say, in order to pretend that he didn't say what he did, in order to not be excoriated, let me finish. She was saying hello to sa.neter. She was not even referring to what you said.
Yeah, okay.
She was not.
Yeah, okay.
She was greeting you.
Yeah, okay.
I don't even know if the sister was listening.
Yeah, okay.
But you have to hear that in order to not be held account for the sloppiness of his post, in order not to be held account for falling into a long-standing ploy of the Tom Who, he is taking you all around the Creator's green earth. The reality is that he is creating dichotomies that don't make sense. He's even tried to say that people on the African continent don't see themselves as one people. Family, that is a really lazy argument that does not acknowledge the reality that the continental African and the diasporan African face. It's almost like we should expect that if the continental African says something ignorant, then that's real. He said that the concept of being an African for all the continent is not real because some children said something stupid. You gotta understand, family. That's the story you just told. You gotta understand, family, that just as Africans here and our consciousness of who we are suffered because of enslavement, the consciousness of the continental Africans suffered due to colonialism. So yes, continental Africans will say things that are very ignorant about us and even about themselves.
It's not going to give.
It is Africans. It is. I'm not even on the hook. Africans here have to now come to this conversation as a more unified people. I could also give you examples of people who are attempting to unify African people. This brother here is taking you all around. He's describing things we don't disagree about, all to not address the reality of what he said. And sometimes he shows you his cards. And you've seen it, family. You know that he's creating a really sloppy dichotomy between the Nubians and the Kemetic people.
Is that what
You've even noticed that he's created a sloppy dichotomy amongst continental Africans and diasporan Africans in the common day. And he's even conflated wars between different African nations and the transatlantic slave trade. All of that is really sloppy, conflated, because you're trying to say that battles between the Nubian and the Kemetic people were similar. Family, I don't have much time. I actually have to leave. But I want to say this. Let me say this final thing and I'll give you back the microphone. We have to be disciplined about the way that we describe the situation that we're in and describe the situations that we found ourselves in all throughout history. And only through an understanding, let me finish. And only through a more comprehensive understanding of history will we then be able to understand exactly what we must do. And I want to say, and then I'm going to conclude, and I'm going to listen to what Brother Larry says before I leave. I'm not going to say this and then leave. But I want you to understand that when we do that and we're sloppy, we don't lead people who don't have a better understanding of the history to our understanding of the history. We mislead them. That's why I don't, when Brother Larry puts up his provocative posts, I very seldomly say anything. But this time I did because I thought that it could actually lead to great damage. And I want to really, it could lead to great damage because people look at Brother Larry as someone who has an understanding of our history. And he does. So I believe that his post was sloppy.
But you're telling me that it wasn't.
And if you are here to educate our people, because you have the benefit of extensive research and scholarship, you have to do better. That's all I'm saying.
Well, hold up now.
Now I'm going to give this back to Brother Larry and see how he's going to try to once again take you all around Harlem, all around Africa to try to explain that away. But I really have less than 2 minutes because I have to get onto a phone call.
Family. Brother Larry is not a teacher. Brother Larry is not a scholar. Brother Larry is trying to start a fight. I told y'all that years ago. So I also told you, somebody said, who you trying to start a fight with, Brother Larry? I told you I'm trying to get you to punch that nigga in your mind in the face. Know what I'm saying? Now, here it is. I make a Facebook post that apparently caused the phoenix to rise, right? Because it set Brother Jabari ass on fire and got him out here with me today, right? Attacking my post, trying to suggest that my post was somehow a COINTELPRO post.
No, that's not what I said.
Time out. Whoa. No, he don't got me back. I'm not backing off of the post. I just think that the post is too narrow. Right? That's too narrow.
Your post was too narrow?
Yeah, that's too, listen, for this conversation, that
so
post.
For 2 hours now, he's finally admitting.
No, that post was too narrow for this conversation. Look, when you, no, it wasn't poorly presented. I didn't say poorly presented. Those are your words. You're
too narrow.
See, but you didn't allow me to finish. That post was too narrow for the great brother Jabari to sit next to me and have a discussion about. You understand? If we're gonna have a discussion, then we're gonna have a discussion about some, something like we're having a discussion about. But if we're gonna deal with my post, I deal with my post on Facebook, brother Jabari, and I dealt with the post on Facebook. That's why I told you, look at what my response was to that post. Did I respond? Yes, I responded. What was my response? Look at the post, look at my response.
I've read all his responses.
Okay,
man.
now,
You should too.
all I'm saying is this, right?
I'm gonna go check it out.
Check it out.
I
Now,
might put it up.
all I'm saying
Now
is
let's
this.
be clear what day we're filming
gonna
this.
put it up
Don't let
on
him
video.
go and put some other stuff
No,
on there.
listen. See,
What
now,
date are we
now, brother Jabari, you're insulting,
right?
you're insulting my integrity right now, brother Jabari.
No, he don't take nothing down.
You're insulting my integrity,
September
brother Jabari.
20th.
Listen.
I'm not saying you're gonna take
no,
it
no,
down.
listen. Let me tell you what I removed. Let me tell you what I removed from Facebook, right? I removed from Facebook what Facebook tell me I'm gonna shut your ass down if you don't take that shit there down, right? If they don't say that, everything I ever posted is there.
I'm not suggesting you're going to take it down now. I'm suggesting that you might add some better
Add what? Better what? For what?
color.
Color for what?
your post.
Listen, I don't have to add anything. The
Just
post
understand
speaks
we're
for
filming this
itself,
September
right?
20th.
What I'm saying is this.
Anything. What's up?
This is simple to
At 3
understand,
p.m.
right? At some point in time, I can show you, family, how once you got invasion in Africa and you got the invaders mixing with black women in Africa and producing lighter skinned offspring in Africa, they use those lighter skinned offspring in Africa against the people. I can show you that time and time
We're not
again,
disagreeing about that.
and I can show you it here, family.
We're not disagreeing about that.
All I'm
That is
saying
a
is,
fact.
all I'm saying
It has
is,
nothing to do with the post.
all I'm saying is, family, when you look at Ancient Kemet, family,
Uh-oh.
and you look at that post that I posted, family,
Uh-oh.
and you look at who's tied up, family,
Uh-oh.
and you look at who doing the tied up,
Okay.
family, what I'm saying, family,
Okay.
is you looking at,
Listen to
you
what
looking,
you're about to
family, you looking at the offspring of them mixed invaders and them indigenous people that was in power, them brother Jabari, them brother Jabari looking people, right? That was running around with their feathers on their fucking head, talking about they was the grand poobah and shit, right? And they came down there fucking with us in our village where we was just down there playing our drums and minding our business. Cause they wanted some work
Brother
done.
Larry need to read a book.
So the Kemetic brothers was
No. You gotta stop this. He waited for 2 hours when I had to leave to drop that. Because now, once again, he's being provocative. And look at him laughing because he knows that he is. He knows that he is. This don't make no damn sense. None. No damn sense. I'm through. Now listen, family, I think we have massaged these issues very well. I think that you understand what I am saying. I think you understand the contradictions in what Brother Larry is saying. And I think that I hope that this kind of thing draws you towards learning more and not now saying I don't need to know more because we enslaved each other too, or
525.
some of our great civilizations enslaved us. That's what he's doing.
341.
By the way, this conversation has nothing to do with 525.
332.
When is the image from?
525.
When is the image from?
525.
The image is from 525?
341.
When is the image from?
332.
When is the image from, Brother Larry?
525.
When is the image from, Brother Larry?
I don't know.
So why would he like to talk to you about 525?
Listen,
He wants to
because-
talk to you about 525.
525 because I can document it.
Folks, this is ridiculous.
525,
This is ridiculous.
341.
The post didn't say
332.
Later in Kemetic history there were crackers too. He didn't say that.
When they were there.
Because if he said
I
that,
didn't say when crackers was there.
we would have had
I
a
said they was
different
there.
conversation.
I didn't say when they were
And then
there.
what he did is he proceeded to
I
then
didn't say when.
post other images
I
of
didn't say when.
Nubian people who
I
were
didn't say
captured.
when.
I gotta
didn't say
go.
when.
I gotta go.
Ancient Kemet.
I enjoy talking to you.
every day. Brother
Family,
Jabari,
beat him up.
Listen,
Beat him
they
up,
not gonna beat me up. Family, listen.
About the face and head.
Family, listen. Here's the truth, right? Before Brother Jabari jump in his chariot, right?
And roll on.
Know what I'm saying? Before he leaves, what I need you to understand, right?
Me or them?
Is when you, no, family.
Okay.
But I need you to understand, right? Is when you look, what you're gonna find is that when you started out with a jet black ass civilization,
Oh my goodness.
jet black ass civilization,
No.
right? And over,
No.
what?
No, don't do that.
Not jet black.
Listen,
do that.
can I finish saying what I'm saying?
Don't do that.
Can I say what I'm saying?
Come
Can I say what I'm saying?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
He gonna make this be a part 2, and it's not even worth
Can
a
I
part.
say what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
Now, when you look, since Brother Jabari like to show you pictures of Tutankhamun, right? Tutankhamun, right? Before they put that knife to his neck and made him change his name to
is not what
Tutankhamun.
What? That is not
Look,
what happened.
listen, right?
That
listen.
is a historical.
See, listen.
It's a historical.
Listen. The little punk fucker, he ain't did shit. They showed his ass with all that grandeur because he did one thing and one thing only. He signed a piece of paper, a piece of parchment that restored. Listen.
No, he does not.
Wait.
No, he does not.
That restored the priesthood of Amun Ra, cause Akhenaten had disbanded that shit, took all their power away. Now, you want to imagine what that's like? Imagine. You see how much power the Catholic Church got?
Yo, you giving the Hebrews some.
You see how much power the Catholic.
Say something
Listen.
that's
You see how much power the Catholic Church got?
But yo, you giving the Hebrews.
You see how much power the Catholic Church got? You see how much power the Catholic Church got? Imagine if they said, boom, Catholic Church is defunct and all their property and shit. All the priests and shit with all them buildings and all that shit they got. All those Catholic schools and all that shit, right? Is now, boom, nothing. And we taking over and they renaming some shit, right? That's what Akhenaten did. So now, all I'm saying is, after they murdered Akhenaten, right? They got this little punk to sign the paper. First they got but I didn't want to do it, so they murdered his ass. Then they had this little punk, and he did it. And then once he did it, they set him up, then they got rid of his ass. That's why he died so young.
Damn, Larry going in.
I'm just saying.
Not only is Larry not going in, Larry is making a conjectural story. What he's saying is not. It is possible that some of what he's saying is true, but the reality is, family, that we don't really know. There's nothing that tells us. There is no version of this that proves that Tutankhamun was murdered. There's no version of this that proves that I was murdered. There's no version of this that says that Tutankhamun. I was very old when he came to the throne.
long was he
He was very old when he
How
came to
long
the
was he
throne.
pharaoh?
In addition to that, you should also, but we don't. Anyway,
How long?
you have to also understand that there's no proof that anyone forced Akhenaten to change his name to anything.
No, not
The man that it was likely, he said they put a knife to his neck. I'm sorry, yes, King Tutankhamun. Right. So let's be clear. There's no proof that anyone put a knife to his neck. Did he change Kemetic spirituality back to its original form? Yes. But in addition to this, we also don't know whether his burial was was magnificent because of that. The reality is that we have actually only found very few intact burials. So it's possible that other burials were just as magnificent, but they were more pilfered. So we don't
Brother Jabari.
know.
Brother Jabari.
If you look at someone like Seti the First,
Wait, Brother
whose
Jabari.
tomb is much larger than Tutankhamun, you should assume
No.
that his burial was even more magnificent.
No, you
I have
shouldn't
been
assume
in
that.
both the tomb of Tutankhamun
assume that.
and the tomb of Seti the First. I've been
assume
in the
that.
tomb of Ramses the Ninth, who was larger.
got
Ramses
you
the
out of your
Third, that
tomb
was
to get you
larger.
here.
This brother here, I'd ask him if he's been there.
no. See now, no.
So what
no,
he's
no.
doing,
I got you out of your
wait,
tomb to get you
what
here.
he's doing is he's making a conjectural story. What he should do if he's going to teach you, family,
wrong.
is he should actually, I just gave you reasons why it may not be right.
But
because
can you say it's wrong?
a historian will give you all of the information and make an argument.
But
What
can you
you
say
have
that's
done,
wrong?
what you have done is you've made an argument without giving all the
can you
information.
say that's wrong?
That is not how you instruct and teach our family.
But I'm not a
Family,
teacher.
you
Can you
need
say
to
that's
know,
wrong?
well, I am.
Okay,
So I'm going to
that's
instruct
your
and teach
job.
you.
Can
And
you
you
say
have
that's
to
wrong?
understand that what he's
Can you say it's
doing,
wrong?
what he's doing is not helpful. It's
But
not
can
helpful.
you say it's wrong?
It's not helpful.
But is it wrong? Is it-
What I'm saying to you is that it's one
Look,
possible
What
story.
I'm saying is, did Akhenaten disband the priesthood of Amun-Ra, the most powerful priesthood in ancient Kemet?
The other thing that he does is that when we have a debate on something, he asks for me to agree on something he knows we don't disagree on. As proof, we do disagree on. That's really slick.
No.
That's really slick.
All I'm saying is,
Brother Larry, is it the afternoon on September the 20th? You was watching Prince York. That's what you was doing. Because Prince York does something similar.
all I'm saying is, no, I don't
Listen,
know nothing about no
this
Prince
has
York.
nothing
I
to
don't know
do.
about no Prince
This
York,
has nothing to
right?
do with what Akhenaten did. The
Yes,
things
it
that we're
does.
disagreeing
Yes, it
on
does.
is that Tutankhamun was forced to do something, that Tutankhamun was
how did he get in
murdered,
position?
and that
How
his
did he get in
uncle
position?
I was murdered.
How did he get in position?
And also that his tomb is definitely larger and more splendid than other tombs. We don't know all of those things.
Well,
So give people all
let
of
me-
the facts.
All I'm saying is this, family. Okay? See, I gotta go. See, Brother Jabari.
Omar, you already know how we get it in, brother. No, with respect, though, Omar. Look at what you just said. I don't believe you saying this. You mad, and I know you ain't talking about me. You talking about the darkness. You mad because Brother Larry was on point, and brothers like you are misleading, and not being honest when it comes to African history. Brother, are you really saying that? Are you really saying that? You are nowhere near honest, man. You are down with ISUPK. You want to be a member of ISUPK. You are a so-called Hebrew Israelite who believe in Jesus and mythological stories, and you have traded in that for your own African history, brother. So how dare you even say something like that? How dare you even say something about African history when you have none, when you don't know it? Because if you did, you wouldn't be talking about Shalom. You wouldn't be talking about Yahweh. You wouldn't be talking about fake stuff, brother. You'll be on the real planet dealing with real history. So, brother, please, man, stop making yourself look crazy. Everybody know who you are now. You are a so-called Hebrew Israelite. Fake. You deal with fake stuff. You don't deal with real stuff, brother. You deal with fake stuff.
He wants to do this. He wants Egypt to be holier than now. So when you see the treasures, quote unquote treasures, that they found in the grave of Tutankhamun, right? Tutankhaton changed to Tutankhamun, right? When you see the treasures that was found there, right? They want to tell you that all of the pharaohs was buried with enormous treasure. And
Hey, Omar, I'm going to drop the link. Jabari said, come on the live and get adjusted. Get adjusted. I'm going to drop the link, Omar, where you can finally have a discussion with your man, Jabari. With only you two. I ain't going to let nobody else up. I'm going to let you two have a conversation. Here's the link, brother. I dropped the link. Come on in. Come on in, Omar. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat, Omar.
that this was just the only one that they found intact. What I'm saying, family, is how about they hit him off lovely because he did them a service, right? And that's why he has so much treasure. And the rest of them was just, just regular, you know what I'm saying? Just regular. What I mean by that is that if you find all of that treasure, all of those objects there in that one tomb, and we know what he did, and we know how important that was basically, I'll give you an equivalent. You see Wall Street in New York? That was the equivalent of giving Wall Street back their trader's license.
All right, Brother Omar came up, Brother Jabari. Omar is here, Brother Jabari. And don't get confused by his name, Brother Jabari. He had that name, was given to him in birth. So, you know, he changed his name. I mean, no, he didn't change his name. He's still Omar Muhammad, but he is a Hebrew Jabari. So Jabari, come on in. The link is in the chat. What's up, Omar? The link is in the chat.
Yo, what's going on, brother, sir?
Man, what is you doing, Omar? You be wilding, bro.
Nah. What's going on, brother, sir? My bad. I'm eating something. So I only wanted to address what Brother Larry and Jabari was talking about. That's, you know what I'm saying? To address what hold on, let me turn my other thing down. I'm getting some breathing. No, go ahead, brother, sir.
Say what?
No, I was just saying that I only wanted to address what Brother Larry and what Brother Jabari was talking about, though, because this is just what I've seen over the years since I've been watching. I hear like them romanticizing Kemet and making it seem like it's just Kemet. I barely hear them talking about Nubia and other traditions as far as like West Africa, Central Africa. Like I said, about 85% of the dialogue is all Kemet.
But hey, Omar, know why you shouldn't do that, brother? Because 100% of the Israelites is on what? Hebrew.
True.
Right then. So why would you get mad?
Hold
up. Why would you get mad if a Kemetic teacher and people that's dealing with Kemetic information deals with Kemet, and we deal with it? And Jabari
this is the reason why.
Historian.
This is the reason.
Hold on. Jabari is a historian, brother. See? So he's not a Kemetic. He got a degree in history. So that's all I'm saying. Why would you get upset because of that? That's all the Hebrews deal with is the Bible, 100%.
Okay, so like I
said, the Muslims deal with Islam, 100%. So when it comes to Kemetic teachers like Hassan Khan, Brother Jabari, Dr. Reggie, why they can't be 100% when it comes to Kemet? See, so that right there is not fair when you be saying that.
Okay. I get what you're saying too, brother. But the thing is number one, I'm not upset. Like I said, I think sometimes they come across as being disingenuous because the thing is, here's my thing. Okay, when you hear the Israelite brothers talk and we talk about Israel, we talk about the time we kicked ass and we talk about the times we got our ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? We even bring up bad things that the Israelites done, good things also. But all I hear is when I hear Kemet, all I hear is, oh, we made this. We was the first to do this. We was the first to do that. But y'all not gonna talk about how y'all got y'all ass kicked.
Hold up, stop for 1 minute, Umar.
And how they enslaved their own African brothers. Like,
Omar, 1 minute. You see what you just said? When we talk about the Hebrews, we talk about how we kicked their ass, how we did this. Show us in history, besides the Bible, where y'all kicked ass. Show me in history, because you are not them people 2,000 years ago, brother. Show us.
See, that's what I mean by you playing with history. It's a game with y'all. You can't show it. You have no facts. You have no proof. All you got is what? A belief system to make you feel good. See, you go in Kemet, and you go into Kemet, and you can see the armies and the fighting on the wall.
Okay.
See, it's totally different.
All right. Here's okay. So since you want to throw that nuance in there, these niggas is not Kemet either. They not
Kemet.
They'll
tell you that. But they not Kemet. They don't say they are Kemet.
Second of all, they don't even have permission. Because here's the thing here, just couldn't anybody be no Kemetic priest. You had to be of a specific stock to even become.
What talking about. Jabari will be in a minute.
You could not. You
bring all that to him.
You could not be an outsider and just walk into the house of Kemet and say, you know what? I want to pick up and I want to be a priest. Let me just walk up in there. Hey, everybody, I want to be a priest. Okay, come here, brother Omar. We need you to do. You couldn't do that. And that's what a lot of these brothers is doing. They just saying, because I'm fascinated with Kemet and I like Kemet. Okay, now I want to be a priest. And I'm saying that's the ultimate cross plan. Because we know just couldn't anybody pick up that tradition and start to become a priest, and then not only that, and then once they become a so-called priest, now you blessing other people to become a priest when you had no authority to be a priest, to be a priest anyway. That's all I'm saying.
Omar, watch this. You know how many so-called Hebrew Israelites that calls themselves a priest? No, listen, brother, hold on. I don't want to mute you. You know how many Hebrew Israelites that call themselves priests? I'm a priest. He's a priest. They a priest. But I don't see you saying nothing. I'll let Jabari defend himself. Jabari is here now.
Well, listen. First of all, let me say I didn't hear everything he said, but I was smiling because he was once again making a really poor argument. How many Kemetic priests do you know, Omar? That's not a rhetorical question.
I know it's not a rhetorical question. I get. So, are you saying on a personal level,
no,
or just kind of what I see on these platforms?
I'll even give you one. Say you know me. How many Kemetic priests do you know?
Quite a few of them.
Well, name some. Well, and you already have me, so you can't name me now. Who else?
Who else? So who the guy with the snakes? Him?
He's a priest. He says he's a priest.
No.
He teaches it. He teaches it.
Let's even say. No.
The old school. Hold on. I do. Hold on, brother.
Who else?
The old school guy. I believe I heard Infudiji say he was a priest.
Okay, that's 3. I'm being very generous.
Oh man, I forgot the other brother name. The other older elder.
There's a point that I'm trying to make to you. You've made it sound like there are lots of brothers who are becoming Kemetic priests. And I bet you don't even know any of the 3 people you mentioned personally. I've never met you in person, Brother Omar. Most people are not becoming Kemetic priests. Why would you even make an argument like that? It's the poorest argument that you could make, that it could be diffused within 15 seconds of me listening to you speak. That's the argument you're going to make, that so many people are becoming priests. Let me also clarify something for you.
Go ahead, brother.
This is something that I hear that is really, really bizarre to me. Things that occurred 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago in our spiritual tradition, I'm talking about in the ancient Kemetic spiritual tradition, not all of those things occur today. There are some differences. Let's be very clear. And sometimes people in the Hebrew Israelite community like to say that this invalidates the Kemetic tradition because we're not doing everything the same. And I think that's the spirit of the argument that you're trying to make, Brother Omar, when you said, in those days, you couldn't do it like that.
It's not.
So here's the question that I have for you. Let's say
let me let you know he's a Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, I'm going there. Let me say that you are a Hebrew Israelite, or I'm going to even say even a Christian. Can I ask you a question?
how many burnt offerings have you offered this month? I'm assuming that means that since you do things exactly the same as was done 2,000 years ago, that means that you've gone to your priest and made an offering of turtle doves for him to burn. And I'm going to ask you, under what circumstances should you have done that? Number one, that's the first question. And just to check to see how much you know your own doctrine. And number two, how many times have you done that in your life? Waiting for an answer, for two answers.
Well, actually, before I got cut off, I had some questions for you, and I think because I was
I'm completely comfortable answering your question,
brother.
But I've asked you a question. I'm completely comfortable asking your question.
Well, I got cut off. I got cut off in the middle while I was talking, so I never had an opportunity to ask.
And you know what? I'm going to apologize that you got cut off and still ask you to answer my question, and then I'll listen to yours.
All right. So before I was cut off. This is the point that I'm trying to get across, Jabari. You know, I want you to
question?
Well, I think I have the right to answer the question first. To ask my question.
You do have the right to answer the question first. You're correct. You have the right to answer the question first.
To ask my question first, because I said I was cut off.
I've already asked you a question. You've not asked your question yet. I've asked you a question that's pertinent to what you're saying, and you're saying that you don't want to answer.
Well, I'm going to ask a question that's pertinent to the argument that I'm trying to make.
Brother, I am pleading with you to answer my question first because I've asked it first.
Come on, Omar. You begged for this, right? See, you think
man, because y'all doing it again.
Hold on. No, anybody doing nothing again. You think it's easy, and now when you get up here, you have an opportunity to talk to the Grandmaster, one of our best, and now you buck dancing. Answer the question, and then you can proceed to ask him your question.
And I'll sit here and listen to it and answer it.
What was his question again?
Okay. I said, it always seems to me that folks in the Hebrew Israelite and sometimes even the Christian community continually try to invalidate what we're doing in the Kemetic community today because it's not exactly the same as what occurred thousands of years ago. Right? That's where you were going. Wait a minute.
I think I hear you.
You understand? Listen.
You asked me to re-ask the question. And that's where you were going when you said, well, people want to be priests now. They couldn't do that in the past. You did say that. I heard you say it. That's why I'm asking you this question. So here is my two-part question for you. My two-part question is, why in your doctrine would it be required for you to have a burnt offering completed on your behalf by a priest, usually a turtle dove, some sort of bird? And how many have you taken to your priest to have burnt in the last, let's say the last 6 months? How many? That's a two-part question.
Cool, and I'm gonna answer it. So I've taken no turtle doves. Now, two, the reason I take no turtle doves is because now Christ is my burnt offering. That's why. Okay, so listen, I answered it. Now
Christ
I want
is
him
your
to answer.
Burnt offering?
Look, I answered the question, no matter if you like it or not. Now it's my turn to ask a question.
I'm fine. Oh no, listen. It's okay if that's your answer.
Brother,
I think
Jabari, you heard what I'm saying, brother.
That's a pretty poor answer. Go ahead and ask your question now. I'm prepared. I'll listen to you.
See, the thing is, I know how y'all operate. Y'all want some elaborate philosophical. You want me to give a 10-minute response, and that's not gonna happen. We're going to keep it simple.
I just said I'm willing to hear your question, brother.
Here's my thing.
Is violated by what is happening. I said I'm ready to listen to your question.
So, what person of the Kemetic stock has given you permission to teach, not only to teach, not only you, these other brothers who are teaching too, who calls themselves a priest, who validated and who gave you authority and permission to teach that, not only teach it, charge a fee for it? I want to hear that. To charge for it too.
Well, I think you're intimating a few things I want to clarify. When you say of the Kemetic stock, What do you mean? What do you mean by of the Kemetic stock? Because I think that you know
Brother,
that I was granted.
brother, I don't want to make it complicated. Just answer it however you want to answer it.
Complicated.
Answer it however you want to answer it, brother.
Okay. All right. So here's your answer. You know that I actually studied the Kemetic tradition for decades. I was part of 2 different Kemetic houses, and I actually studied in my priesthood, I don't know if you know how long, for 13 years with Baba Heru Ankh Ra Samad Se Patah, who is now an ancestor. And so that is where I received my priesthood ordination initially. And I'm a recognized spiritual leader in the New York City, New York State area. I could show you those documents if you like as well. So the government of the United States recognizes me as a spiritual leader based on the tradition that I went through. And so that's how I became a priest. I think that you're aware of that. I don't know how long you've been watching sa.neter's channel.
I'm fully aware of it. I'm fully aware of it.
So I was ordained in 2009 or 2010. You should know.
All right, and that's the brother name that I was looking for. Rest in peace to the one elder,
Baba Heru.
Baba Heru. That's the one that I was talking about. So
it's interesting that I asked you about Kemetic priest that you know, but you couldn't even remember his name.
Brother,
you play it fast and furious.
It's so many of y'all. But I mean, I did name some. Come on now.
You couldn't even remember his name. I asked you how many priests you know. You couldn't remember his name.
That's like me asking you, name the Hebrew Israelites that you had dialogue with. I mean, you gonna name some, but you're gonna be like,
I give you a whole lot of them. I give you a lot of people I've had dialogue.
All right, brother. All right. So
if it's the same thing, would you like me to do that? I don't know if that's a.
I don't want to argue that. I don't want to argue that.
So then why did you just say it if you don't want to argue it?
So here's my point then, Jabari. Here's my point, brother. Here's my point. Let's just keep it simple and basic. Let's keep it simple and basic. Here's my thing. If you gonna say, if y'all brothers gonna say, well, the Israelite brothers, they just made that up. They cross playing something. That's not them. They not of that people. Why do they take on that tradition? It's the same thing. The reason why you take on your belief and take on your as far as you being like a Kemetic priest or whatever. So this is my thing. Don't throw stones at us when you doing the same, when y'all brothers are doing the same thing. That's my only contention.
Did you hear me say that you can't be a Hebrew Israelite based on your ethnicity? Did you hear me say that?
Well, I'm not specifically talking about you because
why did you address it to me?
Listen. That's why I said
I
didn't say you. And then
you don't know what you're doing,
y'all brothers. I'm not included in y'all brothers. What? Wait a minute. What's happening here? What is happening?
I think I've heard you on occasion criticize Israelites too, Jabari. So come on, stop.
No, I've criticized plenty of Hebrew Israelites.
Exactly. So you know, brother, you know what I'm talking about. I can't.
What I'm saying is that misrepresenting my entire all the comments I've made, and so that's why I'm asking you. What do you mean? How you misrepresenting what I said? And then as soon as I say, "Did you hear me say that?" You dance away from it, brother. This is one of the reasons why I asked sa.neter to have you come on, because people type ridiculous things in the chat, and I think that you should know. You should know that if you type it in this community, one of the wonderful things about sa.neter's community is that you have access to people who have studied a wide array of topics for decades. You should have known that if you were going to say something ridiculous about me, that I might actually show up and ask you to justify what you said. If you are a man and a brother, I would hope you would say at this point, I was misinformed. I made an error. because everything
Nah.
that you said has not been clarified in our brief conversation.
Everything I've
You've
said
not
has
said
been
anything.
clarified. It just wasn't clarified to your liking. And
Okay, so why don't you go ahead? Why don't you go ahead and better clarify it? Go ahead.
Number two, brother.
You have another question?
Number two, my main thing I wanted to address was things that you and Brother Larry talked about in y'all conversation.
Go ahead.
I didn't come up here to talk about the Hebrew is. I didn't come up here for that. I sat
That's
down
what
here.
I heard when I came in. That's all I'm doing is just, brother.
I know.
I'm just responding to what you said. Now you're saying you didn't come here to say it.
It's
and
okay.
you said it when I came in.
It's okay.
What is happening?
No, you asked the question.
Did you fall and hit your head?
You asked, brother. You asked two questions. No, do you have amnesia? Because
I asked two questions.
sa.neter had to tell you,
he's a
Hebrew Israelite, and then you automatically went the two Hebrew Israelite questions, which I answered. I didn't run away. I answered. You may not like the answer, but I answered them. But like I said, I came up here because I just got done watching about a good hour and a half of you and Brother Larry sitting on a bench having a dialogue. So during when I was watching y'all having a dialogue on the bench, I was typing in the chat based upon your responses, the questions you asked him, his responses, and the questions that he asked.
Honestly, that's why I came on. I was surprised to hear what you were saying before I got on camera. I was surprised to hear what you were saying.
Because
I'm here based on what you
made
said.
it that. He made it that.
How did Sa make it? I heard
that.
you speaking. Sa wasn't speaking. You were.
Oh my God. Okay, let's look. Let's
go ahead. Ask your question.
Let's start over.
Or make your comment about what I was saying with Larry.
Ask some more questions, Omar. You got to
know.
I'm here.
So this is what I particularly noticed with your dialogue with Brother Larry Jabari.
Please,
you kept saying, damn, what did I put? You said you didn't use the you didn't say it's sloppy what you were saying. You said it's not misleading. You put man, what was that word you used? I just had typed it up in the chat too right before you came in. Because he was asking questions and then you kept saying that you didn't say it was misleading. You didn't say what you're saying is sloppy.
What was the question Larry asked him?
Put it like this. Larry kept saying, "I hear you, Jabari, but am I right?" And Jabari wouldn't answer if it was either right or wrong. He wouldn't answer that. All Jabari just kept saying is,
was he saying sloppy?
He said sloppy once, but it was an even better word that he used one time. Man, I put it in the chat.
What's the point though? So what? But what is the point?
You think I said sloppy? Say sloppy. Okay, and I'll explain. Go ahead.
No, to basically to answer his questions, because Brother Larry was asking you yes or no questions, and you wouldn't. My thing is you wouldn't give a solid yes or no, and then kind of elaborate. You wouldn't do that. You kept saying,
hold on, Omar.
I remember.
Hold on, Omar. Hey, Jabari, let me let you know who this brother is. He's a little nervous, but this is one of Captain Tazariak baby students, brother. He's one of Captain Tazariak baby students. He loved the captain. And so I just want to let you know who the brother is, man.
That's helpful. Let me say very
I'm not.
Clearly.
I'm not. Jabari, you should at least have Jabari, you should have enough integrity to ask me that and not to go off of what side. I see what side doing.
Well, I
and I am like, I'm not. No, because the reason why I'm not a student, because like I said, I am not an official UPK member.
Right.
I keep telling y'all that. But do I watch the videos? Do I watch the classes? Yes.
Right.
Okay. All right. That's fine. So let me respond to what you said. Okay.
Go ahead, brother.
I want you to clearly listen to when I actually said that what Brother Larry was doing was a pretty simple but ridiculous ploy. What Brother Larry would do is he would say a lot of things. You should know he did, obviously. We spoke for over 2 hours, right? Some of what he said, and I even said this, some of what he said I did not disagree with. You've heard me say this on video. I'm just saying it live.
Correct.
And then what he would do, the greater point of what that he was making was completely wrong. And then he would say, but I did say this. Do you agree with me? And I've already said that I agreed with the smallest part of his argument. But in doing that, what he was trying to do was trying to get me to co-sign the entire statement that he made. And I refused to do that because it was a strategic ploy. I had already said that I didn't disagree with everything that he said. I'd already said that several times. What I think, man,
is that, Omar, you're wasting your opportunity. Forget what Larry said. Now you have an opportunity to challenge Jabari on what you feel, what you think about Kemet in Hebrew or whatever. It's your turn now. Forget what Larry said, brother. Because when you get off the stream, you're going to be like, damn, I should have asked him about this. I should have asked him about that.
You're probably right, sa.neter. You're probably right. But the thing that provoked him to say something that I responded to was him saying that what Larry was saying. And I understand that. But Brother Omar, what I want you to do is understand that Brother Larry was using a strategic ploy. If I talk to you about, let's say we're in court, right? And I say, I saw Omar yesterday. He was coming out of his apartment and I said, what's up? Then he pulled out a gun and shot 3 people. And you say, that's not true. And I say, now, Brother Omar, is it not true that I saw you coming out of your apartment yesterday? I mean, if you agree to that, does that mean you also shot 3 people? That's the larger and more important argument. Wait a minute. Hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. That was the strategy that he was using. He would say something small that was inconsequential to the larger argument he was making. I would disagree with the larger argument. I don't need a 5-minute
breakdown. I actually agree with you.
I have not been speaking 5 minutes. I have not been speaking 5. In fact, I've been.
But for the people in the chat, I'm long-winded. Go ahead, brother.
But I want you to understand. People say I'm long-winded all the time. It's probably true. That's fine. I'm just trying to explain why you didn't hear me agree with him when he would do something like that. Because instead, what he would try to do is get me to agree on something that was minor and inconsequential, while he made a really big point that I disagreed with. That was his strategy. And so you did not hear me say, yes, Larry, I agree with you, because that was what he was trying to get me to do. It was a strategy. And I would hope that you would have watched enough of the video and listened to his argument and listened to my rebuttal to hear that that's what he was doing. Okay.
So I knew you was going there. That was the question I was going to ask. And you know what? I have no pushback on your response.
Okay.
I kind of see what he was doing. He was kind of asking those. I ain't gonna say two-sided. He was asking questions to lead you into giving a solid yes or no. But the questions, some of the questions that he asked didn't require a solid yes or no, because there's multiple different ways to look at it. And just because you agree with one identifying part of the question that he's asking, the rest of the questions are leading you into his trap, which you didn't want to walk into it because you had a different point of view. Okay, I get that. I don't have no pushback. That's what I call.
That's the reason why you thought
that's two scholars jousting, and kind of one try to set up the other and the other try to set the other one up in a scholarly conversation. I understand that, Jabari. Now I have no pushback on that part.
Okay. But that's also the reason why I started by saying that I didn't disagree with everything that he said, because it to be fair, there were things that he said that I did agree with, right? If you look at the video, you're gonna say it a lot, right? Because he said some factual things that were correct. He said many other factual things that were just wrong. I want you to be really clear that Larry is not as familiar with African history as I am. I just want you to understand that. But that doesn't mean I
understand that you have a degree in it.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that I wouldn't still sit and talk with him, because I respect that people who are not necessarily classically trained, who not necessarily have a degree, can really study and really truly come to understand things that are very important. Some of my best teachers were not people that had degrees. So I'm not trying to say anything bad about him, but what I am saying is that he was actually playing in a really big pool and he didn't realize that he was not a good swimmer. That's what he was doing. And so very often what I would do is I would say, and he said some things that were just wrong. One of the things, as you look at the video, since you all have seen the video, I didn't say it then because I was really dealing with the larger issue. If you listen to him, in the last part of the video, he intimates that I was murdered and then they got Tutankhamen to sign something. That's just there's no one that has studied who's even watched a documentary that would make that argument.
I disagree with that too.
It was just factually incorrect.
That was fun. That was far fetched.
Tutankhamen dies and then I becomes king. So it's factually incorrect that they killed I, and then they got this patsy who was Tutankhamen to sign something. That's not what happened. And Brother Larry is unfamiliar with the deeper part of the story. And so when I say you're wrong, then he would say to me, but is it not true that Tutankhamen changed Kemetic spirituality back? Yeah, that is true. But the reality is the larger argument you made is not founded by the factual information. And so that is part of what we're seeing as well.
All right, Jabari, I got to let this brother in. Omar, you had an opportunity to ask him your questions and your grievances, but you failed. I'm talking. But you failed, and you started kissing Bunky, brother.
Stop it.
No, you started. I gotta keep it real. You started kissing Bunky, brother. You came in here. Oh, you was in the chat room going in, and now when you get up here and you see that it's not easy like you thought, Jabari done converted you. And if Jabari have a whole day with you, you will be wearing the crown of Kemet, brother.
Nah, not at all. Not at all.
Hold on, man. You would tell Tazariak, Hotep, brother. You'll be talking to Tazariak in the metal nets.
Oh my goodness.
But anyway, Jabari, this brother right here, he been hawking you down. You know who he is. He go by the name of Harwin, and he been calling you out. He is he ain't a Hebrew. He's a Nuwapian. And he
I
been
don't know. Do I know Harwin?
You had conversation with him before. There you go, right there. You don't remember the brother?
Maybe I have. He looks familiar.
He was on the side of Inky. He was with Inky.
Okay, I get you. I think I do remember that.
Right.
Peace, brother. How are you?
I'm doing my best, Jabari. How about you?
Good. I'm good. Semester's almost
been
over.
You for a minute. I mean, calling you out all on the YouTube, everything.
Jabari, why you act like you don't remember me, man? Don't do that.
Brother, listen, the reality is I just said you looked familiar, but the reality is I haven't been on sa.neter in months.
Right.
Some people have been reaching to me and saying, why are you arguing with sa.neter? Sa.neter is my brother. I'm not arguing with him. My life has just been very busy. That is my brother, right?
That's fair. You know,
mind if I say what's up to the brother Harwin right quick? Y'all mind if I say what's up? Hey, Harwin, I was the brother last time. I was telling you I was from Chicago, brother, and my parents was from Morgan Park. So I just wanted to introduce myself to the brother Harwin.
Over there.
Yeah. I just want to say that I didn't want to interrupt y'all conversation, but I remember I dialogued with you up in the chat before, so I just want to say shalom and what's up, brother. I'm gonna mute back out for y'all dialogue.
And let me say, brother Harwood, I didn't mean any disrespect by saying I wasn't.
Oh no, I ain't none taken.
Okay. I've met a lot of people on sa.neter, and I'm rusty. So please go ahead.
You know, sa.neter has been capping for you. He's been telling me how busy you are, as if everybody else So I know you've been busy because I've been capping for you as if everybody else ain't busy too. So I respect that you're a grown man, you're busy, and you a scholar. So I understand.
But I'm here. So if there's something you wanted to say, please go ahead.
Absolutely. I told Sai to get you out of witness protection program. But
did you actually say that?
I said it multiple times.
That's what I told you. He said it, and I told him.
Very funny, son.
Jabari, I told him, be careful what you ask for. I told him.
And he told me that multiple times. He said, "Young brother, Harwin, you my young brother. Harwin is a hard out, but young brother, be careful what you ask for, young brother."
I'm here, and I'm willing to listen to what you might have. If there was a question you had or a comment you had, I'm here.
I don't have any questions. Okay. I just want a little action. That's all.
You just want to what?
Sai said I wasn't ready. I said action. I said I want a little action. That's all.
You tried
to say, you don't want to get right in there. He said, I'm gonna get Jabari out here after I had to coax him into finally doing it. So now I know it ain't your fault, Jabari. I see it's just Sai been having you in witness protection program because you his Floyd Mayweather. So he don't want it to happen. So now I can say that, Jabari, I apologize for acting like it was you being in the witness protection program willingly. It was just Sai.
So what would you want to challenge him on, though?
Yeah, it sounds like you wanted to debate.
Two things.
Okay.
One, is Nuwapu made up?
No, because you already showed that.
No. I will not. I will not.
Nuwapu or what?
The culture in general, the word, the culture, is that made up? And let me be clear, because everything is made up. So
yeah, everything is made up.
I'm glad you. I like that, Jabari, because I wish you tell some of these fake former Amun Ra Squad guys who don't believe in Amun Ra that. But anyway, yeah, everything is made up. But what I mean is a modern concept made up by Malachi Z. York.
He gonna show it on the map, Jabari. Don't go for that.
See, look at him. Look at him. He said, "Don't fall for it." Look at him.
Okay. The word Nuwapu is a word that was composed, I believe, by Malachi York.
Okay.
And much of what Malachi York described was not based in Kemetic tradition. And often when I speak to members of the Nuwapian community, people I care about, I mean, I have no animosity for them. I would often say to them, show me where what you just said is in any of the text.
That's fair.
Because one of the things that I have done, particularly as someone who was a part of the Shrine of Ptah and then started the Shrine of Ma'at, I've already said to you that not everything has to be directly from the text. We live in a radically different period. We can actually create things that work for our communities, right?
Yes.
But what should guide how you create are the things that you can actually prove are consistent with the text. If I'm clear, you might have heard me say that there are three levels that every practitioner of the Kemetic tradition should adhere to. The first one is that we should try to do what the ancients did, right? We should be very clear. We should be studying. We should be reconstructionists. We should be studying and trying to do as they did. The second thing that we should do is create new things that are based entirely on those old things. And then the third thing we should do is we should create new things that are good for our community. So those are the three levels, and they're really in some ways in order of importance. And so in that sense, I would say to you that that's what guides the Shrine of Ma'at. That's what guided the Shrine of Ptah. Unfortunately, I don't think I can say that about the Nuwapian tradition. Much of what was happening was not something that was based in the Kemetic text.
So
I don't know how old you are, and it's relevant to ask how old you are because I've actually been following Malachi York's work for a very long time. I mean, you know that most of it began in New York and then moved to Georgia. I'm a New Yorker. I was aware of and met Malachi York in the 1980s. So I've been following this for a really long time. And so that's how I would answer the question.
Okay. I respect the 3 levels you explained. I don't know if I would agree with hierarchy. I think they're all important. But I respect it, and I got a gist of it, and I think I can say I can agree with it. I think it's fair that, and I don't want to pigeonhole this to just Kemet, because as we know, that's a civilization that has its roots in things that predate Kemet, right? I think you can agree on that.
Say that one last part again.
I think Kemet has its roots in culture and its origin in things that predate what we're calling Kemet.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fair. Yes.
Right. Okay. So
I would argue that. Yeah.
Okay. So we on the same page. Great.
Yeah.
So yes, that's the first thing. I said 2 things. 2, because you mentioned my name, my age again, when you said you didn't actually ask me how old I was, but when we was on the panel in the post-debate conversation, I don't know if you remember the post-debate when you and my brother, who, let me give a shout out to Dr. Inky, because he the reason why I'm even here. He put me on. sa.neter thought I was a nobody till Dr. Inky brought me over here. So shout out to him. But it was
sa.neter doesn't think anybody's a nobody. I mean, what is that? Come on. He speaks to everybody.
I didn't think he was a nobody. I just thought you was probably one of the brothers that just come and listen. I didn't know you was like,
trying to do some of your own.
You ain't always like that.
Yeah, I didn't know you get it in like that until I heard you start speaking. Then I was like, this brother get busy like that.
Yeah. That's fair. I didn't take offense to that at all. That's fair. Okay. You don't know until you know.
Right.
Right.
You don't know Sai. You don't know Jabari.
I thought you was a fanboy of Inky. That's what I thought.
I'm not a fanboy, but I'm pro brother Inky though.
Yeah.
Brother Harwin, you want to hear something interesting?
What's that?
I've known sa.neter for much longer than you've seen me on his channel. He didn't know what I was doing either. I would speak to the brother, I'd see him in Harlem, I'd say, "What's up, brother?" He's like, "Oh, that's just the brother in Harlem."
Right.
And then he realized, okay, he studied with Baba Heru, fine. But Baba Heru said, "Speak to Jabari."
Jabari used to walk by me and he'd be like, "Oh, how you doing?" I'll be on the street. I'll be like, "Hey, Jabari."
Yeah, so I don't take no offense to what he said at all. I think it's fair.
Don't take. He can only know what he knows, right?
Yeah, he only knows what he knows.
Yeah.
And even if I didn't come up here claiming I knew this, I knew that, I demonstrated.
Okay. Yeah, but then when I heard you going in with Uncle them, I was like, "Oh, okay." And then the other brother, the Nuwapian, what's the name? He used to be a Nuwapian.
Unc?
No, the brother you was arguing with.
Unc used to be a Nuwapian?
The one you used to, the one that was
knowledge, I think his name come from the Nuwapic name, to be honest with you, but I don't know.
Oh, man.
sa.neter? He might have said something that Unc was a Nuwapian, sa.neter. Is that true?
Nah, Unc wasn't a Nuwapian.
Hey, stop wearing, man.
Brother Harwin, you tried to get Unc to come on here and start cursing you out.
well, if he wasn't a Nuwapian, because I can't say for a fact that he was considered
the information. He was about to become one, but then he found out.
He was about to, Jabari.
Yeah, but he never committed to it. He never committed.
You could easily say that I was going to join Ansar Allah before he started working. I was aware of Dr. York's work. I had actually gone to a few of his lectures, like I said, back in the 80s. That's how I met him. I was a young person in those days. And, were it not for me going to college, perhaps I would have actually been involved with Ansar Allah.
Okay. So let me continue on that. In the post debate with the brother Dr. Inky, in the discussion we had, I was talking about things in the Shabakistan. I was talking about consciousness, because y'all were having a debate about what's literal, right?
Right.
And you went on I don't want to say a tirade. I think that you sincerely believe it and sincerely genuine about what you were saying. But you were saying something to the effect of, "Oh, we must not look at these things from the ideology of Judeo-Christianity point of view, that these things aren't literal." And what I was saying is that there are literal aspects to it indeed, and that there are allegorical and metaphorical aspects, as you were saying for sure too as well. I think you were being more absolute. So that I would say the second thing would be is what you're claiming is literal isn't African, it's Judeo-Christian. It's not. It's in Africa first. That would be the second one. You know, we don't want this thing what happened when you and the brother Dr. Inky where things is a little ambiguous with this with what we're actually talking about.
Your statement was a little ambiguous because listen, the reality is I do believe that because of us being infected with the Western tradition, we do sometimes look to make things literal because that's what we're familiar with, right? So right. Even when we're coming away from those traditions, we still look at those things that are ours from the same perspective. And that's simply, I told you was going to get on to come on here and tell you all. And that's simply because that's how we were trained, right? That's how we were socialized to look at things literally because that's what Christians do, right? That doesn't mean that everything is allegory. How can I say that? You said the Shabaka stone. Shabaka was a literal living person, right?
Oh, so right. Well, I'm not talking about Shabaka, but
yeah, but so of course there's some things that are historical and other things that are allegorical. And
so I now see why you say it was ambiguous. I can agree. So what I mean by that is the concept of the creator.
The concept of the creator. Say a bit more about what you think I said that you disagreed with.
If there were actual, I remember one time I asked you in the pre-debate conversation with you and the brother Dr. Inky, and in that I asked you, who was Taharka praying to? Was he praying to an actual literal deity when he was praying to Amun-Re? You said no. So that's what I mean. Maybe that's a little more specific.
I would say that again. Amun-Ra is a force in the universe, but when we say literal, I think that people may get the impression that a guy with a ram head.
Okay, let's be clear. We're not talking about somebody with no ram heads.
Well, that's Amun-Ra. Is Amun-Ra not depicted with a ram head?
He's also depicted with human heads. He's also depicted with a falcon head. You know, there's different aspects.
True. By the way, I'd like for you to tell me Amun-Ra depicted with the falcon head. But clearly, I think you generally don't see him depicted with the falcon head. But clearly, when you actually are talking about Amun-Ra, I want to be clear that much of the description of Amun-Ra, the discussion of Amun-Ra, I would argue is allegorical, that there is no person that existed or entity that literally existed. I'm talking about literally that we could touch and feel and that was Amun-Ra. Amun-Ra is a force of the universe. And I think that if you read the Kemetic text extensively, you would be very clear that the Kemetic people thought that too. That they were not talking about.
All right, Harwin, I need you right now. You got Jabari. You've been saying this and that. What are you calling him out on, brother?
Jabari was not clear.
He's trying to get to some of it, brothers.
Oh, I was on the phone. I ain't hear it, man.
Oh man.
So just come off the phone with okay, man, let's get it cracking. Like,
let me come back to you, Harwin. I have somebody else. He's a bona fide.
What talking about though. I understand directly what Harwin's saying.
Yo, Muhammad, you got to hold on, brother.
Is that Muhammad? I didn't know who.
Let me go to the bona fide Christian who Sekou had a battle with, and he feels that he beat Sekou down to the ground. I speak of none other than my man, Easy Bands. Easy Bands, what you got?
Peace, brother. How are you?
Grievances you got with Jabari.
Shalom, Easy Band.
Peace and blessings to the panel. Peace and blessings to you, sir. Jabari, a legend in the community, man. It's a pleasure to actually talk to you for the first time. It's an honor, actually. So, but you still got to got, man. So,
let's see if you can do it, brother. Go ahead.
All right. So maybe let's have like a little introduction. So, what's your priesthood, and what does it continue after? So what are you continuing? What priesthood tradition are you continuing?
I'm a priest of Ma'at, right? I'm a priest of Ma'at. I was actually, I guess you could say, raised, even though I was an adult when I joined, but I was first in the shrine of Ptah. And I do my best every day to attempt to, in some ways, replicate some of the things that practitioners in the ancient world did. I gave you the 3 standards. I'm not going to go through them again. But definitely that's one of the things that that I attempt to do. And I would truly hope that if someone miraculously was brought from ancient Kemet and was able to understand what I was doing, they would recognize what I was doing. It might not sound exactly the same. Obviously, we're talking in different languages and we're talking about something that's thousands of years later. But I would hope that they would recognize that there would be some semblance that they would be able to identify based on what I do in 2026.
I see. So it's just a reconstruction. Now you don't have any like ties that you stand by or hold to in terms of like, you know, your African heritage. So is it like anybody from any background, you could be born in Norway and just say, you know what, let me start practicing or reconstructing these practices and become a priest? Is that something like?
Well, let me be really clear that I don't think that the Kemetic tradition is strictly for people of African descent. Mm-hmm. I don't think that if you are not a person that we would consider of African descent, that you could not be part of the Kemetic tradition. I do think it would be difficult for someone that is not African to do that. But I don't think that it means that it is absolutely impossible for someone who is not of the African community to actually be in the Kemetic tradition. Now, having said that, my shrine is 100% Black. You know what I mean? So I'm speaking hypothetically in that sense. I believe that people of African descent who are awakening and looking for their traditions and looking for their presence in the world, sometimes even prior to enslavement, have become inspired by perhaps one of the most important, one of the most powerful, one of the most influential traditions on the continent of Africa. And I'm going to say to you that Africans on the continent are also inspired by the things that occurred in ancient Kemet. And that's perhaps one of the ways that many of us found ourselves looking to replicate what these amazing ancient Africans were doing. That does not mean, however, that, and I don't know if this is part of where you're going, but I'll say it quickly, and if it's not the direction, then it's fine. That does not mean that I am invalidating the fact that my family has recently been come from the West African section of the continent, right? I am also West African, right? I'm very clear about that. My name is Jabari Gamba Osaze. That's literally my legal name. That's that's not a name I just use online. That's my name, right? I changed it, as you probably know if you've been watching sa.neter for some time.
All right, hold on real quick. Let me shout out Immortal Dragon Review 4666. Thank you for the 15 donation. Appreciate that, brother. Harwin, this is not the smoke you had in question for Jabari. How is your sa.neter study? Have you gone deeper into non-religious texts, stele, etc.? All right.
Tell Jabari to accept the debate and he'll find out.
Okay. All right, Easy Bands.
Now wait, let me say this, sa.neter. You should know I have debated lots of people on your channel. Right. I would even argue I've probably debated more people on your channel than anyone else on your channel, right?
Correct. Because you
have a problem debating anyone.
Right.
In order for me to have a debate, I need to feel that the topic is worthwhile, right?
Right, so right. I agree.
What we would debate, Harwin. So it's not like you're getting me here and I'm gonna say I'm gonna take that debate.
Oh no, that wasn't for you. That wasn't for you, Jabari. That was for the guy that wrote that comment.
Okay.
Yeah, but come up with
I came up with 2 topics. I gave him 2.
What's the topic?
Yeah, the first one was. Yeah, the first one was. We can rewind it. We can rewind this video.
You mean
the first one was, look, the first one, immediately when I mentioned the first one, sa.neter stepped in and tried to save you. He said, don't do it, Jabari. He gonna show the map. So what I said was, I won't even, that map won't even be.
What's the first one? Go ahead.
Tell me what
is
they are. I'm
Nuwapu?
sitting here now.
Number one, is Nuwapu something that is a made-up ideology, or is it actually indigenous to Africa long before Dr. York? That was the first one.
Brother, even you backed away from that before I even spoke. You said, well, everything's made up. And I said, yes,
No, I didn't back away from that. What I said was, let me be more specific, because everything is made up. And that's why I put Dr. York in there specifically. Is that something that was made up by Dr. York? And you said, yes, to your knowledge, it is. Right?
Much of what Dr. York was teaching is not something that you will find on the African continent prior to.
Great. That's the first one. That's number one.
Now, and I want to say this to you, brother. This is the reason why I asked your age. Be very careful. I was watching Dr. York. If I can look at your face, I think you're a younger brother. I was watching Dr. York when your mom was still suckling you.
How old do you think I am?
Don't make me pull some stuff out that y'all ain't seen. I have the scrolls. I showed one of them on sa.neter. This is a long time ago.
One of them when you were talking to Ramses York up here.
I did. I did. And I was just wondering.
Jabari, I seen it when y'all actually recorded that live. I watched it.
Okay. So what I'm going to say to you is, I'm really aware of what he was teaching. And I want to really be clear. Fundamentally, much of what he was teaching is that he was the divine force that others should worship. Fundamentally, that was one of the things he was teaching. That is not the Kemetic tradition. That's not 0% Kemetic tradition.
That's not
something else.
That's not what he's teaching.
Okay, brother, if that's what you think.
All right. So what's the second one you asked?
If that's what you think. His
title is, I can tell you exactly what he's saying. He's not saying he's not. Let's be clear. What we're talking about is Nuwapu, the word, and the culture. Let's be clear.
You saying that the word Nuwapu was something you could find on the African continent prior to?
For sure. This is why sa.neter jumped in and tried to save you. He said, don't do it, Jabari. He gonna show this map. That's why he did that.
Okay. Now I want to say something to you. I want to say something to you very clear.
Yes,
now,
sir.
First of all, I love my brother sa.neter, but I have been studying this longer than sa.neter too.
I know. That's why he need to stop speaking.
Be really clear with you. If that's
stop speaking for you.
Listen. If that's your argument, you're in a car, drive to the lab. Go back to the lab to rework that one.
Okay, I love your confidence. So good. We should have number one lab. Great. We should have number one locked in. He said it's not on the African continent. Great. Love it. Gotcha. That's number one. Number two, and I'm talking about all of, we love Kemet, but I'm not just talking about specifically Kemet. I'm talking about like you said, all of Africa. Because I love all of Africa. I'm not pigeonholed. I love Kemet. Don't get it twisted. I know, but I love it because I know the origins come from African people. Let me be clear.
Right. Okay.
So when you said African continent, I love that you pinpointed that, and I'm glad that you're confident in it. I'm standing on what I said. I hope you're standing on what you're saying. Great. Got you. Number two, on the African continent, do people believe that some divine forces can take upon the bodies of what we call corporeal bodies? Right.
Do they think that they can take on
physical form? Physical form.
I think on the African continent, people believe that forces can, on occasion, inhabit individuals. I do believe that is. I can prove. I mean, clearly that happens on the African continent. I've traveled extensively on the African continent. I don't know if you have.
Yep.
But I have the video.
I'm glad you agree,
on YouTube. I'm talking about video that I've taken. So yes, there are people on the African continent that believe that these forces can inhabit people. That does not mean that person, for example, I'm gonna simplify this, and maybe it's too simple because then it might make you disagree. But I don't think that anyone would argue though that an individual is Amun-Ra. The individual might have been inhabited by the force of Amun-Ra, but they wouldn't say that person is Amun-Ra. They'd say that's Dwayne. Dwayne got inhabited by Amun-Ra, but they would still say that's Dwayne. You know what I mean? So there's a distinction. When I say that there are energies of the universe that are all powerful, these energies have created all things in the universe, right? And just can you say that a person has been inhabited by that energy? I think you could make that argument, but it's not the same as saying that Amun-Ra is a literal existing being. That's different.
So
I don't see the difference, because energy is literal. Energy is inhabiting the body. These things must have some consciousness connected to it that has agency, for them to even recognize that this specific divine force is incarnating in them and speaking.
All right, come on, hurry up. We'll get back to you, Harwin. Harwin, we'll get back to you, because I got
that's 2 topics right there.
I didn't hear the second one.
I think that he's making a bit, from my perspective, a bit of a convoluted argument, but there may be something there that we could play with and find a substantive debate on.
Okay, we'll get to that. I'm meeting up with you, Jabari, tomorrow afternoon or something.
Yeah, you got to tell me when you're free. I'm gonna take you to lunch.
And Harwin, just hit me with some topics. Hit me with it in my email.
What you say?
Harwin should start with the topics.
No, that's what I'm talking about. Harwin.
Yeah. Harwin.
Harwin in my email, so I can show Jabari tomorrow.
And then what we'll do is sa.neter will put us together, and we'll try to work out a topic that is substantive.
And this is what I think.
Everybody will watch you get washed up, Harwin.
Okay, I hear you. But Jabari, if this is something you could agree on, I think this is fair. So we won't have that situation that happened with you and the brother Dr. Inky. I think that
when I'm getting it, man. I'm tired of hearing you talk, Harvey.
What
you say about me, Harvey?
Hold on.
Just wait a minute. I'll deal with you later. Let the grown folks talk. Let the grown folks talk. Jabari.
Yeah, that's why I was actually talking. See,
hold on. Hold on.
That means you got Dunning-Kruger. We get it.
Listen, Harwin, go ahead, brother, please, man.
Jabari, I think it would be fair so that situation of ambiguity won't happen that happened with you and the brother Dr. Inky. Right. I think that I should write an academic paper and then give it to you inside, and then you write an academic response so we know our clear arguments.
Can you write an academic paper?
Jabari,
that's not an insult. I'm actually asking. Not everyone can write an academic paper.
I'm also classically trained.
With Malachi York sign, name signed at the bottom of it.
My professor, Unc, show some decorum.
Don't worry about Unc, man. Just go with Jabari, man.
I'm still here for 45 minutes. Yo, listen to the numbers.
Show some decorum. You barely can read, brother. Listen. Yes, but Jabari, I can write an academic paper, and I have written papers graded by PhDs.
Oh, my man, just respond to Jabari, brother.
I'm talking to Jabari.
Okay.
I think it's not necessary for you to write an entire academic paper.
I would prefer that.
Okay,
it don't got to be super long.
But I want you to know. But I want you to know that if you're going to write a paper, it should take some time. Writing a paper isn't something that you do easily. I'm grading papers as we speak. I mean, it takes a little while. It would be easier for you to just clearly define the topic that you're discussing. We can do that via text or email.
No, this is better, Jabari. This is going to be better.
I don't know if it's going to be better.
Hold on, listen.
I've written
Jabari, listen. We're going to do a back chat with me, you, and Harwin in the back privately, and I will record it. The conversation that we have. That's how we do that. And now we will have it on record.
I'm trying to help change the standard of how these things are. It should be more academic.
I think that what sa.neter is saying is what I'm saying. Because if he's going to write an academic paper, then that would require him to fully vet sources and cite them according to an accepted citation format. There's a difference between writing a paper, which would be fine, and writing an academic paper, which is a higher standard. I'm saying to you, an academic paper is not necessary for us to be able to have a debate.
What Harvard is doing is trying to take it to a professional level.
What I'm saying is I want this to be super professional, I want
That's
this to be
fine.
academic, and it can be APA format or MLA format. You tell me which way you want me to write.
Brother, listen, you can do that. I'm just saying it would take longer for you to do that than for us to just work something out. If you want to do it, you can.
I want to change. I want to help. I want to help assist the whole standard of how we doing this on here.
Okay, but the paper will be in the topic that we already agreed to, is what you're doing?
Yeah, it'll be going. Yeah, so I'm going to be giving my argument. It's going to be clear. You're going to see my argument in the paper.
Okay.
So therefore, there's no ambiguity.
Before you do that, by the way, I want to be really clear. Inky didn't have ambiguity.
Oh, here we go.
Inky did not have ambiguity. Inky was trying to do the flim flam.
I don't agree.
Inky was well. You can disagree or agree. That makes no difference. You weren't part of the conversations we had, so you could have an opinion, but your opinion could not be based on what occurred before the debate. I'm telling you, based on what occurred before the debate, Inky tried to do the flim flam. That's what he did. That's the reason why. That's the reason why when I told him that I recorded part of it, he got angry. You saw him get angry because then he would have realized you would have heard him say what I said he said.
And then Sa told you to play it and you never played it.
I never did because
he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do that.
The reality is that's
Sa, stop. Let me and Jabari talk. Stop doing that. Stop helping your man.
By the way, what sa.neter just said helps you. Are you listening to what he said? He agrees with you that I should have played it.
Yeah,
I don't know why you think he's helping me. What he just said helps you.
Because he's helping your excuse of why you didn't play. Because
he's not. Sa.neter disagreed.
You could be capping.
Harwin. Sa.neter disagreed with my stance and what I did. He disagreed with me.
Yes, he did.
Not helping me.
No, what I'm saying is, understand what I'm saying.
Yo, Harwin, we got to move on. We got other people, and Easy Bands want to finish. But let me get Unk in here. Unk ain't gonna be long. He just want to ask Harwin some questions, and that's it. All right, Unk, you got the floor.
I would like to say hello to the panel, Jabari, and everybody else, man.
How you doing?
And I would like to say I'm so good. I'm doing good.
Breaking up,
Yes, man, because y'all up there struggling.
You there, Ankh? You're
breaking up. All right, I'm breaking them now.
No, you good.
I'm here.
At this moment.
Is it breaking up now?
You good?
Y'all can hear me now? Am I clear?
Yeah. Yes, you good.
All right. I'm saying, let me get it out quick, because I'm about to hit a bad area. I'm saying I'm glad to be a functioning, non-believing atheist, because y'all up here struggling. You got the wild Christian asking Jabari if the Egyptians would recognize what the hell he was believing. The damn Egyptians would come through and say, I don't know what the hell Jabari talking about, because Jabari ain't speaking their language, right? Ain't sacrificed, don't know none of that. That's an African American thing Jabari's doing.
Yo, chill. One mic, man.
Come on. And then Harwin got a nerve to get up here as a Nuwapian, act like he gonna write an academic paper on a sa.neter TV debate. You know something is crazy as hell at this point. So Harwin, how many times have I told you you are a Nuwapian? You do that. You belong to the organization. I've never belonged to that organization, right? And I'm saying I was on the fringes of it, going to the lectures. I admitted that, but I never was in it. As a matter of fact, the fact that you are still in it after this man has received 350 years for molesting children is incredible at this point. That you would continue to fix your lips and say you followed a monster like that, bro. So you don't need to be debating. You need to get shipped off to a hospital somewhere, bro. So I'm saying stop putting my name in that, bro, because it makes no sense right now. Nobody listening understands why you are a follower of Polite and a follower of Malachi York. Nobody understands that, bro. With you.
But do that take away from the information or his knowledge that he presented?
For me, I'm never participating with a person that won't admit that the person they follow molested babies, because molesting babies is a crime against humanity.
Yes, sir.
It's a crime against our children. So I'm not doing it. Now, I'm not going to judge you based off of if you do it or not. But then to be a knucklehead and say you're going to write an academic paper on a daggone debate is completely ridiculous and nuts. Academically trained. What? So why are you saying the things you say on a regular basis out your mouth if you're academically trained? Why are you a flying pseudo in the face of truth? Why is that? Academics don't say what you say ever. Jabari gonna beat the
Be
brakes
easy
off of
on
you,
your
bro.
brother, man.
You
Be
are
easy on your
delusional and you
brother.
are officially out of your mind.
Be easy on your brother. You don't love your brothers?
Hell no, I don't love him. Cause he
Ain't
keep
no
doing,
love.
after you tell a
Oh,
man
man.
something, look, after you explain something to a man as men,
Ain't no
we
love
talked
lost,
about it.
huh?
And
I don't
after
like
you
it
do all
either.
that, Saul, hold on, Saul, after you talk to a
Okay.
man face to face, you say, bro, this how the situation was. I went to the bookstores, right? I never actually met Malachi York. I never shook his hand. I seen him live doing lectures, right? But I fundamentally dealt with a person called Brother Bun. I was always on the outskirts. You know what I'm saying? We would help him in this bookstore, buy books and stuff. But we never was the people who didn't read all material, like Shikandi Diop's, Dr. Ben, because my man Bun sold that stuff. As a matter of fact, Bun was our outcast because he sold those other books, not just Malachi York books. So I never was a person reading just Malachi York books.
You
And I
said
never thought the books
Jabari gonna
wasn't
beat the
crazy
brakes
hauling
off.
like you.
You said Jabari gonna beat the brakes off of him? Huh? You ain't giving him no chance.
Man, he's a pseudo, bro. Anytime a person say they're gonna write an academic paper and they
Why
academically
not?
trained, right? Get out of here with that. Come on, man.
Am I lying?
No, bro, don't nobody
Let's
know
be
what
clear.
you got. You just say it.
Let's be
Don't
clear.
nobody know. You like
Can I ask
everybody else
Uncle?
saying
Let's
that.
be.
Can I
Oh,
ask Uncle a question?
let me
Yes.
respond.
Listen, wait. As someone who has probably as much or more gray in his beard as I do, and this is just for men, y'all. Did you ever see any of the people that were with Malachi York in those days read anything other than his manuscripts?
That's it. That's all you was reading. I thought it back then to be the most ridiculous thing. That's all they read was that.
That's
Nothing
true.
else. Nothing
That's
else.
true.
Right. I ain't
That's
never was that man
absolutely
like
true.
that.
That's the reason why I asked Harwin how old he was, because for those of us who were aware of him in the 80s, I'm sure Unc is talking about the 80s probably.
No,
I
hell no.
mean,
I'm talking about 2000.
oh, you're talking 2000?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
listen, in the 80s, that's what he was doing. And I was becoming someone who was becoming scholarly, right? I was a young person, but I was reading
Right.
as much as I could. And I recognized that the people in that tradition weren't reading anything else. And that
Of
was
course not.
strange to me then. And when I went to college, then I really said, okay, something's wrong.
But okay,
So,
hold on. Stop right there, Jabari. So
No,
how
hold
could a
on, hold on.
man
Let me
hold
respond.
on,
I gotta
man.
be
I'm
able to
finishing my
respond.
point, man.
No,
You talked
sir.
for
You
2
already
hours.
stopped. It
You
was
talked for 2 hours. Let me finish my point. Goodness gracious, bro. You said enough. We heard you. Jabari. So did you hear what you just said? It's very germane to the conversation. You said you are academically trained and you said you went to college. Pre-college, you seen the brothers Malachi York in it, right? Post-college, you
You went out. You went out. Harwin, go quick.
Jabari. I mean, sir, how you gonna mute me? And it was
No,
my
I
turn to
don't want
respond
over
to him.
talking everybody. Go ahead.
Listen,
he muted me too, Harwin. It was Unc's turn to speak.
Yeah, see, you need to know that. See, y'all don't know
but
that.
Jabari got some integrity. He just admitted it was my turn to speak.
That's not what I said.
Oh, you didn't?
I said it was Unc's turn to speak.
Yeah.
No, Unc had stopped, and then
No,
Jabari was
don't
gonna let
worry
me
about that.
respond.
Say what you got to
Okay,
say quick.
we understand that's your man, Si. I know you don't want him to get
No, I
beat up.
muted Jabari, brother. That's what he was
No,
telling
I'm
me.
not. I'm talking about Unc. I'm talking about Unc when I say your man. Listen, to answer your question, Jabari, I'm 36 years old. I'm a 90s baby. Let me be clear. I was born in 1990.
Okay.
Right.
That means that you could not have followed what was happening
Exactly
in the 1980s.
So let me respond to the.
You're a 96 baby. I had
90,
I was
90, 90.
96 is what you said. Yeah.
96.
No,
90, 1990.
Oh, you're born in 1990.
1990. I said
okay,
I'm 36.
Gotcha. I was already enrolled at Cornell University when you
were. And you told me that you said Harwin in the post debate with Dr. Ink, you said Harwin, I probably been studying this longer than you've been born. I said you might be right. You know?
So no, might be right, or now can you acknowledge I was right?
I can't. I don't know when you was in college or not. So I don't care if you was or wasn't.
I entered Cornell in 1990.
There you go. So
and I was actually already studying when I got there. So that I met Malachi York before I went to college because he was in New York and I was in New York.
So let me be very clear. I went to Columbia College, Chicago. My mentor and former professor is Dr. Professor Robert Hansard. I have approximately 30 credits to finish my BA. I've said this multiple times, but this is the disingenuous nature of this devil Ankh. Because me and Ankh Jabari, you don't know this. This is all new to you. Like, it's new to Sa. I've posted videos on my social media of me talking to my professor and me in class. And Ankh trying to act like he don't know I've showed him that before. That's point one. So yes, I have gone to college and I'm still have to finish college. That's a fact. Yes, I've written APA style papers, MLA style papers, all of that. Now, as far as Dr. York, I never met the man either. Never in my life. I never met either. I never met him. Like,
but that means someone else.
Unc said he never met him.
Okay.
I'm not responding to you. I'm responding to Unc.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because he said he never met him. I never met him either.
No, all I'm saying I seen a man in person. I never say what's up, what's going on.
I seen him teach in person. That's great. Good.
Yeah, but I got knocked off the screen. I got knocked off the screen. Let me finish my point. I got knocked off the screen.
No, you ain't finishing your point because you don't have your opportunity to talk.
No, man, I got knocked off the screen.
To talk. You got up here lying.
All right. Being that both of y'all can't come to an agreement for which one going to speak, I'm going to Easy Bands. Easy Bands, you got the mic, brother. Easy Bands, you got the mic. Don't play games. Get to your questions real quick, brother.
All right, so we're going to go back because I was basically kind of interrogating Jabari on what he actually believes in, right? What he actually stands for, and I would like to get a better idea. You said you follow the priesthood of Ma'at, the cult of Ma'at, and so from what I get so far, it seems as though it's like a rolling. It's just like you're rolling the dice, basically. It's like a shot in the dark. It's like you're hoping that what you believe in and what you teach and preach actually matches what these people would have done. But there's no way of actually really knowing because there's no continuity and there's nothing you can stand on and say, all right, this is a chain of transmission that I'm standing on, etc. Even when you look at a lot of the rituals, you find out that a lot of them are incomplete, right? In the archaeological record. You don't have an oral transmission of so for instance, there's you will find rituals, right? But then there's something called an oral transmission that tells you how to perform these rituals, etc. So to me, it just seems like you're rolling the dice. Now, I want to get this clear. Do you actually believe in gods in terms of like these gods were real beings and these beings are or maybe are literal? Do you believe in that as well? Or you have like an atheist position and you just do this kind of I'm not sure what you actually believe in. Do you believe in
Jabari went out for a minute, he blinked out. So
you already know.
Nah,
you already know.
Let me respond to
Nah, man, hey, Sa got knocked off the street.
Listen. The reason why I put now Harwood, now the reason why I did that to both of y'all, so Harwin and Unc won't say I'm taking sides. So I put both of y'all on black ice, and I just moved to Easy Band, so y'all can't say I'm taking sides.
So you don't remember I was talking when I got knocked off?
But y'all got to be men and say, you know what? Go back and let you go. But y'all don't want to do that. No,
let him go, Sa. I didn't cut him off.
Hey, sa.neter, I'm talking to you.
Hold on, Jabari, you back?
Yes, can you hear me?
This is biased, man.
Yo, I need y'all to hold on. Jabari, you back?
Can you hear me? Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
But you got a black screen, Jabari.
I don't know why my screen. Hold on 1 second. I can fix that. Give me 1 sec.
All right.
I don't know why.
Hey, sa.neter, you see how he get to talk when he come back on when he got knocked off?
Yeah.
You remember I got knocked off and I came back on.
Not agreed. Y'all both want to go. So if I let you go,
that's not what I'm saying, Sa.
Hold on. If I let you go, Harwin gonna accuse me of being biased. If I let Harwin go, you know you my man, you gonna be mad with me.
No, that's not what I'm saying, bro. So don't Jabari get to talk when he come back on?
I just think it's fair that I can respond to what he said.
I'm not, sa.neter, I'm talking to you, sa.neter.
No, I won't both respond, but I had Easy Band way before you. Hold on, listen.
That's some fucking bullshit, yo.
Way before you, he was speaking, and I cut him off to let Harwin ask Jabari a question. See, that's what you don't know.
I do know that. I was here the whole time. I'm saying I got knocked off. And it's customary when a person get knocked off, when they come back up, they continue speaking, just like Jabari. That's all I was trying to say. It ain't for Harwin to say nothing. I was in the middle of talking and got knocked off the stream and came back on. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
how's that a debate? Darwin is a damn nut for that. Not me.
All right, hold on. Go ahead, Easy Bears.
Can I respond?
Yes.
I'm here, and I think I should be clear now, right?
Yeah, you clear. Did you hear his questions?
I did.
Go ahead.
I did. It was so interesting. My system went out just when I was about to respond. I want to be clear that he says he thinks I'm rolling the dice. And I want to be. I mean, the Kemetic people wrote extensively about their tradition, and so we read extensively about what they did and about their tradition. I've spent, it's really approaching 40 years. I'm getting old, sa.neter. It's approaching 40 years that I've been trying to reconstruct the Kemetic tradition. And I'm not the only one. There are many of us that are reconstructing the Kemetic tradition and building communities around that reconstruction. And so I would assert that I am certainly not rolling the dice. And I would even say that if you're a Christian, you are in a weaker position. You're in a weaker position. Why? Because you have one text that you read. By the way, that text we know has been altered significantly in many places. We also know that that text has sections of Kemetic texts that are within it verbatim, even though they speak ill of the Kemetic tradition. They stole text, right? And in addition to that, where is your oral transmission? Are you saying that you and Paul was your granddaddy's best friend? I mean, you're reading just like we're reading. Are you saying that your tradition goes through? I'm assuming you're not a Roman Catholic. Are you saying that your lane of transmission goes through Constantine and the Catholic tradition? Because if you really want to go on an oral transmission, you're going to have to own up to a lot of things that the Christian church did in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th century. You're going to have to deal with all those things. You're saying that that is you if you're saying that you are following some sort of oral tradition. So I think that you should recognize that you are throwing stones and you have a body made of glass. You're in a very dangerous position there, brother. By the way, Christians don't even read the texts that they're told not to read. How many of the texts have you read that are the texts that your tradition says you shouldn't read? Have you read the Keber Nagast? I have, by the way. Have you read the Keber Nagast? I have. You have?
I'm just thinking, what's this got to do with my question?
I'm answering your question. If you don't see that that's the answer to your question, brother, then I think that you are either not listening or not equipped to actually ask the question that you're asking.
Ooh,
the reality is, okay. You said I'm rolling the dice. I told you. And so what I'm saying to you very clearly is that the Kemetic tradition has a multiplicity of texts that you've never heard of that I have read. A multiplicity of texts. People in my shrine read the texts and talk about them. We do that regularly. We call it Sebayit reading. That's what we do.
Okay, so
right? There's a lot that has been written. There's a lot of material culture. I've actually taken 24 trips to the continent to actually see the material culture, to be in the temple, to do all of those things. Temples that are 4,000 and 5,000 years old. Are you able to do that as a Christian? And if you're saying that my tradition is invalid because there's, as you said, no oral tradition, in other words, you're saying that you got something from someone's mouth, who got it from someone's mouth, who got it from someone's mouth, and it went all the way down to you. Well, some of those people that you must have been speaking to or heard from have done some really messed up stuff. Are you prepared to say that is your lane of transmission? Is that what you're saying? And what about those books that you don't read? You said you read the Keber Nagast. Yes?
No, I didn't say that. I haven't read that. No.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, you brother, you're a baby.
Jabari, I'm sorry, that was me. Harwin said
I
that.
probably know more about Christianity than you do.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because you're not even reading the text.
Cool.
Listen, you're not even reading the text other than the ones that the Tom who the European said you should read. That's what you're doing.
Jabari, all
you're not even rolling dice.
You see,
you don't even have dice in your hands. I mean,
you see what's going on?
What kind of question is that?
That's what happens all the time, man. When they start getting beat up, they won't even let you speak no more.
Yeah, beat up, right.
You just you're getting beat up by a baby.
Right.
I saw
right. Sure.
You didn't answer the question.
Beat up by a baby. All right, so listen.
Sure.
I asked you a simple question, and you went into this tirade and started.
No, you didn't ask me a simple question. You asked me a complex question. I responded with a complex answer. And let me say to you, brother, do you even know what the Kebra Nagast is?
Shifting the goalposts.
No, not shifting the goalposts.
Answer the question, brother.
If you don't know what it is, how do you know I'm shifting the goalposts?
Yeah, y'all shifting that goalpost on. I see
what is the Kebra Nagast there, Easy Bands?
Why don't we get back to what I'm
Easy Bands, stop. Answer the question, brother.
Don't help him.
Why
are you helping him, son? Why are you helping him, son?
He not answering
How was he helping me? How was he helping me by asking you? I've answered
Because they don't got nothing to do with this question.
In fact, and you know, Unc, I know Unc, if you had Unc on the screen, he'd be laughing because he knows that what I'm saying has to do with the question. He's just starting it up because it's fun. I know that about you, Unc. Now listen, what I'm saying is he said that I have no oral transmission. That's what he said.
I said several things, right? But two main questions. I said, I'm characterizing your priesthood, your cult that you do today, as basically
a cult.
Dice.
A cult?
Yeah, he said cult.
I mean, that's
cult of almond. He right. He right. The cult. He don't mean a negative cult. He mean like the cult of almond.
Yeah. Exactly.
No, I'm just saying. You're seeing me take off the gloves because if he calls what I do a cult, now I'm gonna now.
Yeah, you're gonna wild out. You're gonna wild out.
Go ahead, Easy Bands. Continue.
So my point is that it's just a shot in the dark, basically, because you don't know what you're doing is legit. You don't even know if your understanding of what you're doing is legit. That's why I was trying to find out what do you actually believe in, so that we can compare and we can see. And even if you have like primary sources that you can point me to that actually prove that what you believe in is for real, you know, that's what I'd like to see.
Brother, because what I'm saying to you,
what I'm hearing, let me just finish.
Go ahead.
Because from what I'm hearing, right? You don't. I mean, a lot of the rituals are incomplete in the historical record. A lot of the pronunciations for the rituals, you don't know how to pronounce them. You don't know the vowels that were there. So a lot of the stuff that you're doing is just like, you know, a shot in the dark. It's just like, you know, and I don't know how you'd actually put, like, you know, have a priesthood and invite people into this thing that you're just rolling the dice on.
Okay.
There's no continuation. There's no chain of transmission. None of that stuff.
You gotta take the gloves off, Jabari. He on you.
Listen, the only reason why I'm not gonna say clap, clap, and hit him with the gloves is because he said, I heard him say, he said, maybe you can point me to primary text. So when he says that, that tells me he's not aware of any of the primary text. So now I'm going to go back into a teacher mode rather than into a pugilist mode.
Wake him up. Wake him up.
I want you to understand, brother, that there are a multiplicity of primary texts. And you said that the rituals are incomplete. Can you tell me about one ritual that you have studied that is incomplete in the Kemetic tradition? What's incomplete?
Let me just find it. You want me to find it?
You have to find it? You're asking me a question that you have to now do research.
Yeah.
You already asked the question. Your question should wait a minute. Your question. Wait a minute. Your question should be based as the culmination of your research. You don't ask a question and then do the research. What I'm saying to you is that there are hundreds, I would even argue thousands, of pieces of literature for us to draw our tradition upon. There are a large number of them. And so when you say you don't have a line of transmission, what you are implying is that as a Christian, You can go back and draw a straight line from early Christians to you. I would argue to you that that is not true, number one. And if you did do that, that would mean that your line would go through the Church of Rome. Are you a Roman Catholic? Do you agree with the Roman Catholic Church?
Why don't you answer my questions, man?
I'm answering your question.
Oh, you're pushing the goalposts, man. You're doing this.
No, I'm not shifting. Listen, it seems like you have a few words that you use because you can't understand what I'm asking you. What I'm saying to you is you said that I'm rolling the dice because perhaps I don't, you even said this, perhaps I don't have primary text. I'm saying to you that there are thousands of primary text and we read them all the time. That's what I'm saying to you. And I've said, if that is the standard you're using, you are not standing on firm ground because none of the things that you're judging me on can you do. And the other thing you have to say, here's another part of what you said. You said you don't know those vowels, so you can't speak those things. You're correct that some of the terms in ancient Kemet, that the language did not transcribe many of their, not all, but many of their vowel sounds. That is true, right? That is true. But if that is the standard you're holding me to, then that means as a Christian, you should speak Aramaic, you should speak Greek, you should speak Hebrew. And I know, brother, you don't speak any of those languages. So how in the world could you make that argument? You are making an argument on the weakest ground that you could stand. You're not even on quicksand. You're trying to walk like your savior on water and think that you're on firm ground. That's not, it's not working. You don't speak those languages. Do you speak Aramaic? Answer that yes or no question. Do you speak Aramaic?
I don't.
Do you speak Greek?
No.
Do you speak Hebrew?
You see, the difference is
ask the question, brother.
Do you speak Hebrew?
Yo, sir, what's going on, man?
Any other languages?
Here comes the protection squad, eh?
You don't speak. You don't need to protect me. You're in trouble.
So let's go. So
I've been hitting you with rights, lefts, hooks.
You're in trouble.
Now you're saying the referee is hitting you. He's so punch drunk that he thinks the referee is hitting him. That's what he thinks.
Hey, Jabari, you got to forgive him for he know not what he do, brother.
So listen, Jabari, right? My point, what you're trying to run from, is that
what's the point I'm running from?
That what you're doing, your whole priesthood, is just a guess, brother. And you're
why is it a guess?
Because
wait. You're just saying the same thing over and over again.
Yes, I am. Because you keep running away from it.
Explain your point.
You keep running. So let me explain, right? What you're doing is just guesswork, right? And you're stringing along people and you're calling yourself a priest. Now, I asked you, anybody can do what you're doing? You basically said, yeah. And all you're doing is just trying to put your version of an interpretation of a reconstruction of the past, okay? Now, like I said, you're standing on weak ground because a lot of the practices, a lot of the temples were discontinued. There was no continuation of practices. There was no continuation of traditions. There was no, all the rituals that you're doing, you're just guessing, right? You don't even know how to perform them because a lot of performing requires oral traditions, okay? Now you keep on going to the Christian side. We do have oral traditions. We do have creeds that go back to the earliest times. We do have the apostolic traditions that we follow that go back from the earliest times, brother. We're talking about over 2,000 years. So even if I ask you this, right? Which time period of Kemet do you follow with your Shrine of Ma'at? Old Kingdom, new, like what are we talking about here?
I think that my tradition would be based on an analysis of all three of the major kingdoms, right? Some of the texts that we read are from the old. Listen, easy mans, you're not listening.
That's guesswork.
You
brother.
are not, listen to me. You're not listening.
Yeah.
You keep saying I'm rolling the dice. I'm telling you that we read the text. That's why you're not understanding what I'm saying, because you're not aware that the text exists. That's all. That's the reason why I'm not really going hard on you, because I think that there's some things you just don't know. And what I'm saying to you is, wait a minute. What I'm saying to you, I'm going to say it clearly again. What I'm saying to you is that there are many texts that you can read about the tradition, about the practices of the priest, about the practices of practitioners, many texts that describe, instead of typing, listen.
No, I was just writing down so that I don't forget my question.
Listen, okay, that's good. But I want you to hear, because you're asking the same question. I'm answering it very clearly. So what we are doing is we read the text and attempt our best to reconstruct things that were done. Now, you are saying in order to complete a ceremony, you have to have an oral transmission. And I'm going to say to you, if you think that that's what you are doing, then where is your oral transmission in a language that you don't speak? You don't
That
speak
seems like a
any of the
debate topic
languages
to me.
that
That
are
seems like a
written.
debate topic to me.
I bet you I can read the Meta better than you can read Aramaic, Greek, Hebrew, all of those. I can read the Meta better than you can. Better you can read those other texts. You're listening to English translations, and you don't even know about the books that you don't know about. If you are an African Christian and you don't know what the Kebra Nagast is, your ancestors are embarrassed of you, and you don't even understand it. How do you not know what the Kebra Nagast is?
I know what it is, but
what is it then? Tell us what it is, brother.
Isn't it the Ethiopian Holy Scriptures?
Okay, so then tell me about it.
That's what I told you. I haven't read it, but I know.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So can you admit that you have read less about Christianity than I have?
Brother, like, what are we doing here?
I'm very clear about what I'm doing. I'm asking you.
How do I know what you've read and what's that got to do? What's that got to do? Hold on.
Easy
bands. This is smoke and mirrors, right?
No, wait. What Listen.
You keep trying to throw it back at me and talk about Christianity.
I want to be clear. I want to be clear.
Why don't you tell us? For instance, tell us this, right? What's the percentage? What's the percentage of primary evidence that you can show to back up your theology?
Stop.
What percentage of your theology is backed by primary evidence?
I want you to hear, Easy Bands. Even if I answered that question, you would have no idea whether the answer was correct or not.
It's okay.
Because listen, and you know why?
We have it on record.
Hold on. You know why? Because in order to interrogate me, at the very least, you need to read some of the text. You don't have to be an adherent of the Kemetic tradition to read Kemetic text.
So
I'm not a Christian, and wait a minute. I'm not a Christian, and I read Christian sources all the time. I read Christian texts all the time. But how can you interrogate me about something and say that I am not actually doing something? First of all, you have no idea what I do. Not a clue. Not a clue. And second of all, on top of that, you also have never read the text. In order to say I'm not doing something correct, you would have to look at the text and say, look at what Jabari's doing. But you haven't done any of that.
Theology is backed by these primary
sources. You haven't done any of that.
What percentage of your
theology? And you know, I also noticed, wait a minute. I also noticed something else that you did. You said we have apostolic teachings, and then you said, and creeds. You did not put those two words together. You know why you didn't? Because you think I don't know that you know your weakness. You were going to say we have apostolic creeds, but you interrupted the words because you know I would say, brother, you're using apostolic creeds. Where did they come from? The first of the apostolic creeds was written by who? That's a question, brother. If you cannot answer it, just exit.
What do you mean just exit? Why
can't you answer? Because you're not prepared to have this conversation.
Why don't you answer this?
You're not prepared to have the conversation.
Don't worry about it. You're switching the goalposts. You're doing the smoke and mirrors thing.
Brother, I have never.
What percentage of your theology, brother?
I have never. I don't know why you would assume
is backed by primary evidence, brother.
I have never.
What percentage of your theology?
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. I have never sat down and tried to calculate everything I did and applied a percentage. I couldn't even begin to answer that question.
That proves
but
my
what
point.
I can say to you,
Jabari.
How about you let me answer and then you speak? Be quiet for a second. What I want to say to you is that most of what I do, I'm saying it would be a high percentage. Most of what I do are things that you would actually see being done in ancient Kemet. maybe that percentage is 80 to 90%. That's what I would argue, but I've never actually sat down and done a mathematic equation to figure it out. But I'm saying to you that as much as I study the ancient text and try my best to recreate what we've read, it's not just me. That's how I come to an analysis of what we should do. And I don't understand how you think that you can critique what I'm doing without knowing what I'm doing.
One last question.
Have you ever? Wait a minute. No. There's no. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Have you ever actually seen anything that I've done in my shrine?
No.
So how can you critique me?
Because it falls into a category. It falls into a category of a modern Kemetic cult, bro.
Okay. And I'm going to say to you.
But let me ask you this.
I'm going to say to you, did you have communion when you last went to church?
When I last went to church, yeah.
So I'm going to say to you that you are a cannibal. That's what I'm going to say to you. If you are going to call me a cult member, I'm going to say that your savior is Jeffrey Dahmer. That's what I'm going to say.
All right, cool. That just
so
shows
if
how
you think you can swing, just understand your arms are too short. You cannot.
If that's the best you got, like, come on, man. Like,
brother.
All right, hold on. All right, we're going to move on. Hold on, Easy Bands. You dropped the ball. And this is no disrespect to my brother Sekou, but Jabari is not Sekou, brother. And that's no disrespect to Sekou. He's not Sekou. You got to go back to the lab, brother, and do a little more research, man, before you try to take on the Floyd Mayweather, man.
Can I say something to you, not to Easy Bands?
Yes.
It's just what did you say? That Christians are actually always arguing that they are standing on firm ground on their tradition. But the reality is the only things they read are the texts that were curated by the Church of Rome. And then they don't want to admit that. You don't read any of the texts that were popular primarily with African Christians. You don't want to read any of them. You have no curiosity about any of them. I'm not even talking about the modern stuff.
That is wild, Easy Bands.
And it's wild. It's wild. He said that he's never read the... Listen, I'm going to tell you that the Church of Ethiopia, the Tewahedo Church, is nearly as old as the Church of Rome. But you had no interest in reading anything that they... None.
Sekou, asked me... Hold on, Jabari. Sekou asked me, what did I say? This is what I said, brother Sekou. I said, no disrespect to Sekou, but this Jabari is not Sekou. That's what I said, brother.
Yeah, there was no need for that comparison, son.
All right, I apologize, Sekou. You know that.
I agree, Sekou. There was no need for that.
There was no need for that comparison because I consider Jabari as my teacher. He's my priest. So
right. Sekou, you're right. My bad. I shouldn't have used you as an example. But that's why I said no disrespect. You are definitely qualified. Let me move on over to my young God right quick. God Energy.
Wait, Sa, I gotta dip out real quick. I gotta go. That's why I'm trying to hit you up.
I gotta dip out. I gotta dip out, Sa, real quick. Let me go. I gotta dip out.
If you gotta dip out, you gotta dip out. I'm not falling for that. I'm moving on over to my man God Energy. You got the floor, brother. Y'all really think y'all could get me with that nonsense?
He's fighting in the warehouse, yo. Get him out of there.
Yo, what's up, brother? God Energy, you all right?
Hell no, in the warehouse. Man, you gotta bring him out.
All right, God Energy, I gotta get out of here, man. You got too much noise going on.
Pseudo. Fighting against pseudo.
Maybe you're on speaker, God Energy. Maybe you're on speaker. There's a lot of echo.
All right, we can't get God Energy right now.
No, I don't know.
Good, my turn. You can get me. You can get me.
Go back. Hey, let me put Unc and Harwin on the screen. Y'all got to do paper.
I was talking to Jabari.
Y'all
No,
gotta
man,
be
you,
the paper rock
no,
stickers or something, man.
no, you measured it up wrong. You're not being coherent, sa.neter. I said I was in the middle of speaking and
Now I
dropped off
already
the
heard all
call.
that, brother. This is something totally
No, let
new.
me. No,
I'm
it's
not
not.
going
No,
to.
it's not. No,
Oh,
it's not.
yes, it
No,
is.
it's
It's
not.
my way right now. It's my
No,
show.
okay. Well, I don't like your show. I don't like
You
your
can
way
do
because
that
it's not.
on your
It's
another
so.
show.
Why did you allow? So why did you allow Jabari?
Brother, no questions, brother. I do what I do, brother.
All right, I'm out of here,
And
bro. I
that's
don't
what
like.
he's
I don't like
saying.
the unfairness.
All
I
right.
think. I think you treat Jabari. No problem. I'm
So
out.
I'm telling you, you and this brother,
No, no,
you
no,
know,
no.
heads or tails. I'm gonna throw a
Hey,
coin up.
no, I'm not doing that. I don't want to talk
Yeah.
to this nigga, man. I'm not doing
You,
that. I
you
was
ain't
talking to
gonna,
Jabari.
no,
I was
listen.
talking to Jabari.
You listen to me, you know what I'm about to say. If you just listen, I'm going to flip a coin between you and Harwin to see who goes first. That's all I'm saying.
But you didn't flip a coin for Jabari, though.
Jabari is the champ. He's the Floyd Mayweather. Jabari don't get to flip
The
a
reason
coin.
why we're live is because I came on.
Unc always running like a crybaby. Now I can go to Harwin because Unc ran like he always do.
I wanted to hear what Unc was saying because he got cut off while he was asking a question.
Yeah, I know that, but Harwin got cut off too a few times, and I always move to the next person. Everybody will tell you when people get cut off, I always move to the next person. Am I right, Harwin?
You have to.
I've seen that multiple times. Yes, I've seen that.
You have to.
Nothing different.
Yeah.
This is nothing different because I don't wait for it. When you get cut off, when you had bad services, that's it. But see, you, Jabari, you different. You get more, leeway here. You the champ.
Say that so Unc is
because you're the champ, man. If they want these status, they got to defeat you, brother. Man. And that's what Harwin trying to do. Harwin, you got the floor, brother.
Yeah, put me up on the screen. I want Unc to see me.
Yo, stupid man. You're a nut.
I want Unc to see me.
Yeah. Let me get out the glare. Hey, Unc.
Unc not here.
But he watching. And if he ain't watching now, he can come back and see it later. Make sure you show him. Unc, I got a wager for you. If I can't show Nuwapu on the African continent like Jabari is proposing, how about this? If I show it, you can't come back on sa.neter TV ever again. And if I can't show it, I can't come back on here ever again. How about that? Because you attack. Hold on, Jabari. I don't mean to cut you, Wiz. You attack my integrity as if you didn't know that I attended college, as if you didn't know you haven't seen me in videos with my professor. A Nuwapian showed me more love than just about anybody I ever met in my life. It ain't about what Dr. York did or may have did. I don't know. I wasn't there. This is what I do know. If he did do what he did, he deserved to be where he is. And if he's that type of weirdo, he deserved to be there. If he's another so-called black leader that has been framed, he don't deserve to be there. And both things are possible. I don't know what was happening. I wasn't there. Have nothing to do with me. My thing is the information. If I can't see it, and Jabari has a valid point. Anybody that ever questioned it has a valid question. Everybody should be able to be questioned about what they claim they believe or know. So, Unc, if you believe in him so much, if you have so much conviction, do something like a man for once in your life and stand on something you say. If I cannot show Nuwapu in Africa, I cannot come back on sa.neter show ever again. And if I do, you can't come back on her ever again. Sa, is that fair?
No.
No.
Can I ask a question about what you're saying, Arwin? Are you talking about finding?
Both of y'all gonna always be here, man. So stop it.
Are you talking about Nuwapu?
Sa, he attacked my character.
Here's a question. I want to fine tune what you're asking, Arwin. Are you talking about finding Nuwapu on the continent prior to Malachi York?
Yes, sir. We made that clear, though. That's on record.
Okay. All right. I want to see you do it.
Hold up, Jabari. Here's the thing. What is
Jabari, don't you help him.
I'm not helping him. I'm asking you a question.
Why is he helping?
What is the spelling that you're talking about? Because I know people do different spellings, Jabari, and they say, well, that's Nuwapo, and that's what it means. So what is the spelling of Nuwapo on the map that you're talking about?
Sir, stop
Yeah.
it. Let's
Yeah.
be clear. Let's be clear.
Spelling, brother. That's all I asked you, brother.
It's Nubawiya, but that's irrelevant. Here's why. Because for it to actually be that, it have to have the same concept or similar semantics and definition. Is that fair, Jabari?
It is.
Okay, so let's not play the flim flam game, sir. Let's not do that.
I just wanted to ask you the spelling. That's all.
Okay, but that's one map, and that's cool. I don't even know why we talking about it now. I said what I said. Jabari accepted. Let's get it on.
I want to see you. I want to see you. I like to see you do that.
I know, and it'll be the first time in history. So, stop speaking on my name if you ain't gonna stand on what you say, fam. Stop coming up here saying stuff you can't substantiate. You do it all the time. You not about the information.
Call out.
You speak like you reading off a script from the feds. Stop talking ignorant.
What?
Stop. Just stop, man.
I think you need to go through Unc before you get to Jabari.
No, we're not doing that. He ain't none of that. He tried to act like I don't know how to write an academic paper. Are you out your cotton picking mind?
Oh, cotton picking.
That's a good way to say it.
All right, Harwin. I gotta let my man up in here. He mad with me already. I know I'm gonna get the heat from him later on, but I gotta let my man get ahead and speak, man. You got the floor, brother.
Yep, I'm saying I got you. I'm gonna start treating you like you treat me, sa.neter. I ain't mad at you, yo. I got you, bro. I gotta keep it even, yo. Gotta keep it fair.
Nope.
You played it. First of all, let me show you what you do. Watch this. Hold on. I'm off of it. First of all, Easy Bands was actually getting with Jabari, and you dove in. If he Mayweather, why you always gotta dive in and help? You never dive in and help me. See, I'm sitting there listening to the conversation, right? And I already know what Easy Bands is right on course, yo. But y'all dove in to save Jabari. Jabari spoke. That's the best debate going right now. See what I'm saying? See, let me finish my point.
Easy Bands and Jabari, you said?
Yeah, nigga, because guess what the conversation would be? Do African Americans, watch this, have a tradition that's going all the way back to Kemet, that they can practice a fluent, coherent religion? See, everybody act like they didn't hear what that man said. That man, Jabari, made a fatal statement. That's what Jabari said. Let me finish. You saving him again. See how you gotta do it? See that? That's Mayweather though. When did Mayweather ever need help from the refs? When? He never did. Let me make my point. Did you hear what Jabari actually said? Jabari actually said, yeah, I read text from the old kingdom and the new kingdom. Jabari, no, that's not how it works. There's no one congenial communication from the old kingdom to the new kingdom. They spoke different dialects. It was no one.
I see what's going on here.
Practice religion. See, everybody read understand that though. Everybody read understand that. There is no one way to do nothing. No, I'm finishing my point, bro. You don't gotta help. I'm saying that's a great. Don't you think that's a great conversation for the community, though? Don't you think that's a great position for Jabari to actually defend? That'd be a good one right there, bro. Without no shade. Don't you think that?
Yo, you ain't see how Sekou beat the break?
No, that was a different conversation. Yo, that was a different conversation.
Let me respond.
Totally different conversation. Let me finish, Jabari, before you respond. I just think the community need to know about the Christianity traditions that the Easy Band is claiming is coming, where they got texts that they can read, and Jabari, the same thing, yo. That's a great ass conversation. If it's not a debate, it's a great conversation to have without you jumping in. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm not quite.
Word.
Okay, I hear you.
And as for Harwin, hey, check this out, Harwin. You a damn pseudo. Ain't no word in Nuwapian nowhere. You flim-flamming. We already got you pegged, bro. So don't dive out the window with that nonsense. We already got it all worked together. You tripping right now. And all that if Malachi, the nigga in jail for 300 years. Ain't no if. He did it. Matter of fact, he admitted he did it. So who the hell are you to come on here and act like the man did not admit and plead guilty? You tripping right now. You all supporting a daggone pedophile, right? And all that fake college, I don't know what you did. Because I tell you what, when Jabari went to college, he came back and had enough sense to know that the Malachi York stuff was flim-flam. But you claim to go to college and come back and big up the foolery. It's not coherent, and it academically makes no sense. Nobody with academic credentials would ever say what the hell Malachi York was talking about was coherent and made some sense and wasn't pseudoscience. In my case, go find somebody else to play with, little boy.
Can I respond?
If I'm a little boy, take me up on my offer.
Oh. Can I respond?
You can't find no offer on what? On what, little boy?
Relax, brother. Jabari, respond.
Okay. I think that one of the things that I want to be clear about is whenever I'm speaking, if sa.neter says anything, the easy thing for people to say is that he's helping me.
Right.
It's ridiculous. Sa.neter has a channel and he has to actually channel the conversation. Sa.neter doesn't give me information or tell me not to answer information or anything. And in fact, very often I say, sa.neter, no, I want to do this. I want to do that. We disagree often. So for people to pretend that sa.neter is helping me is really bizarre. But I do want to respond to the central point that Ankh is making. I want to be really clear that there very clearly the Kemetic tradition, even on the continent of Africa, had a great fall. There's no straight line from the Kemetic tradition to what we're doing today. I've never pretended that there was. I told you I'm a reconstructionist. So what we do is we are reading the text and reconstructing what these ancients did to the best of our ability. People are acting like they haven't heard me say that umpteen times. I have said that. But I want to also say that there's an assumption that that is what Christians are doing. And it is not. It is not. Christians are reading primarily one text, a text that was assembled in Europe. And the reality is also that many of their major texts we know have been edited and altered significantly. And they don't even read the other text that those European churches say that they shouldn't read. I don't know how anyone doesn't understand that hearing an African say that, and it's even worse that he's aware of the Keber Nagast. It's even worse that he's aware of it and hasn't read it. It'd be one thing to say, I've never heard of that. Why hasn't my pastor told me about that? I'm going to read it today. It's even worse that he says, oh no, I'm aware that there's a very old ancient African church that has a text that they have been reading for an extensive period, for a very long period of time, and I have no interest in reading it. How come no one sees that that is, when he says that, he's completely invalidated anything else he says? He's not following something that comes from one Christian to the next, to the next, to the next, eventually to him. That's not how this happened. That's not how Christianity works. And anyone who would argue that has not studied the history of Christianity. You might have heard me saying that I heard Easy Bands make a vocal error. He was saying we have apostolic, and he said and put some few words between. Then he said we have creeds. I heard it. I don't know how many of you have heard it, but notice that he recognized that he shouldn't put those two words together. And I asked him, who was it that created the first apostolic creed? And the reality is that if he is arguing that he stands in a line from Christian in the ancient world to Christian to Christian to Christian all the way up to 2026, that means he's also owning what Christians did during the 3rd and 4th centuries. Some of you don't even understand what I'm saying. the first apostolic creed was actually comprised by under the duress of Emperor Constantine. That's the reason why he said apostolic, we have creeds, and not just said we have apostolic creeds. He recognized what he was doing. That was completely disingenuous. So if he is saying that he stands in the line from Christian to Christian, then he's also taking ownership of those things. He's taking ownership of them. And I want you to understand that Christians don't do that. That much of what they do is not what happened in the ancient text. When I asked that Hebrew Israelite how many burnt offerings he made and for why, and he said none, that is what, and he said Jesus was his burnt offering. What? What?
That was Omar. Omar said that.
That I could ask the same thing of Easy Bands, because both of those things are in the Bible that they read, and there's nothing in the text that say that they don't have to do that. The life and death of Jesus doesn't say that now you must not do burnt offerings. It's part of your laws. By the way, the same book that talks about the importance of burnt offerings is where the Old Testament was, where the Ten Commandments comes from. So you can't follow the Ten Commandments and then say I'm going to invalidate the rest of it. The problem is they don't know Christianity. They just know what they heard in the pews, or what they heard from some curiously costumed Christians on the corner who are yelling at black women, calling them bad names. That's what they're doing. I know more about this than they do.
So you disagree, Jabari?
So I'm prepared to argue this.
You disagree, Jabari?
Disagree with what?
I just think he was simply saying that it's easier and you can follow it simpler being a Christian. The textbooks is there, it's all there. Let me finish my point. It's all there. I don't think he was saying it was a one for one. He's just saying it's constructed. And then me and you both know it's constructed foolery, right? But canonized by the Catholic Church. We understand that. But he's simply saying, with all that said, what you're doing is cut and pasting bits and pieces from 4,000 time periods, 2050. That's all he was really saying. He wasn't saying nothing else more than that.
But listen, but what I'm saying to you, Ankh,
is he wrong though?
Yes, he is, because exactly what he is accusing us of is what he does every day. That's what he does every day. I'm already owning to the fact that there is no direct line from an ancient Kemetic priest to me.
To your credit, you came back, but this was like an hour later, Jabari. You came back an hour later and said that. You said that an hour later.
Brother, come on, stop.
You would have shut him down if you said it first. You ain't said it first.
No. That's not
kind of in the moment.
Let's be really clear that I said that when he first asked me the question. I didn't use the same words. But I said listen, Ankh. I said I'm a reconstructionist. That means I'm reconstructing something.
I didn't hear you say that at first.
I said that maybe you weren't on when he first said that. I said that in my first answer. And in addition to that, I'm saying to you that neither do Christians. In order for him to make that argument, he can't read the Bible. Some of those books were written literally 1,500 years after the period he's referring to. He can't read the Bible and make those claims. We know that it has been edited. He can't read the Bible and pretend that there's a straight line from Jesus to him. We know very well that much of what occurred.
I mean, we do have a chain of transmission. That's the thing, right? Even with the point that Ankh brought up that I mentioned about the kingdoms that you said that you're merging. That's basically like a contradiction. How do you merge three different
camera?
All right, hold on. All right, how do you merge three different time periods from the Middle Kingdom, the Old Kingdom, the New Kingdom, and then say you're reconstructing something which never existed? Because those what you're reconstructing didn't exist back then. There was no middle, new, and old and Ptolemaic period kingdom merged into one religion. That's something new that you're creating right there. And so that's why I'm putting this point across, that what you're creating is just a shot in the dark. It's nothing. It's not even realistic. And you have these people coming to you, and I guess you can do that. You can begin a priesthood if you want to out thin air, like everybody has done in history. So I just want you to at least admit that part instead of trying to act like what you're standing on is.
We're also easy bands. He said reconstruct.
Let me respond. Let me say to you very clearly, in order for you to make that comment, you would have had to read text from the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, and New Kingdom, and say that they are in opposition to each other. The supposition that you're making is that Old Kingdom texts are in opposition to Middle Kingdom texts, are in opposition to New Kingdom texts. That's what you're implying.
Are they the same?
What do you mean? Are they the same?
Are they the same, or are they
the central themes
in all areas?
Exactly, wait a minute. Listen.
Are they the same in all areas?
Answering your question as someone who has read the text, you've just raised your hand in my classroom, and the professor is going to answer your question because you've never read any of them. Okay, so you're making a supposition without any information. That's my problem with you. Your question should come after you've actually evaluated the text, not before.
Stop crying and answer the question.
Nobody's crying at all. Nobody's crying. Nobody's crying
all the time, man.
The reality is this: you are implying that Old Kingdom texts are in opposition to Middle Kingdom texts, are in opposition of New Kingdom texts, and I am saying to you that the central theme is exactly the same. Couldn't I have asked you the same thing about the Old Testament and the New Testament? I can't ask you that question. You've thrown away much of the Old Testament, and you don't see any problem, any contradiction in saying, "Oh, we don't do that anymore." I'm saying I don't do that. And I know you throw away the Old Testament. I know you do.
Easy man, stop letting Unc gas you up, man.
Wait, sa.neter. Do you follow the Old Testament?
Listen, sa.neter, he's trying to pretend that.
Wait. He's in the sa.neter, he's in the snare.
Unc is in the back laughing, Easy Bands, because he's putting battery in your back, brother. I'm telling you, man.
But
don't fall for that stuff,
sa.neter, did Unc wake me up and tell me to come on the show and bring this line of questioning up?
No, I told you. I woke your ass up. I said, we got Jabari on. Now you can ask questions. But now I see what you're asking. You haven't even read it.
I think you don't even realize what I'm asking.
Hold on.
I think you don't realize what I'm asking.
What I do realize is, and what Jabari exposed, is that you haven't even read what you're asking.
No,
go ahead, Jabari.
Now listen. Now people say sa.neter is helping me. I want you to know that Easy Bands is in the snare and sa.neter interrupted.
Oh man.
He got the thing around his leg. The branch is about to whip him into the air, and we're about to gut him like a deer. And sa.neter interrupted. And I have no problem with that. sa.neter doesn't know what I'm about to say. So when sa.neter is speaking, he's not trying to help me or help anyone. If anything, him interrupting helped Easy Bands.
Exactly.
I know. Put us back on the screen together, for example. I want you to see Easy Bands and see myself when I ask him these questions. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Come on. I'm Jalen going up. I am isolating Harden right now on Sunday. I'm Jalen isolating Harden. Now, let's put them both on the screen. Come on.
Man.
He's trying to put you on the screen, Easy Bands. Don't sweat too much yet. You're going to be on the screen in a minute.
Hey, Jabari, you don't realize you get the...
I didn't hear what...
Jabari, you think your old tricks is going to work with me. They're not going to work, man.
Sure, of course they won't.
We're going to stick to the topic, man.
Of course they won't. Answer my question.
Okay, so answer...
So wait a minute.
Work with me.
So answer my question. So answer my question. Wait a minute. So answer my question.
You're not answering mine.
You said. Notice how he's trying to bob and weave now. Listen, brother. I've been doing this long enough. I don't get confused by bobbing and weaving. Just answer the question. You implied that there was significant contradiction between the Old Testament text, the Middle Kingdom text, and the New Kingdom text. That's what your suggestion was. Right? I'm saying to you as someone who has read them, wait a minute. You're not talking right now. So I'm saying to you that there is no major contradiction between those texts. Now, I have said, as a Christian, you have discarded your Old Testament. And you said you shook your head no. And shaking your head no means that you're in my snare. Are you saying that you follow the Old Testament, Easy Bands?
So we're talking about two different things here.
Wait a minute. Answer the question. This is a yes or no
I'm
answer.
asking your question. It is not a yes or no question. I have to explain what's going on because there's a difference here. There's the New Testament, as you know, is a continuation of the Old Testament using previous prophecies, right? So it's a continuation. It's got I think it's over 6,400 cross references between the two. So it's any scholar would tell you that it's a continuation of the Old Testament. The difference with this is that the old kingdom, the new kingdom, the middle kingdom, the Ptolemaic period, these are different coats of the same thing, right? But they're different.
No, they're not. And
on top of that,
they're not.
On top of that, so this is my question, right?
Easy Bands, they're not.
Nah, they were different time periods. So these coats, they represented different things at the time. They emphasized different
Easy Bands. Wait.
Hold on. Let me finish.
What?
So
wait. You're making a mistake. Wait. No.
Nah, let me finish.
Listen, what he's doing is he doesn't understand what constitutes the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom. Those changes weren't made because there was a religious change, but he can't answer that question. That's the reality. He's making it sound like Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom occurred because there was actually some religious change. The reality is the ancient people didn't call it the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom. That's modern historians that put those terms on top of it. Go ahead, Easy Bands.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting help, so sa.neter keeps muting me, man. Even when I'm
getting help, right?
So listen.
No, that's because you keep over talking, brother. It's one mic. One mic. That's all it is.
I was the one speaking. He interrupted me. But it's all
good. Go
good.
ahead, brother.
I hear you. Jabari is the legend on here. But so listen.
Go ahead, Easy Man.
Yeah. So all right. So cool. So now what my point was that these three time periods, they weren't practicing, they were emphasizing different things in their practices, right? And so where there are contradictions, right? How do you even pick which one is more authoritative over the other one, where they are? Because you admitted that there might be some contradictions here or there, right?
I didn't say that.
So to you, there's absolutely no contradictions in the three times.
Wait a minute, Easy Bands. Wait. You are now making an argument. I don't know if you realize you're making an argument. What is the difference between the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, and New Kingdom? Since you're implying that the difference creates a substantive spiritual departure.
So these codes, they emphasize different things during the time. I think it's the middle. So I think it might be the middle of the new. I'm not too familiar with it, but I think it might be the middle.
So how are you asking?
Nah. Stop, man. Stop with the performance.
You are giving me a headache.
What you're doing is a performance. I'm asking you.
What's the difference? What is the difference?
Real legit questions. Because you're trying to pretend that the practices between these time periods were all the same, and they weren't. You know that they emphasize different things. Now, I might not have it.
So give me an example of what was different in the emphasis.
Hold on, I could give you, like, for example, I think it's either the middle or the new. They emphasize the afterlife more, right? Whereas, why are you shaking your head like that?
Because you're wrong.
You're wrong, Easy Bands.
Because you're wrong. Because you're wrong.
Easy Bands, you can't ask him about some stuff you haven't read, brother.
I mean, it's
Easy Bands, stay right there. Easy Bands, stay right there. Don't move.
Hold on. Nah, that's cap.
Don't let him move you. Stay right there, yo.
That's cap. Look, you guys are trying to disqualify me from the conversation.
Hey, yo, hold up, Easy Bands. Know that you are the Imam Bashir of the community. Imam Bashir was the punching bag of the community, and that's what is trying to do to you, brother. He's putting the battery in your back Unc know that you are out of your league with Jabari. He knows it. But
Can I say what it is? Can I say what it is? Hold on. Easy.
Unc still have some type of hate.
There's the help. There's the help again. They go to ref.
It's not no help, brother.
They go to ref blowing the whistle on the like Jordan. You know, Jordan can go to the hole without getting the whistle. There you go.
Let me just ask you something.
Yeah, easy, man.
Wait a minute. I want you to acknowledge that you've not answered my question.
Hold on, Jabari. Let me ask sa.neter something.
He's not answered my question.
Do you even understand my line of questioning to Jabari? What I'm bringing
Brother, wait a minute. This is now you're going to ask sa.neter the question.
Sa.neter's acting like
wait a minute. You've been speaking for like 20 minutes, and I asked you a very simple yes or no question. You said it's not a yes or no question, but you didn't even begin to answer it. Here is the question again.
I did.
Have you, wait a minute, as a Christian, do you follow the Old Testament? That is the question I asked you. It's a yes or no answer. You're not answering it. Answer it.
Yeah, so I do follow the Old Testament.
Okay, good. Good. So can I ask you this?
Yeah.
Are you married?
That's a personal question I'd rather not answer on you.
Come on now. You just said I run a cult. That's pretty personal.
I was going to use it.
No. Stop it.
You just said I run a cult. That's pretty personal.
We talking. All right, Jabari.
I ain't said out there.
If I ask you a personal question, you might get mad on here. So let's not do that, man.
Now let's say this. Let me explain to the audience why I'm asking.
What was you what?
Someone is talking.
Go ahead.
In the Old Testament, it very clearly says that if you have a wife and you find that she is not a virgin when you marry her, first, you can hate her. Hate is the word that's used. Second, if her parents are not able to show that she bled on your sheets when you had sex with her, then you can take her to the door of her father's house and stone her because she chose to be a whore in her father's house. Is that what you did? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Do you agree with it, Easy Bands?
If I was Easy
Bands, asking about your wife.
Can I answer?
Wait a minute. I'm not asking about your wife. That would be a very personal question.
Exactly. So
I wanted you to feel the heat for a second.
Can I answer you?
What I'm asking is, do you agree with it?
There's no heat
yes
there.
or no, Easy Bands.
Yes,
do you agree with it?
I agree with what they were doing at that time. I agree.
No.
Yeah.
So you thought it was okay at the time to murder a woman who wasn't a virgin when she got married? You agreed at the time?
At the time, yes, because they used to use these laws as preventative.
So the laws don't count today, you saying?
What are you talking about? The laws don't count today?
Because you said at that time. So are you?
Wait a minute, sa.neter. Wait a minute. Let's not even go to today. How dare you say? How dare you say that it is acceptable for you to literally stone a woman to death because she's not a virgin at her in any time? In any time.
So let me ask you. So let me ask you this: is it cool? Do you agree with practices of ancient Kemet? For instance, like what do you call it? Like burying the workers with the king, with the pharaoh.
You know, I think that
right.
I have had this question. Wait a minute. I have had this question come to me many times. Hold on a second. There's a package. And I want to be really clear that the argument that Kemetic people buried their workers is the flimsiest evidence ever. Ancient Kemet, wait a minute. Ancient Kemet, listen, sit down and put down your hand, student, and write notes. Ancient Kemet lasted for over 3,000 years. And scholars only believe that it might have happened under one of 3,000 kings. And their major evidence is a little scratching of an image, and they say, this is someone being killed. I can show it to you. But I'm saying to you that did not happen. That's what I'm saying to you. That when people were buried, wait, listen to me. Okay, so if it did happen, tell me when it happened and under which king, Easy Bands.
Okay. Let me just
He
search it up
doesn't
right
know.
quick.
Wait a minute. Now you have to search for something.
Yep.
Listen, it doesn't work this way.
Yes,
it doesn't work this way. If you are making an argument, you should have the data by which you made your argument.
Watch it work.
That's fair. Come on, Easy Bands. You come on, bro.
Come on.
Easy Bands. Don't let them fake you out.
Easy Bands. I'm pushing
Bands.
for you. Easy Bands. I'm pushing for you, Easy Bands, but he's making good points. You gotta be
Easy Band. He never answered your question. Never forget that, Easy Band.
He never answered. What question did I answer, Unc?
Easy Band. Ask him the question again, yo.
What question did I answer? Unc is putting the battery in this bro.
Now, I'll be helping you. Look at him helping Easy Bands.
Yeah, I'm admitting it though. I'm admitting it.
But Unc is sometimes like, I don't know. He's a trickster deity because
Jabari can handle it. Jabari can handle that.
He enjoys it. He enjoys seeing people struggle. That's what he's doing.
Hey, let me go to my man Revelation real quick. Revelation, what up?
Unc is probably the favorite brother at the barbershop because that's
all right. Revelation, you got a question, brother?
I'm here, no peace. I'm just here to salute Jabari and to ask you, sir, did you call Easy Bands the Imam Bashir of the community, sir? Sir, you know that's not nice. That is not nice, sir. Why did you do that, sir?
You look at you got
sir, that's not nice.
Thinking, nah.
Hey, yo, I don't know why Revelation.
But Jabari, I just want to say salute to Jabari. Jabari, you my brother.
And let me know if
yes, sir. And I love. Is somebody saying something? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Finish.
Yeah. I just wanted to salute Jabari. It's been a minute I haven't seen you, brother. I was wondering about you a little. So yes, sir. But I'm glad to see you. So shout out to you again. You know, I'm just here to chill. And when I have a question, sir, I'll just chime in. But peace to you, my brother. Yes, sir.
Right.
Peace, brother.
All right. Let me get 7 aside real quick.
Wait. Before you do that, sa.neter, I want you to look at Easy Bands. He is sweating as he searches on the internet. Somebody get him some water, a towel. He's sweating more than James Harden in the fourth quarter.
Oh, man. Damn, Jabari.
Hey, yo, Jabari.
He's sweating.
Jabari, you're the one
Easy
sweating.
Bands, show us what you found.
You're the one sweating.
Show us what you found, Easy Bands.
I was just responding to somebody in the chat, bro.
Oh, wait. Instead of answering the question, now you're responding to someone in the chat?
I was responding to Revelation X, man, because he came up here sneak dissing, bro.
I think you need to understand that you're not ready for this conversation.
All right, let me let 7 in the building. 7, you're in the building. 7 aside. Let's go.
Peace. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. We all can hear you.
I want to say peace to everybody on the panel. It's good to see you, Brother Jabari. Haven't seen you in a long time on this platform, but I do follow you on Comedic Ascensions. I love the work you do on there. So it's good to see you here, brother. I just want to ask Easy Band a couple of questions because he's up here, as usual, sticking his chest out and getting ooh-wee knots all over his head. Easy Bands, did the Old Testament predict that there would be a book that would supersede it or give authority over it?
So let me ask you something, 7 Asar. Let me ask you this.
Can you answer my question first?
All right, what's your question? And then answer my question, all right? What's my
I will.
All right, go ahead.
Did the Old Testament give any talk about any new book coming after it or give an authority to any book that comes after it?
So it gave so basically the Old Testament itself wasn't a book. All right. So that's not how it works. These were the words and testimonies and prophecies of prophets, and they did prophesy for future happenings. For instance, the coming of the Messiah, and they gave certain prophecies of what they expected, and that's why we know Jesus, that's coming. That's why we know Jesus Christ is the Messiah, because he fulfilled those prophecies. So yes,
the answer is no.
It did prophesy things to come in the future, and so the
answer is no.
The Bible that we have right now is not just a book; it's a collection of books from different authors.
So
Yeah,
that,
we all know that. We understand that.
Yeah.
But hold
Yeah.
on, I got one more question, sa.neter, because
Let me add. No. It's my question to you now.
yeah, it's his question now. It's his question.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
So with my line of questioning, you're saying that I'm getting beat up or whatever it may be, right? So are you telling me right now that you can say this, that that brother Jabari is actually practicing authentic Kemet religion just by the evidence that he's given and the basically the points that are brought up about how he's merging 3 or 4 different time periods, which to reconstruct something. Now, how do you reconstruct something that never existed? Because there was never a merger of these 4 time periods into one religion or one cult. But go ahead, if you can answer that.
Okay. What you're doing is giving a narrative on what Jabari is doing. And Jabari has fully explained what he was doing. So, I mean, I don't understand how you can call it a fallacy. No, I answered your question. You just didn't like the answer.
What's my question?
Right? Your question was, how can Jabari prove
I said, is it authentic?
Yes. How can he prove that it's authentic? Right? But it's not about him proving the authenticity of it, because he's explaining to you the research he does. He's explaining to you where all his information is of reconstructing these practices, right? So he's being honest, totally honest. Unlike yourself.
Is it authentic? My question to you was, is it authentic? Because
authenticity is subjective. Women, authenticity is subjective if he's using the history and the text to recreate the traditions. So if he's using the actual information and he's reconstructing it, because there's, of course, no one can give you the authentic practice of Kemetic priest. You can't even do that, as he's outlined many times. So by trying to call it unauthentic, you don't know what an authentic Kemetic priest is.
So is
Easy
it authentic?
man.
I'm asking you, is it authentic? Just simple.
I think it's authentic because he's doing the research. You asked me what I'm thinking. I'm telling you what I'm thinking. I think that it's authentic because he's doing the research. He's being honest where he's getting the information from, and he's letting us in every step of the way. He doesn't dodge questions. He answers them directly. Now let's go back to you. No. You've asked the question. Now it's my turn, because you speak of him being inauthentic, but you're not being honest about there was nothing in the Old Testament, which we know there's a collection of books of the Old Testament. We know that. No one here is ignorant of that fact. But you won't admit to the fact that nowhere in that book that it said there would be another book to supersede it, or nowhere in that book does any gives any authority to that book. What gave authority to that book was a bunch of men, right? And you allowed those men to give that authority over those books. That's why you're a Christian. You're not a Hebrew, you're a Christian, because you follow in the book that these men narrated and put together and copied and pasted from other things, right? And created their narrative. So the same thing that you're accusing Jabari of doing, that's what Christians did, right? They took pieces from here and there and there and here, and they created their tradition. So Easy Band, you're clearly your hypocrisy has been shown all throughout this presentation that I've been listening to so far.
Ask your question, because now you're making
my last question is this. So who gives did God give the authority of the New Testament, or was it men?
God.
Where in the book can you show me where he gave authority to the New Testament?
Like I told you, brother, the prophecies that you find in the Old Testament prophesy of the events that you find in the New Testament books. Okay, the New Testament is simply just recording the events that happened at that time. So you're talking about a book, but that's not what it is. This book is just a collection of these events that fulfill the Old Testament prophecies. So that's why you find, I think it might be like 6,400 cross references between these books, meaning that you'll find New Testament scripture that refers back to a certain prophet from the Old Testament and describes how what's going on at that time is a fulfillment of what that prophet was saying in the Old Testament. You find that on and on all over the place, and that's not even a debate topic to have, right? So what my question now was to you was, you're telling me that you think, so I can tell right now you're not even using your objective logical mind. You're just using your emotions and your feelings that you probably have towards Jabari, because you're admitting that, yeah, he's just trying the best that he can. And you're saying that it's authentic because the experience of him actually studying these things is an authentic experience. But that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, is what Jabari preaches in his cult an authentic representation of what was really happening at that time period? And the fact that he said that he's merging 4 time periods, 4 time periods, centuries apart, right? And reconstructing something out. You did say that you were merging. Yeah, you did. You did say that you were merging. You did say it was a merger of these 4 time periods.
No, I didn't.
Oh my goodness. Hey, stop.
Which 4 time periods did you really mention?
He didn't say that, Easy Bands.
What did he say then, sa.neter?
He didn't say
wait. Don't ask sa.neter. What 4 time periods did you hear me say I merge?
Just muted me again. Yo. So I asked you, right? I asked you, like, this was my thing. Are those, because there's different time periods, middle, new, and old, and then you have the Ptolemaic period. I asked you, which one of those time periods are you basing the reconstruction of your cult under, right? And you said you kind of merge all of them.
I did. I never said I never used that word.
Okay, you might have never. All right, so what's the word you used then?
I want to be very clear. You are trying to say that I said something that I did not say.
Yes, you did.
By the way, I never mentioned the Ptolemaic era. You stuck that in there. And you just admit that you did. Just be a man right now and say, yeah, I put that in there. But you didn't say it.
I talked about the different time.
Wait a minute. I want you to be a man for a second. Wait a minute. If I'm not talking to a man, then I'm not going to have the conversation. Admit that you put that in there. I never mentioned the Ptolemaic.
Admit, or else I'm going to run and cry. Come on, bro.
I'm not. Yeah, I run. Sure, I run. Right.
You're not.
Admit it.
Bro. Listen,
brother.
What I was telling you.
Listen, sa.neter, please
admit it, Easy Man. Just admit it. Damn.
Please put us both on the screen.
Like, come on, man, sa.neter.
Please put us both on the screen, sa.neter. I want to be very clear about something. Hold on. Now let me go into teaching mode for a second, Easy Bands. I want you to understand that Easy Bands is making an argument that is not followed by the data. He's implying that Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, and New Kingdom, that those designations were created because something fundamentally different happened spiritually in Kemet. And I'm saying to you, 1, that never happened. 2, those designations were placed much later. The people of Kemet never made a distinction of old, middle, and new. And number 3, I want you to understand that he's not read any of the text, so he's making an argument without any information. Kemetic spirituality has the same theme from the Old, Middle, and New Kingdom. It's the same theme. The designation Old, Middle, and New was created because something different happened politically in Kemet. That's like me saying, how can you follow the Bible from the Biden era if you're a Republican? You'd say, wait a minute, those things don't, the person that was in the presidency has nothing to do with the text. So that's the kind of argument he's making. And I'm keep trying to tell him that doesn't fit.
This is the second time you told him that. Second time you repeated that.
More than second time. So I want you to understand, and I'm not going to go through all of it. If you want to get all of it, I suggest you take my class.
All right, let me let Jose in right quick.
Let me finish. I promise I'll speak for 30 seconds. And I want you to hear that the Old Kingdom became the Middle Kingdom because ancient Kemet, its political structure fell apart at the end of the Old Kingdom, ushering in what historians call the first intermediate period. And then when several rulers got together and reconnected Kemet politically, then we call that new kingdom, that next kingdom, the Middle Kingdom. It has nothing to do with the religion. It's simply a designation of the political structure of the nation. Go ahead, sa.neter.
All right. Jose, you got the floor, brother.
Peace, Brother Jabari. You could tell he didn't read the text. Clearly, he has not read the text. And he's making an argument about retainer sacrifice. Ask him to show you any primary text that say that.
Yep.
He can't show you that. Ask him that.
You can ask him right now. You can ask him, Jose.
Say it again?
You can ask him. You got the floor.
Ask him, does he realize that there are texts from other periods that
Hey, Jose, you can ask him. You got the mic. You can ask him right now.
I want you to pull up a text right now that shows me anything about retainer sacrifice, and you'll never do it.
That shows what?
Pull up a primary text from the people of ancient Kemet that shows anything about retainer sacrifice. And I know you can't do it. Pull up a paper on it. I read a paper on it, and the paper was very sketchy as to whether they thought it happened.
It is sketchy. Yeah.
They're using modern forensics to say, and they look at the teeth and say they think people got strangled. They showed you one little piece of poor documentation that they don't know what in the world it is. But they're making an argument that's retainer sacrifice.
But even the papers will say that their data is conjectural. The scholarly papers will make that argument as well.
But they say that about everything.
I know that, Jabari.
They say that about absolutely everything.
Brother.
Yes, they do.
Please stop. Everything is conjectural.
Yep. A lot of the stuff that you find there is conjecture and suggestions.
Stop.
Yep.
Stop.
So then
you
what
are
is your
articulately ignorant, brother.
So you're talking like it's absolutes when it comes to
show
Kemet,
him.
and we both know it's not.
You said that, not me.
Brother Jose asked a very simple question. Do you have a primary text that describes the ancient Kemetic people involving themselves in retainer sacrifice?
Of course he doesn't, because it doesn't exist.
No,
it doesn't exist.
They base that. I'm pretty sure they based that on archaeological.
Now you're pretty sure.
That's not primary.
Now
you don't know.
Sure. Is that a scholarly term?
So listen. Are you guys? So are you guys
Easy
now
bands.
saying? Are you guys now saying that archaeological finds, right, is not evidence for a practice?
Okay.
I'm telling you that archaeological conjecture is not primary text, because there is no primary text for that.
But if we
they didn't show you one.
Archaeology itself is conjecture, man. Because all you do is find ancient.
That's not what I said.
That's
it
the
is
thing.
not primary
Hold on.
sa.neter, can you put us on the screen again for a second?
What I'm saying is, brother, is that you're being biased right now, because majority of Egyptology depends on conjecture. What they do is they find ancient stuff, right? Whether it's bones, beads, or whatever it may be, and they try to paint the picture. Hold on, let me finish. And they try to paint a picture around that, and then they give it to you as scholarship.
No, sir.
That's what it is.
Easy bands.
So for you to act like what I'm saying.
Wait a minute.
And what you guys are doing is not.
Hold on. I'm sure I've read more about retainer sacrifice than you have. Okay? And I want to say to you that the forensic data is not conclusive. And the people who have actually done the research say that themselves. I'm giving you more information in what I'm sharing than you are going to be able to find by Googling it. And I know that because I know you've been Googling feverishly. The reality is this. The primary source that they use, I'm going to put it on the screen. sa.neter, I'm going to share this. The primary source that is used is an ivory label. And in fact, there are two ivory labels. If you could put this on the screen, sa.neter. This is one of the major arguments that people have for the idea that individuals were sacrificed by Kemetic rulers when they died. And it's this image here. You can see that it's expanded here. This image, this small image is here, and this drawing expands it. And so what you're supposed to see is that it looks like perhaps this person is killing someone and collecting something. But you can see this is a line drawing. We don't even know if this is an actual person. We don't know if this is actually a sacrifice. There's a lot of things that we don't know about this. This is the major argument, two ivory labels. And so I want you to be clear that sometimes when scholars see this information. They say, well, perhaps it happened. They don't say definitively this happened. Even the scholars that have done the research aren't making the argument you did. And if they say it happens, they say it might have happened under one of 300 kings. You're making it sound like sacrificing your servants was a major feature of Kemetic Kemetic civilization. I'm going to say I even doubt that it happened at all. But if it did happen, it happened under one guy. So that's the strange part of what you're doing. If that is what you're saying, then I would say, in order for you to have your wife, did you bring a bag of 200 foreskins to her father?
Oh,
did you?
Man.
So you see that he's just proving my
Answer
point
the
on
question.
why
It's not rhetorical. It's not rhetorical. I want you to answer the question.
I didn't bring foreskins.
Do you know what I'm referring to?
I didn't. Yeah, I do. I didn't bring.
Tell us what I'm referring to.
No. Now it's my turn to ask you, right?
No, I'm not finished asking you the question. It's not your turn. It is not your turn.
You're proving.
It's not your turn.
Come on, Easy Bands, you can do this, brother. You can do this.
Listen. He's talking.
Tell us.
Just
as I showed you. Wait a minute. No. Just as I showed you
more. Hold on, Easy Bands. Come on.
Just as I showed you more information about retainer sacrifice than you put forward. Stop.
You're gonna let him do this? Come on, man.
What I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to you is, wait, no.
Yeah,
I'm not relinquishing my moment.
Yeah, nah.
I didn't say that it was okay for you to speak.
It was my turn to speak, man.
No, it wasn't. Based on what? Based on what?
Based on the long diatribe that you had, man.
Oh, I see a diatribe.
And then you asked me a question. I answered that question.
Let me say to you this. Wipe your mouth here, because I think you still have some of the flesh of your savior on your lip. Just wipe it here. It's some blood and some flesh right there.
You basically refused, right?
You're a cannibal. You're a cannibal. You're a cannibal. If you can call me a cult leader, I can call you a cannibal.
I got him tripping. Yeah.
And so what I'm trying to say to you is that you're saying really ridiculous things without any information.
Yeah.
And if you would say,
no,
I wouldn't suggest that you have to actually kill people and bring their foreskins in order to get someone to actually agree that you can marry their daughter. That happened in your Bible, but you're saying, no, we didn't do that. No, not at all. And if it did happen, it happened with one guy. But then you want to pretend that on the flimsiest information about retainer sacrifice, that is emblematic of the Kemetic tradition. And what I'm trying to say to you is that you are not making a good argument. In fact, let me show you the actual servants that were buried with the king. You want me to show it to you? Every single king most of the kings of the Old Kingdom.
Let me show you the way.
Come on, MJ.
Baby, let me show you.
It was black.
Classic.
Could you put this on the screen, please, sa.neter? During every period of Kemetic history, these servants were buried with not just kings, but many other people. These are generally called Shwabtis or Shwabiti, depending on what translation you're using. And so there were symbolic servants that were buried with people. And supposedly you would be able to, this is all allegory. You could speak the glyphs on the front of them, and they would awaken in the afterlife to do work. There are literally millions of these left behind. When I tell you that there are 2 ivory labels that some scholars argue might have, they never say definitively, they say might have showed that there was retainer sacrifice. I'm telling you that there are millions of these. I don't know what city you're in, but if you go to the major museum in your city, you'll find these. This is the servants that were sacrificed with the rulers and with others. And in fact, when I die, I hope to have them with me as well.
Just like the Bohemian Grove, where they found that they still practice these kind of like ritual like ceremonies where they sacrifice an effigy. So, but we all know back in the day they used to sacrifice members of the African American community, brother. We know that. Nowadays they have an effigy there. So that's what you're explaining to us now.
So why are you
easy
bands? Why are you making such a ridiculous statement for people to hear
what?
in public? Why are you making?
Why does it have to be ridiculous? Yo, Jose,
because you
don't
sound
like it.
crazy.
Why does it have to be? Why is it crazy?
By the way,
because I'm showing you an example in modern times of the same thing happening.
You sound like a religious nutbag right now.
No, you sound like a nut.
Hey, do you mind if I jump in from time to
All
time
right,
and help
everybody
these
hold
bands
on.
out?
Everybody hold
Since
on.
these brothers, they jumping in and helping.
Everybody hold on. I said Omar could go next. Omar, you got the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to go next, but I wanted to open up the conversation more because the thing is, what I've been noticing when Jabari say something, the other two brothers, Asar and Jose, they'll jump in and say something like you gave them the floor. But I wanted to know if I'm saying something, Easy Bands can kind of jump in and I can say, you know what, go ahead real quick. We can do the same thing that they doing, but you know what? I think Easy Bands is doing a good job. I'm noticing, and this is respect to Jabari too. So Jabari, he's not answering the questions directly because I wanted to cover more stuff, but let me go off of what they just got done discussing. So when Easy Bands say, oh, well, you know, if you practicing being a Kemetic priest and stuff like that, how come you ain't gonna practice retainer sacrifice? So now I do give it. Jabari was correct. I believe retainer sacrifice was only practiced during the first dynasty. It was only being practiced during the first dynasty. But I think it was disingenuous for Jabari to pull up. He said, well, this is the only evidence. He pulled up a picture of, he said, oh, this is something being taken away. And then the other brother hopped in to try to validate it. But hold on, we're forgetting the main evidence. The main evidence is the bodies being, the actual bodies being buried in the tombs. Thank you. So
okay.
That's hold on. I'll let y'all go. I did not cut y'all off. Hold on. So first of all, he didn't address that. He didn't show the thousands of bodies being buried in the tombs and hold on or around the tombs. And this is specifically, this is what King DeJure, or however you pronounce his name, over 300 sacrifice retainers, along with the court staff, buried alongside his tomb. So they can show all the pictures. They can show all the pictures. I'm talking about the bodies. I'm talking about the actual bodies that they're finding. They don't want to talk about that. And then hold on. And then even let's say okay, not even the humans. So then that means that means when some Jabari practicing that, guess what? Then you got to be accused of animal cruelty too, because they bury 10,000 cats up in the tomb, 5,000 dogs. So you know what? That's animal cruelty. And you know why Jabari won't take place in that? Because he'll be in prison right now for animal cruelty. So what we got to do, let's stop romanticizing and let's address these points. And like I said, Aviette, this is what they do. Easy Bands answer a question. They vaguely answer it, and then they want to flip the script and they want to ask you six Bible questions.
Word.
That's what they want to do. So I think all of them, they're being very disingenuous to the structure of the conversation to say, you know what, brother, this is what I'm going to do. You ask me one question, I'll do my best to answer it. When you done, you go ahead and ask me a question. What they're doing, like I said, they're being very vague on how they answer it. They don't want to give a yes or no. And basically this what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put it, because like I say, I don't want to use no big old words. I don't want to over philosophize. Here's the thing what Easy Bands is basically saying. Jabari specifically said he reads the text and then he reconstructs it. So all Easy Bands is saying is when Jabari reconstructs these things, is there possible for it to be errors and mistakes to be made? And we all know the answer is yes. So this is what Easy Bands is saying. If the answer is yes, mistakes and errors can be made. Who in the hell is Jabari to be teaching people this and then to charge them a fee for it? He charges it. I can't go to them school of my art for free. None of y'all Negroes can either. He's going to charge you a fee for it. So how in the hell you charging somebody a fee when you just said you read it and you reconstruct it, and we know during the reconstruction of it, it's not 100% accurate. There's errors and mistakes. So I think Easy Bands wasn't trying to say you rolling the dice. What it is plug and play. Now, a lot of the things I may know, but damn, some of the things that I can't figure it out, you know what? I'm gonna have to plug something in and roll with it. It's plug and play.
Yep. Thank you, bro.
All right, Jabari, I'm gonna let you go. All you gotta do, my brother Omar, is ask Apostle, did he have to pay for his goddamn degree just to be just to get his degree of Christianity? So whenever you go into school and colleges, they all gotta pay, brother. What are you talking about? What's wrong with you, man? Don't respond. I don't need no response. I don't need no response.
Okay.
They all got to pay for their goddamn degree. Go ahead, Jabari. You can respond.
I want to say I'm going to respond with the last offensive thing he said first. If you could put us on the screen, sa.neter. You know, when people try to insult me, they try to make it sound like I am pilfering our people so I can connect them to spirituality. And it's really offensive. None of the people speaking have ever come to Comedic Ascension. By the way, we held it every other week. We don't charge anyone for Comedic Ascension at all. Zero. Do we take donations? Sure, we say, oh, we need money to do this. Please give us donations. But is anyone kicked out? I'd say that we get last week.
I've seen the ritual, by the way.
Omar, you can't cut in, brother.
Last week, I got $20. The internet that we use costs more than that. Right?
Facts.
I want you to understand that I pay for it out of my own money. That's what I do. Now, the things that people get a potential fee for, if you want to become a full member of our shrine, there is initiation. There is a charge for initiation, but there's something that no one that's being, that all the people that are being disingenuous are saying. By the way, the application is online. There's a reason why none of the people making that argument.
I'm sorry, Jabari, but I got to cut you off. The school that you're trying to go to, Omar, don't you know that General Yohana take fees every month, brother? That the members there got to pay General Yohana a fee every month? You don't know that. See, you don't know nothing, man. You think you do, but you don't know nothing. Go ahead, Jabari. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. The other thing that I want you to understand is when there is a charge to do initiation, we always say very clearly that if you are unable to pay, you will still be able to be initiated. A large number of people who are full members of our shrine paid nothing, $0. All they have to do is request it on their application.
Oh, and one more thing, Jabari. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, brother. But don't you know, brother, when you are in Islam, there's something called zakat. Do you know what zakat means? It is mandatory that the Muslims give zakat, brother. What type of organization you think on the run on no goddamn economics and no money? You bugging. The new Black Panther Party, like Jabari said, you take donations. Every movement got to have some type of economics, brother. You're a fool if you think not. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jabari.
Just like the church. I had to say that the church got
Listen, the church tithes. You're expected to give 10% of all of your earnings before tax. And we have seen pastors tell people off because I said, I want everyone to come here with more than $1,200. Sister came with like a door. And he absolutely insulted her. Another popular pastor says he wants to put turnstiles on the front of his church. And for everyone that's not tithing, he would like to take them into the back and shoot them dead. But instead of critiquing them, by the way, that's Creflo Dollar. I'm not talking about some unknown pastor. And I want you to know, instead of them critiquing them, they would critique me, the guy who was putting his own money into his shrine. I don't have any income from the shrine. $0, Easy Bands and Omar. When sa.neter says he can't find me, it's because I'm working. I'm not a full-time high priest of my shrine in the fact that they pay me and I live. That's not how this works. And then for the priesthood, if you're going to do priesthood training, we meet several hours a week for 3 years. There is a cost for it. But just like initiation, if you say that you are unable to pay, we still allow you to do that. And I put a lot of work. I'm talking about during priesthood training for 3 years, I put somewhere around 15 hours a week into priesthood training. And many of the priests have not paid anything. I have clearly said, and anyone who's been in Kemetic Ascension or have heard me mention this, I say it publicly very often. The reality is we will never let money get in the way of you practicing the Kemetic tradition. And so when you say that I charge people, that's really offensive. That's really offensive for you to say that to me. And I want to say to you that I don't do any of that. It costs money to actually run an institution. And most of the money comes from my own pocket. I'm not lying to you. I really wish, for the people who are saying that, I would like to believe that you're not doing it because you're evil and you're just lying about a brother. You heard it from somewhere and you believe that. But I want you to understand that what you're saying I'm doing, I don't do. I've never done it.
No,
I'll still wait. I'll wait.
Wait a minute. And so, and let me also say, in terms of retainer, yeah, and Cameron 1389 says collection plate. Listen, I was a Christian. That plate went around several times. And you know what else? Everyone was expected to give 10%. We have no tithing. We have no tithing. So none of that happens. I would wish that you all would stop insulting me as a person, assuming that I've stolen something and I have not.
They don't understand.
And he then rubs his eyes. Brother, you are not a man.
All right, hey Jabari, ain't got that much.
I'm not finished yet. Hold on. With regard to retainer sacrifices, I want to be really clear about something. In ancient Kemet, some scholars argue, it's not even everyone, by the way, you should know. I've read the text, brother. Some scholars argue that it might have happened. And our dear brother Omar says, how about the thousands of bodies? No, the king that you mentioned, they say there might have been 35 people. I've read the text, you have not. The thousands of bodies, no, there's not thousands of bodies. They say it might have been 35 people. By the way, the other thing is, we don't know how they died. We don't know how they died. We know they were buried with the king. We have no proof that they were ritually sacrificed. There's no text. There's no epitaph that says this person died because the king deemed it so. There's nothing that says that. You could even argue that if you want to go to the Middle Kingdom, that Mentuhotep II has a lot of people buried with him. But most scholars say, oh, those were soldiers, right? The reality is that there is no definitive information on something that might have happened under one of 300 kings. But what we can prove to you is that Ushabtis existed. In the Old Kingdom, they called them retainer heads, not retainer heads, reserve heads. But you should know that these symbolic servants, this occurred for 3,000 years. This is what we can prove. Easy Bands, I don't know where you are.
I'm right here.
No, I don't. I mean, in terms of where you live. I understand you're there. I'm looking at you on the screen.
I'm in Canada.
But you're in Canada. What part of Canada?
Just outside of Toronto.
He out there with Stay Cool.
I want you to know that I have at least one initiate, a very active initiate that's in Canada. I would love to put you in contact with him, because at the very least, I'm going to assume that you have honor, even though you're not acting like it entirely here. I would love for you to talk to him about what happens in my shrine, because at the very least, I'm not saying anyone is above critique. You can critique me. I'm not perfect. But at least say things that are based in reality.
Okay, so can I respond to that?
Nah. At Harwin, he ain't got that much time. He's really literally at work. And I want to say, y'all got to understand. Nah, I'll just let it go. Go ahead, Harwin. You got the floor, Harwin.
Yes, sir. I just want to make sure that me and
go past
first of all, bro, y'all gonna come at Jabari about Kemet. Y'all gotta come with the sources, man. You can't be guessing and all. Let me look it up. You gotta be ready. I'm not gonna argue for you. You gotta be ready. But Jabari, I just want to make sure we got an understanding that is we on?
I think that you and I need to talk about exactly what the title will be. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put my email in the chat. Okay? So you can reach out to me directly. This is the email I look at most frequently.
Okay.
It's not my shrine email. But I'm going to give you my personal email that I use very frequently. It's just jabariosase@hotmail.com. Oh, wow. It's not. It didn't let me post it. Maybe it's because it's an email.
Nah, you just not a
It said it failed to post. I don't know why it failed to post.
You can put it in the back chat directly to me.
Okay, I can do that as well. But what I'm saying to you is let's communicate. I'd love to have a conversation with you, brother. A debate with you on some of these topics. It would be fun. Okay? So let's just make sure that we have a good topic. We have the beginnings of one. So let's now round it out so that we're able to make it work. Okay?
Okay.
Sounds
all right.
good. All right.
So I want you to know that I have respect for Jabari, and I got respect for you for giving me the opportunity for even thinking that I'm equipped to come up here and wrestle with your or box with your so-called Floyd Mayweather.
Hey, one more thing. Jabari Osaze at Hotmail, right?
Yes, at hotmail.com.
All right. Harwin, I texted to you because I know you're driving.
Okay. I appreciate it.
When you get stationary,
and Jabari, I think that
I'll send you my cell phone number too, so we can communicate.
Okay. And
Okay,
Jabari,
brother. Yep.
I think that you're going to be proud of this.
Okay. Good. Let's get it in.
It's going to be the proudest loss you ever had in your life.
We'll see, brother.
You know, Harwin, everybody say the same old thing, man. Right, Jabari?
And you
They do.
right along with it. I got you.
Hey, Jabari, don't they all say the same thing?
They do. They do. I think it's pretty funny that they do. You know, I'm just at one of those moments where, you know, I've debated a lot of people on your channel, and I intend to continue to. I enjoy debating it, right? I enjoy debating. So I intend to do more of it. I haven't been around in the last few months. You're going to see me more. As long as sa.neter still has me, you're going to see me more. I'll be back.
You know what gets me is that Easy Bands and my brother Omar Muhammad, like, why would y'all just drop everything African, your whole culture, your whole studies, right? To go and follow mythology when it's dealing with the white side. The white man wrote all of that in the books. But you just miss Kemet when it comes from your people, your ancestors. That's crazy to me, man. When you dismiss somebody, hold on, when you dismiss mythology that looks like you, black man, and looks just like you, brother, but you would go towards a goddamn Jesus and Moses and all these crazy names, knowing
you got to be honest though, too, son. You got to be honest though, too, son.
My man. Like, yo,
I'm on my phone. My bad.
Yeah, man. Like, y'all would disagree with all the black culture or the mythology, but you run towards that white stuff, and you can't prove nothing. These men, these disciples that was with Jesus, the 12 disciples, right? You know how famous they would be right now if you could just show one gravesite? That right there would prove a lot of stuff. But you can't show one. You can't even show Mary, the mother of Jesus. You can't show Joseph. Don't you know that would be in the museum right now? They would have a whole section of Jesus in the 12 tribes and all of that in the museum. If it was real, in the library, don't you know they got the Bible in the science fiction section sometime. Come on, brother.
Can I say something, sir?
Revelation.
That's not fair. That's not. Hold on, real quick.
Revelation, what up, brother?
Yeah, I know they want to talk, so I'm gonna try to be quick about this. But sir, I just wanted to say that there's absolutely nothing called a white man's religion. There's absolutely no models of it. I'm just saying it. They took everything from the East, and so you can check it out if you want. It's just a statement that they used. I'm sorry.
So King James took it from the East?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
This is true. The scrolls came from the East.
Put their twist on it, brother.
Yes, sir. They did put their twist. I'm not saying
Okay,
no,
so
but
it's a
in
white
terms of
man
people
religion
saying that there's a white man's religion, there is no models of a white man creating anything spiritual unless they took it from the East. That is the truth. No one can actually fight that. Now I have a
You
question.
give the
Just
white
one
man
question, and
authority.
I'm done. Hold on, homie. Hold on. I just want to ask one question.
So watch this, Revelation.
Go ahead, sir.
10 commandments. Can you honestly say that them 10 commandments didn't come off the walls of Kemet?
Sir, I have no problem with the 42 confessions
and
knowing that it's borrowed.
When you look at the Amenemot, are you going to say that none of that stuff come from there when you go to the book of Psalms and all of that, brother?
Sir, but you're just proving my point. I just said that the book itself was taken from the East and all the scrolls and everything. So the writings of Amenemot being in Proverbs.
You done stabbed yourself. So why take a book that was copied from the East instead of going right to the source? Getting it straight from the source, brother. Why not? So you stabbed yourself.
Exactly. No. I have no problem with what you said, Sal. But at the end of the day, you still cannot debate the fact that there is no such thing as a white man's religion. There's no models of it, Sal.
That's not true.
Show me a
That's
model.
not
Show
true.
me one model of a white man's religion. Please show me a model, and I want the date. I want when it was created. I want the divine figure. I want the name of the divine figure that the white man used to pray to. Show it to me. Please show it to me.
Jesus.
Haven't you seen the white Jesus?
Foolish Palestine. You would say, Jesus, are you serious right now? Jesus? Oh my God.
That's a fact.
Anyhow, I wanted to ask Jabari.
That ain't even his name and his language.
Jabari?
How about Odin?
Revelation.
You said Odin? No, I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm
Odin.
here. You said
Thor, as in Thor's father, Odin.
I know who Odin is. I understand that. Now I'm going to ask a question because I don't know. So forgive my ignorance if I'm wrong. Because Sai, you know me. I have no problem saying I'm wrong if I'm wrong. You know that, Sai.
Y'all making Jabari look like a world beater.
Nah, yo, Jabari, I have mad respect for Jabari, yo. Don't do that. A lot of you guys, it's very disingenuous for you to be talking about Jabari the way that you're saying. Because you're saying that he takes the sources and he's taking this and taking that and putting it together. Don't worry. No. Sa, I'll deal with Odin. But let me defend my brother a little bit because I learned a lot about Jabari, even though we have difference in opinions. And it's disingenuous for somebody to say that he's corrupting the text by doing this, when the truth is if he could be making mistakes, then he could also be making corrections. They're not looking at it like that.
If he is or if he ain't, you can't read it.
Yeah, but you're not looking. Okay, do you know if he is or if he ain't?
I never said he did.
Yeah, but if you don't, somebody, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the person that says that he's only making mistakes. If we don't know that he's making mistakes or not, then why would you even say it? That's what's
everybody
happening.
make mistakes. I agree that he's made some mistakes, but that don't mean that he's twisting and altering and making up something new. I don't know. I haven't been to his shrine of Ma'at to see if he's doing that or not. But that wasn't me that said that, brother.
No, I didn't
Well,
say it was you.
Revelation X, you know why they do that, right? You know why they do that, Revelation X.
I
They
do.
want to prove Jabari wrong. They have this hate for Jabari because he comes up here with scholarships and facts. Hate facts. They hate the fact that they can't prove him
I
wrong.
wouldn't use the word hate. I wouldn't say Easy Bands hate Jabari or Omar hate him.
I mean,
there's a lot of hate. I mean, sa.neter, you haven't seen a lot of hate.
They just ignorant, brother, when it comes to
hate is what Unc has for me.
But yes, they do have some people do have hate Seven to Star, but I'm saying these brothers up here, I wouldn't accuse Easy Bands or Omar of having hate.
Yeah, I'm not.
When I came in,
I'm not saying them in particular.
When I came in, I said it was a pleasure and an honor to speak to Jabari, man. I acknowledged him being a legend.
And then you called me a cult leader.
I said
exactly.
So listen, I mean, it is a cult. Technically, it is a cult.
Oh my! Is your church a cult, brother?
I mean, I wouldn't call it a cult, but you're.
Wow!
Okay.
Wow!
Yet you actually, on command, eat the body of your deceased savior.
Okay,
that's not a cult.
Cool. All right, cool.
That's not a cult.
So listen, you
said
tithe,
that, brother? Do you tithe, brother?
So you said that,
brother. Do you tithe?
The three. Hold on.
Answer the
Jabari,
question, please. Do you tithe?
You said that with the three, right?
Brother, this is a yes or no question. Do you tithe?
I don't tithe because I don't go to church.
You don't even go to church, and you rocking for this?
I don't go to church.
Wow.
So hold on.
Why are we having this discussion?
So look, you're complaining that, hey, look, I don't mind being critiqued, but you're doing everything possible to dismiss me from any critiques that I can give you. Like, why don't you just accept what I'm saying? Why don't you just respond to what I'm saying? That's it, brother. All the distractions, all the smoke and mirrors.
You said.
No, you
the
haven't.
reality is, listen,
you're still not allowing me right now.
Listen, I'm a human being that puts on his pants one leg at a time. I'm not infallible. I make all sorts of mistakes.
Yeah,
I'm saying the stuff you're saying, I'm not doing wrong. That's what I'm saying. If you want to find something I've done wrong, you have to investigate it. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying the stuff that you're claiming I'm doing wrong, I'm not doing wrong. But wait a minute. In order for you to properly investigate, to make a comment, you have to do some investigation. And you have to know about what you're talking about. And clearly, even at the poor level of your questions, you haven't done enough analysis in order for you to be able to make or even ask the questions you're asking.
Jabari, so that's
fair. Wait a minute, wait. You made an argument.
Harwin, I'll tell you why.
Wait a minute.
Just give me a second, Harwin.
I'll give you more than a second. You continue to make an argument, and then when I say, well, where is that based on? You say, oh, let me look it up. That's not how you make an argument. Your argument is supposed to be at the end of your research. You called me a cult leader. Your man, the two of y'all are in, I don't know, some sort of circle jerk going on. He said that I actually am also stealing money from people. I don't even understand how you would get up here and talk to someone.
A circle what?
A circle jerk is what I said.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were the one complaining about this.
That's what I said.
Oh,
listen, you should have a problem with that. At least I didn't say that you stole foreskins.
No, I never said you stole it, Jabari.
Wait a minute, I did say that.
Hey, I'm cool.
Easy man, stop crying.
Good one, Jabari.
You people be crying. You be crying the most.
You can't just insult me and expect me not to do anything back to you. I'm not going to be profane. I'm not going to be profane. I'm not going to insult you personally. But the reality is that some of what you're saying is insulting. If you say to someone that they run a cult, I mean, I don't. Maybe you don't understand the magnitude of what you're saying. If I said that to a Christian pastor, I would have to fight in Harlem.
Jabari, stop, Jabari. Stop, Jabari. Stop, Easy Man. Hey, Omar, unmute yourself, Omar. Omar?
Thank you. I'm here.
I'm going to ask you a question, Omar. Omar, listen.
No, I wanted to clarify something.
Omar, just listen. Is ISUPK?
Ahead, oh my God.
Omar? Is ISUPK a cult, Omar? This is for Easy Band. Do you hear that, Easy Band? No, hold on, brother. Just hold on. Easy Band.
Yeah, you keep doing that to me, brother. Go ahead.
I want you to hear this.
Show. Go ahead.
Is ISUPK a cult, Omar?
Are you gonna let me elaborate?
No,
it's quick.
Yes,
I ain't long. I ain't.
Brother, is ISUPK a cult?
If I got 20 seconds to speak, then I'll answer.
Oh, well, then you don't need to speak, brother. I'll answer for you.
See, that's not fair. That's not
yes,
fair,
it is.
brother.
Yes, it is. I would say yes. I would say yes is a cult, and I was hoping you say no because Kazariak would tell you. I would call him up right now, and he would say yes, it's a cult. The captain would tell you ISUBK is a cult. Am I right, Jabari? I can't hear you, Jabari.
I believe I've heard him say that before.
Yeah, he will tell you that.
He explains it, but yeah, he would say that.
Yeah.
I've heard him say that.
Shout out to the captain.
You heard me say yes first. So
Well,
did you not hear me say yes?
Here,
and then
man.
I said, let me elaborate.
All right.
I did say yes.
Right.
No, I'm go ahead. No, go ahead, Brother Harwin. Because I know his time
No, go
is
ahead.
pressed.
Go
Go ahead,
ahead,
Brother
go
Harwin.
ahead. Omar, go ahead. You can finish.
No, because Brother Harwin, you sure you're good?
Hey, I just wanted to say I'm about to head out of here, but Jabari, we're gonna be in tune.
Peace, brother.
Let's get it on.
All right, brother. Peace.
I want you to listen.
Yeah.
Uncle Jasadev, Nev, yes.
Yeah. All right.
Peace.
Safe out there, Brother Harwin.
So this
Peace,
is the thing,
family.
right? So this is the thing, Jabari. Look, I hadn't prepared for you. Like, oh, okay. When I see Jabari, I'm gonna come with these questions, etc., etc. No, it was just on the spot, right? It's nothing that I planned, pre-planned, or anything like that. So when I'm coming to bring some of these critiques and ask you questions, I'm coming from that background, all right? I'm not coming from a point where I've researched all this stuff and then now we're having a debate or whatever it may be. I'm just giving you some critiques and hearing your response and seeing that your response doesn't match the facts. For instance, right? When I asked you about, the practice and how it evolved during the different time periods, you basically said that you merge all three of those time periods.
I never said merge.
I
never said.
All right, so clarify.
You keep saying that.
I said that when I didn't say that.
So clarify. All right, so clarify which cult practice do you follow? The old.
I don't follow any cult practices, brother. I don't follow any cult practices.
They are considered technically cults. Okay. So
By who?
By who?
By who?
By scholarship, by general language. All right.
Okay. Well, let me say this to you. Let me say this very clearly to you.
Okay.
If you want to use the word cult, you can.
So which
use
one
it.
do you follow?
But
That's the problem.
not,
You're not answering any of my questions,
brother. I have answered this question at least 4 times tonight.
No, you haven't.
I'm going to answer it again. I'm going to answer it again.
I saw 7,
Listen
man. Just
carefully. Listen carefully. First of all, if you start by asking someone which cult do you follow, what did you expect me to do? You expect me to say, I follow the cult. Are you out of your mind? Of course I'm going to deal with the word cult first.
It's a technical term.
Every spiritual leader would. Second of all, as I have said to you, you are making a really big error. You are supposing, and I'm going to say it again. I don't know how many times I have to say this. When you say old, listen, brother. When you say old, middle, and new kingdom, first of all, those terms did not exist in the ancient world. This is the way that historians separate those time periods so they can talk about 3,000 years. And the way they separate it is they're trying to separate something that happened different politically in Kemet, not spiritually. If you look at virtually all 3,000 years of Kemetic history, you are going to see the same central theme. So it's not like I have to say, I'm going to just draw something from the old kingdom and mix it with a little of the new kingdom. It doesn't work that way. Those are political designations, not spiritual designations. Now, let me also say to you, there are texts that come from all three. And if you read all of the texts, you're going to find that they are remarkably similar. But if you had read them, I'm going to help you now. If you had read what is generally called the pyramid text, and then compare them to what's called the coffin text, and then compare those to what is called the Reyu Pertemuruhun Ger, which is unfortunately called the Book of the Dead, you're going to see that they're remarkably similar. So what I'm trying to say to you is there's no need for me to merge. I don't merge.
So which time period do you follow?
You know what?
All of them? Do you follow all of them?
I don't think you're listening.
I am listening.
I don't think you're listening.
I am listening. You're not being honest, man.
Listen, easy bands. I'm going to give you this example again. If I said, well, listen, you're a Democrat. Why is it that you're reading the Bible that was printed during the Trump administration? You would say, this has nothing to do with those political designations. And something similar is occurring when you try to make it sound like the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, and New Kingdom are spiritually different. There are different books, but those books have the same central theme. It is the central theme that we're focused on. That is what I don't listen. You're shaking your head, but you've not read any of the text. Just listen to me. I've even told you which text you should read. If you want to argue with me and sound like you're making some sense, read the text. Read them. You know why you're afraid to read those texts? Because in Christianity, if you look at someone else's spiritual tradition, you're going to burst into flames. The reality is that you can read them for information. If you think I'm wrong, read them, and then we'll have a better argument. But you're making a distinction spiritually that does not exist.
No, it does. It does exist because look.
Okay,
let me just read a few things for you right quick.
Go ahead. Something you Google. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. What, you scared of Google?
I'm not scared of Google. I'm saying that the best Google is here.
All right.
You don't have that, so you have to go type on your screen.
So all right. So listen. First off, we'll start with who maintains Ma'at. All right. We're talking about the different kingdoms, right? So in the Old Kingdom, it says the Pharaoh alone is responsible for maintaining Ma'at.
First of all, wait. You can't read something without telling us what you're reading.
All right.
You can't do that.
I just told you it's ChatGPT. I Googled it, basically.
Oh, you using ChatGPT about my spiritual tradition?
Look at him. Like, bro.
You think that is acceptable?
Relax. Stop.
No.
Hold on.
What you are doing.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
No, wait, listen. No.
Nah, you went for
forum.
You went for like 5-10 minutes, right?
Easy man.
Nah, let me
Easy
speak,
man.
bro. Nah.
There's a reason why sa.neter calls me an
You're not finna do
OG.
that. Nope.
If you are going to read something, you have to
Easy
have a
man.
source.
Stop, brother. Come on, easy man.
If you're going to read something, you got to have a source. You can't tell me I just looked at ChatGPT and this is what it says. ChatGPT makes no distinction between information on the internet.
Yeah, you can't be cheating like this, man.
I mean, you have to tell me read me something from a scholarly article.
What they've been doing up here lately is they've been using the hell out of ChatGPT lately. So just to bring you up to speed, Jabari, I am gonna say just Jabari, just to bring you up to speed because you've been gone. What they've been doing. So hold on, sa.neter, Rakufu, and a bunch of other dudes. What they have been doing lately, they have been using the hell out of ChatGPT. So I'm just bringing you up to speed. I'm done.
He's not addressing sa.neter or Rakufu.
I'm bringing you up to speed on what they've been doing, Jabari, and why Easy Man's been doing.
Hold on. Let me say something.
All right. Everybody stop for a minute because y'all already know it's about that time. I want to say this, Yahoo, you've been in the chat acting like a donkey. Brother Gideon, you've been in the chat acting like a goddamn donkey. Easy Bands, Omar, Revelation X, all of y'all been up here acting like a donkey. And I think this would be good for you, Jabari. I want all of them to come in here one day when you're free again, Jabari, and be able to ask you any questions they want pertaining to this. All of y'all, if y'all not scared, because y'all in the chat talking crazy. But come in.
You know I don't run from anybody. I know that.
We want all Hebrews and all Christians come up in here and get it in.
I did exactly what y'all said in the beginning. I was the first one on the panel, and what y'all did is y'all put a challenge to Brother Omar. And guess what? I came up here. I came up here with integrity. I came up here. I haven't used profanity not one time. For the most part, I muted out. So I'm just gonna close out right quick, and it's gonna be quick. I want Jabari to really know that, you know what I'm saying? I respect your body of knowledge, and this is what I mean. I can only imagine how hard it is to start off from your beginning, to continue your studies, further yourself, and now you actually a professor of teaching a body that's accredited. So I want you to know I didn't come up here to slander you or nothing like that, because I recognize your body of work, and like I said, I think that's something that deserves a kudos and my hat off to you.
Apologize before you get off.
I can only imagine how long that takes. But I want to say, I'm not going to apologize, because I never made a personal attack. Jabari just took it the wrong way and deemed it as a personal attack. But I never said that you was a charlatan, you stole. I was just making a connection off of, since there is no certified Kemetic priest passed down from lineage to teach you, and like you said, all you do is you reconstruct it. So since you're making reconstructions, it's liable to error and mistake. So that's all I was saying.
That's what
you implied he was frauding, though. You made an implication.
That's his closing. Easy Bands, give me your closing, man, right away. Give me your closing. I got to roll.
Once again, I appreciate you bringing me up, sa.neter. I appreciate the time, Jabari, as well. Like, it's no real disrespect, man. You know, like, I don't hate nobody or anything like that. So I don't hate you. When I use the term cult, I'm using it in a technical sense. You know what I mean? If you get offended, I can't. There's nothing I can do, you know, from you feeling a certain way. That's not on me. That's on you. So there's no disrespect there. In terms of this conversation, I came up to basically, you know, try to ascertain if what you're doing today, the priesthood, the shrine of Ma'at that you talk about, if it's actually authentic, as in, is this what the ancient Egyptians would have recognized as the practice of Ma'at or whatever it may be, right? And that was my main thing. You basically showed me that there's no chain of narration. There's no chain of priesthood going. Everything is discontinued, right? For thousands of years now. So you showed me that. And so you're depending on reconstructions. And then some of these texts that you reconstruct, right? Some of the rituals, for instance, are incomplete. So there's no way to reconstruct those, all right? So you're actually relying on a lot of conjecture, okay? And so that's what I wanted to prove. I even wanted to talk about how, you know, I said something like in the New Kingdom, for instance, they emphasized the afterlife.
Brother, you're long-winded, brother. You're long-winded.
Yeah, they emphasized the afterlife, for instance, right? In the New Kingdom or the Middle Kingdom. You guys like dismiss that. But when I'm looking here, it says, yeah. So let me just read something right quick, sa.neter. So from the Old Kingdom, the Pharaoh alone is responsible for maintaining Ma'at. Justice and order flow from the king's divine authority. Society is vertically structured. So from God, king to the people. Now in the Middle Kingdom, you find that responsibility shifts towards bureaucrats, officials, scribes. Living according to Ma'at becomes an ethical requirement for officials. Wisdom texts emphasize personal moral behavior. In the New Kingdom, you see that Ma'at is integrated into temple priesthood rituals. Gods are portrayed as receiving Ma'at. Individual moral judgment in the afterlife becomes central. So this is my point, is that which one of these are you following and which one supersedes the other one, all right? Now, from the understanding that you gave me, you said that you merged them. So when you said that you merged them or you use all of them together, already technically, that is not a reconstruction, because what you're reconstructing never existed. It never existed.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I got to go. Thank you. All right, Revelation, close out, brother.
Yeah, peace and blessings. Once again, Jabari, it's good to see you. In terms of the Odin thing, I kind of wanted to ask you if Odin, seeing that he's like a demigod
No
god,
question. No
if
question.
he was.
Close out.
No. It's not a question for him to answer. I'm actually going to answer it as well because I have a source stating that I think it's either Zeus or Apollo. One of these demigods, they actually were created out of Ethiopia. I would like to present that source to you sometime, Jabari, but we're closing out right now. So again, peace and blessings to everybody. But in terms of that, I still kind of see it coming from the east and being stolen, from the whites, from the blacks. And the whites stole it and did what they did with it. You know what I'm trying to say. But again, peace and blessings. And I want to know, Jabari, if you would ever do a debate with Pastor Bennett. And that's it. That's it, sir. I'm good.
All right, thank you. All right,
Yes.
Elder Suntan, cam up. You there? Suntan, you there? Go ahead, close out, Suntan.
Peace. I ain't got nothing much to say, but peace to my brother Jabari, and I'm glad him and Harwin got it in, because gonna get it in. Because we're gonna learn off these things. And I gotta say this before I get off. Unc took off. See, Unc started that stuff and took off.
Unc put the battery in Easy Band's back.
Yeah, then took off. All right, peace, man.
Peace. All right, my man, 7 Asar. Last but not least.
Yes, sir. I just want to talk about how when you see these people come up here and try to talk about their religion and not be fully prepared, you see the dodging of the questions. You see them do their usual. They can't go straight to scripture. They have to do their interpretations or re-narrate or give their own narrative instead of dealing with the scripture. And especially we've seen that, unfortunately, in our brother Easy Bands, who is my brother. But his head is swollen than that lion brick lady, and he's just as disingenuous as she is. He didn't answer many questions that Jabari asked, but yet he was peppering him with questions, and Jabari answered every last one of them. And lastly, I want to say, please let's not be disingenuous when we come up here. Listen to what the people are saying, because our brother Jabari had to repeat himself like 4 or 5 times to Easy Band because he refused to either listen to the answer or accept it because he wanted to be right. Let's just learn from the scholars and quit acting like we know more than what the scholars do. Peace to you, brother Jabari, to you, brother sa.neter, and to everybody in the chat.
All right, Jose, you still there?
Yes, sir.
All right, close out, Jose.
All right, I just want to tell Easy Bands and Brother Omar, stop coming up here saying you're unprepared and making comments about what he did wrong when you didn't read the text to even know what he did wrong, Easy Bands. And your stuff is definitely conflated and your language is reconstructed. So why don't you deal with that before you start to call other people code leaders and tell them that they're making up something that you didn't read in the first place? Maybe you should do that and you'll have a better conversation. Because you're sticking out your chest like you're saying something, you ain't saying nothing. You boo-booed on the brother platform. You ain't doing it. You didn't say anything, bro, so stop doing that, man. Because it ain't looking good, bro. You can't say you don't know and say you know at the same time. So read more, study more, and then you have a...
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Easy Bands. And my man Jabari, you got the last. And let me just say this real quick. Easy Bands, Brother Gideon, scared to hit the link. Yerim Yahoo, Omar, Revelations, and I know I'm gonna get some more. I want all of y'all up here so we can kill these birds with one stone with Jabari. To show you why he is the top, and y'all will still be the underdog, even though it'll be 8 of y'all or 9. You will still be the underdog when it comes to Jabari information. Brother Jabari, you got the last words.
Sorry, had to unmute. Let me just quickly say, I'm willing to take a day a week this summer and deal with each of them individually. That might be interesting. Because some of them are folks that spend a lot of time in the chat saying things that are ridiculous. I want to say at least we saw Easy Bands and Omar come onto the platform and actually present themselves. And so that was worth something. Let me do this quickly. First of all, can you just put this on the screen really quickly, sa.neter? I just want to be clear that Easy Bands continues to say that he's just using the technical term, right? But the funny thing is, when I asked him whether his church was a cult, he dodged. He said, "Oh, I don't go to church." Right? He could have said, well, "I don't go to church, but church is a cult." He could have said that. So he knew very well what he was saying. He knew very well what he was saying. And it was meant to be an insult. So this is the Britannica definition. Cult, usually small group devoted to a person, idea, or philosophy. The term cult is often applied to a religious movement that exists in some degree of tension with the dominant religious or cultural inclinations of society. In recent years, the word cult has been most commonly used as a pejorative, that means negative, term for a religious group that falls outside the mainstream and by implication engages in questionable activities. Many new religions are controversially labeled as cults. Notice that he did not want to say that about his Christianity, but he wanted to stand up here to a brother that he has access to and call him a cult leader. And Omar then would say, "You charge people for stuff," which is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. When I go into churches in Harlem, they have ATMs in the back. This is ridiculous. You know, you're charging the one guy that is not making any money on this as the person that's making money on. I don't make money on the Shrine of Ma'at. Not an ounce. Everything that I do for my life is done by me on my own steam. And so they continue to say that, and it's really annoying. I also want to really clearly show you, this is the pyramid text online. Easy Bands, you don't even have to purchase a book. Why don't you go and read them? And I want to show you what is described in the first passage. It says, "O Unas, you have not gone dead. You have gone alive to sit on the throne of," I'm going to say Asar instead of Osiris. That's the Greek version. "Your scepter is in your hand that you may give orders to the living and handle the handle of your lotus-shaped scepter in your hand. Give orders to those of the mysterious sights of the dead." I want you to be very clear that what you are seeing is the first spiritual text in the world describing the fact that death is not the end. And he tried to say, based on ChatGPT, that resurrection is something that is a later focus. The world's earliest text is about resurrection. Asar is the resurrected deity that they're mentioning here. What you're saying is incorrect. One of the things that you have to recognize about ChatGPT and other sources are they're good to start your research, but not to conclude it. ChatGPT does not make any distinction amongst the things that it trains itself on. And that's one of the reasons why it's best for you to read the text. Because some of the things that you're going to hear people say are just wrong. Because especially with something like ChatGPT, it just vacuums everything up and assumes that the democratization of information will clean it up. That's a problem. And I'm telling you, as someone who reads the primary text, that what you're saying is incorrect. You're going to see this in the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom. By the way, the three large pyramids, or Merkutu, that were built on the Giza Plateau are in the Old Kingdom. Those were resurrection devices built in the Old Kingdom. You're going to see this from the beginning of time all the way through the end. And so I just want to be clear that the idea that the kingdoms dictate the spirituality is incorrect. There are different texts that exist in the different periods, but that doesn't mean that when you read them, it means that one is going to invalidate the other. That doesn't happen. Just as Christians often take much of what is in the Old Testament and invalidate it. We heard Brother Omar even say that he doesn't need to give offerings to a priest because Jesus is his burnt offering. What? What? I want to be clear. Jesus, if he was someone that existed, who I don't believe he was, would have actually given burnt offerings himself because he was an observant Jew, according to that description. according to that mythological story. Jesus would have done that. Are you suggesting that what Jesus does, you should not do? Boy, y'all are so confused that it's almost tiring to deal with this. I'm sure I know more about Christianity than you do. Anyway, with that, family, let me say I am so honored to be back with you. It's been a long time. And I'm really looking forward to having a lot more conversations this summer. And I'm going to just tell you, anyone that wants to get it in, we can have dialogue with folks. I'm looking forward to doing that. So all of you that were chatting in the chat, let's get it in. Come in and let's deal with it. And easy bands, if you're going to argue with me, you got to read some text. You can't just argue based on what you think.
All right, hey Jabari, Jabari, I ain't gonna be able to do breakfast because I gotta wait for the plumber to fix my sink in the kitchen. Yeah, lunch. Lunch could work.
What time you think?
And you driving, right?
If you're gonna go to lunch, I will drive.
Yeah, come pick me up then.
What time?
You know where I'm at?
2 o'clock?
I would say, yeah, that sounds good.
Okay,
sounds
2
good.
o'clock. I'm coming to get you.
Yes, that sounds good.
I'm walking distance from you now, sa.neter.
I know that. But yeah, I know you are.
I am gonna drive.
Yeah, that's good.
Drive so we're able to do it. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
All right, brother.
Peace, man.
Hey, family. Thank you so much.
Easy, man. We out.
I'll see you soon. Peace.
Peace.